What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 6GB Chapter 167. Shocking Showdown, The Precarious Ghost Island. While speaking, Luo Mu's fingers of the other hand moved slightly towards the flower capital below, and an emerald green ultimate light suddenly appeared in Luo Mu's fingers. And at the moment of appearance, it was divided into two halves, and swept towards the ghost island in the flower capital at the fastest speed. Luffy. Don't, it's over, such an attack on Onishima will definitely be unbearable. Luo Mu's power seems to be stronger than Luffy. 5 Yamato, Sanji, and the powerhouses of the Beast's pirates watched this scene. My heart was about to jump out of my throat. Such a Haki is a powerful opponent, no matter which side wins or loses, Onishima will be smashed to rubble by this blow, and all will be destroyed. Even in the capital of flowers below, it may be instantly destroyed by the swept airwaves in the aftermath of this ultimate confrontation. However, the arrow has been pulled to the point of Zan, to the point where it has to be sent, and finding what Luffy is thinking of, it is impossible for Luffy to stop at this moment. The moment Luo Mu removed the sense of stagnation in this world, Luffy's iron fist that was as heavy as Taishan had already smashed down. The air was squeezed by this fist, making bursts of explosions, and white light and red-black Haki swept over the entire iron fist. And below him, there is a huge fist that is no less than his size, and the beating Haki is even more powerful and rich. The next moment, the two faced each other, one of the strongest people in the world, one of the sons of plains in this world. At this moment, they collided together, boom. A loud noise came out, and everything that shook the world was like a huge meteorite hitting the earth. The violent sound made, even a bird that spread its wings in the distance, stopped in the air under this loud noise, down. Then it fell to the ground, and blood was constantly spilling from the eardrum. At this moment, everyone covered their ears, not only the people on the ghost island, but also the people on the flower capital. Advertisement at this time, they covered their ears with their hands, put down the affairs in their hands, stopped and danced, and all looked up at the sky in confusion. I saw that a huge island was suspended in the dark clouds, and at the top of the island, two giant fists collided in the air. Everything was collapsing, and after the fierce voice came out, the dazzling light between the two fists kept shining. Not in a single breath, but constantly intertwined with light in the sky. The white light is like turning on tens of thousands of white woven lamps, then gathered together and brought into the sky. In the white light, there is also a strong red light, like blood blooming in the sky, and more like a red sun blasting in the middle. Layers of red airwaves continue to spread around, astonishing energy is constantly bursting, and the space is shattered at this moment. The people above the ghost island are all under the raging energy of this destroying everything at the moment. Their eyes are dull looking at the two people in the air. Despair emerged in their hearts, and the energy generated by this duel was stronger than they thought. Under such an impact, Ghost Island will inevitably be knocked down in the flower capital, even if it is supported by Kaido's flame clouds, it will not escape this bad luck after all. Unfortunately, just when they were about to accept this fate, they found that the raging violent energy in midair had not destroyed the island, even though the violent impact was constantly hitting the ghost island. The red energy kept falling towards the skull dome. Look, this piece of green, it's Luo Mu, 35. At this time, those who had fainted under the deterrence of Conqueror's Haki woke up with a loud noise. Seeing the green on the skull dome exclaimed. At this time, those eyes stared at the powerhouses in the sky, only to realize that they did not know when, and the entire ghost island was wrapped in green plants. The energy that was constantly impacting the island fell on these plants, and then was absorbed as much as possible, without the slightest destructive power overflowing. Although they didn't understand when these changes occurred, they knew that it was Luo Mu's shot, and they had already made a good move during the duel. At this time, everyone understood that Luo Mu was not here to exterminate them. And not only on the ghost island, but also in the flower capital. Advertisement at this moment, people opened their eyes wide, covered their mouths with their hands, and watched in astonishment at this scene that was like the arrival of the gods. And the entire flower capital is shaking, the earth is roaring, and people can no longer look at the scene in the sky. They all looked around, trying to find the source of the vibration. The atmosphere of the party, the happy smiling faces, all disappeared at this moment, replaced by only panic and anxiety. The next moment, the roar of the earth suddenly stopped, and I saw 4 huge trees jumping out of the ground in 4 different places, and the speed was as fast as ultimate. And these huge trees are completely different from ordinary trees. On this tree, there is a flash of green light, and it is constantly transported towards the sky. And when the 4 giant trees that seemed to reach the sky were displayed in the air, they were intertwined and twisted into the shape of a twist under the traction of a mysterious force. And at the top of the tree intersection, the dense branches formed a huge palm, which supported the air island on it. And at the same time, Luo Mu and Luffy in midair, 2 huge fists were still facing each other. Just listening to Luffy shouting from above, all the power was poured into it. The huge iron fist seemed to have an acceleration gun behind it, a layer of airshock, of money, appeared, and at this moment the light was once again, flash. It was overwhelmingly pressing towards Luo Mu. Under the fierce bombardment, Luo Mu's expression did not change at all, as if everything was in the master. Then he bent his arms, his body slowly sank, and then his right fist stretched forward. In an instant, violent power appeared on Luo Mu's arm, and then channeled into the red and black fist. Under the tyrannical punch, Luffy was directly blasted out softly. The space shattered once again, and the turbulent energy reached its peak, and the surrounding clouds were shaken out by this terrifying energy, revealing the sky and the night. Finally, the explosion stopped, the light converged, and the breath slowly stopped. Everyone felt as if they had gone through a doomsday catastrophe just now, staring blankly at him in the sky. Still haven't recovered from that amazing fight. Advertisement Chapter 168. Luffy is defeated. Luo Mu's rescue. At this moment, the whole audience fell into silence. Only the gust of wind blowing on the island was sweeping, and the corners of people's clothes were rattling in the wind, constantly beating their hearts. Just like the rhythm of their heart beating at this time. Golem. The sound of swallowing saliva came from their throats. Luffy is defeated. This is the strongest man in the world. Even if the Straw Hat Boy tried everything, there is still no chance of winning. 35. And looking at Luo Mu's appearance, it seems that there is still energy left. The battle is over. Are we saved? The people on the Ghost Island have stopped fighting between the two sides at this moment, and people were shocked to see this scene. But as expected, how could a man who made a name for himself in the world 2 years ago, known as the strongest man in the world and the leader of the Revolutionary Army, lose to the Straw Hat Boy? Even if the current Luffy has awakened to 5th gear, which is completely different from his previous strength, he still cannot make up for the huge gap between the two sides. But at this moment, their mood was completely different from when Luo Mu appeared at the beginning. At the beginning, they thought that Luo Mu was like Kaido and was going to exterminate them, but after the scene just now, they realized that they were wrong. The leader who openly rebelled against the world government was not a devil who would behead all those who were not his subordinates. However, among these people, there was an ugly man with a gloomy look in his eyes. He is a large man with a large head and mouth, appears to be bald, has a square face, wears a crown on the left side of the top of his head, and the two upper canines are longer than his other teeth and are blunt. He wore a black cloak with a pattern on his back. Looking at the green vines appearing around him, the haze on his face appeared. In midair, when people regained their senses and thought about the changes in the future, Luo Mu's eyes moved slightly, and his arms trembled in the air. Immediately, the fist that was bigger than the mountain disappeared, turning into a little brilliance and disappearing into the air. And the green plants that wrapped the entire island disappeared at this moment, and the Ghost Island returned to its previous tragic appearance. The ruins and the scorched earth after the battle can be seen everywhere. But the difference is that the samurai and the pirates of the Beast's pirates did not continue to fight. They are all paying attention to Luo Mu's every move above the Ghost Island. But some of the people at the top of the Ghost Island, after being shocked, their faces are full of worry. The Straw Hat Pirates, Yamato, and those who were very close to Luffy, all of that. Next moment, Advertisement Sanji moved, and the momentum on his body was suddenly raised, stepping on the moonwalk and swept away into the distance, and the other worried people also moved, trying to find Luffy. However, it was stopped by Zoro. He had fought against Luo Mu and knew that he had no intention of killing himself or Luffy, so the captain was safe at the moment, but he might have lost his combat effectiveness. Sanji went to find it, and no one else needed to go there. The truth was exactly as Zoro thought, and after a while, Sanji came back with a sullen man on his back. It was Luffy who was thrown out by Luo Mu's punch. At this moment, he no longer had the same happiness and hockey he had before. In the case of continuously opening 5 gears, the body was completely overdrawn, and there was no strength to even open the eyes. Those who were worried about Luffy's condition couldn't help but fuse faces when they saw Luffy, who was completely lifeless at the moment. A very bad idea crossed their minds. Luffy, don't die. 35. Chopper's face was full of tears and snot at the moment, and Luffy, who seemed to be out of breath, cried and cried. Don't worry, I'm just exhausted, Sanji said slowly while looking at the worried crowd, breathing out a smoke ring. Immediately, he put Luffy down and let him lie down beside him and the crew. When Luo Mu saw this, his face moved slightly. Next moment, several slender vines emerged from the ground and flew in the direction of Luffy. Quick! Be careful! Protect the captain! Nami and Luo Bing, as well as Usopp and others all changed their faces suddenly, looking at the green vines, bead, as if they were looking at tentacles from hell. There was fear on his face. In their opinion, this is Luo Mu's plan to completely put Luffy to death and suck up the last bit of energy from his body. Hearing the reminders from his companions, Sanji's curved eyebrows furrowed, trying to move Luffy's body away. But finding it was too late, Sanji turned to his side in a panic, intending to use his body to block in front of Luffy to help the captain block the attack. At the same time, he regretted even more. Why did he feel that Luo Mu had no ill will towards them, and if he wanted to bring the captain back, he should have taken him away immediately. Next moment, those green vines, as if conscious, tactfully circumvented Sanji's body and stabbed into Luffy's body. In an instant, a strong breath of life overflowed on the vines, and the emerald green light appeared inside the vines, and it was flowing toward the foremost position of the vines. Then poured into Luffy's body. Within a few breaths, visible changes took place on Luffy's body. The sluggish state of the body disappeared, the ruddy blood appeared on the drained body, and the drooping face became full. The strong vitality has replenished all the physical strength that Luffy lost in the previous battle. Captain. Luffy. Seeing that Luffy's condition improved instantly under Luo Mu's behavior. Everyone understands that he misunderstood Luo Mu's meaning just now. He didn't want to kill Luffy at all, but to save him. And Luffy heard someone calling his name, and his brain slowly regained consciousness. I only felt that there was endless power in my body, and the previous decadence was swept away. Slowly, Luffy opened his eyes, and the vision entered his mind at this moment. I saw above, the crew members were watching themselves silently, with happy smiles on their faces. So, I'm not dead yet, Luffy muttered. The moment he was blasted by Luo Mu, he felt that his body was changing rapidly. Exhaustion poured into his mind like a tide, and he couldn't exert any strength, and he couldn't get a little bit of energy. His eyes were as heavy as mountains and slowly closed. At the last moment before closing his eyes, he vaguely saw that Sanji was running towards him, stepping on the air. At that moment, he thought he would never wake up again. Captain, it's great that you're still alive, just scared me to death. Thank you Luo Mu for treating you just now. Chopper tugged at Luffy's clothes, crying with tears in his eyes. Luo Mu. Hearing this, Luffy muttered to himself, and then a carp slammed and stood up. Look at Luo Mu not far away. I saw him smiling and looking at himself silently. Chapter 169. Luo Mu's invitation. Looking at Luo Mu and the slender vines in front of him, Luffy understood the ins and outs of the matter. The reason why he was able to wake up so quickly was because Luo Mu's ability instilled the power of life into him. Luo Mu, why is this? Luffy replied, but has lost the idea of fighting Luo Mu. He didn't understand why Luo Mu finally defeated himself, and why he rescued him in the end. Not only Luffy, but also the crew of the Straw Hat Pirates had the same doubts. When Luo Mu heard Luffy's question, the corner of his mouth closed with a smile. I said it before, it's impossible to create a world where your friends can be fed by your strength. The purpose of my visit this time is to hope that you can join my alliance to overthrow the world government. The voice falls. The audience was silent, Kid, Law, Kira, the Straw Hat Pirates and the warriors of Wano Kuni. Even the Pirates of Beasts pirates looked at Luo Mu and Luffy with dazed expressions. As the most powerful man in the world, now he actually invites a pirate who has not been around in New World for a long time. It has to be said that this is huge news. You know, since Summit War, many people have tried to join Luo Mu's alliance, but no one has joined. Because, within the Luo Mu alliance, the conditions for joining are extremely harsh. Not only must the strength be extremely strong, but even have certain requirements in terms of age. It is even more unheard of for such a situation to be personally invited by the leader of the alliance, Luo Mu. I'm the man who wants to be the Pirate King. From the moment I set foot on the sea, I have always moved towards this goal. 99. Luffy's eyes were full of determination as he looked at Luo Mu and said. When he said this, Luffy's mind came to the image of him going out to sea when he was 16 years old. It was a sunny, breezy day. Advertisement under the influence of his two older brothers, he has infinite longing for the sea, and he has infinite affirmation to become the Pirate King. This is the only goal that Luffy has adhered to along the way, and in every defeat, he has the belief to get up again, join the fight and defeat his opponent. Luo Mu looked at Luffy whose eyes were full of determination and said lightly. And then? When you become One Piece, will you be able to create such a world? One day the world government exists, and one day the celestial dragons exist, then the world you speak of will never be realized. 55. But I can guarantee that one day soon, the world government will be overthrown and the celestial dragons will be executed. Luo Mu fully understands Luffy's determination to become One Piece. After all, this is the spiritual pillar that has supported him all the time. However, if becoming the Pirate King could achieve the step that Luffy said before, then Roger would not have been beheaded by the world government more than 20 years ago. Hearing what Luo Mu said, Luffy's eyes dropped slightly, and he was silent for a while because he couldn't find anything to refute. Can you create a world where your friends can have enough to eat by becoming One Piece? Not only Luffy, but the warriors of Wano Kuni also had complicated expressions on their faces at the moment. Destroy the world government and kill celestial dragons. In this world, no matter who listens to this sentence, he will feel that the person on the other side is talking. A guy who is unrealistic and even treats his life as a child's play. But this was said by Luo Mu, and they had nothing to refute. Because what Luo Mu is currently doing, forming a huge revolutionary army, is openly resisting the world government and preparing to completely overthrow the world government. So what? Is it the intention of you revolutionary troops to destroy the flower capital this time? Kinemon, one of the Red Sheath Samurai, said. The expression on his face was extremely aggressive, and there was even anger in his heart. In his opinion, Kaido moved Onishima to the Flower City this time to completely destroy the Flower City. As a former team member of Luo Mu, he has always had a good relationship, so this is most likely due to Luo Mu's instructions. In his view, the Revolutionary Army is exactly the same as the world government, an organization that puts the safety of the people of other countries under the bottom line for its own interests. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers. Advertisement. Hearing the samurai's words, Luo Mu's eyes narrowed into a line, but he didn't say much. But Ashura Doji suddenly found something among the Red Sheath warriors, and the expression on his face froze. Have you found out, the Ghost Island actually was not penetrated, and the flower capital below did not receive any damage? Wait, the Ghost Island seems to have stopped. At this time, everyone realized from Kinemon's words that the Ghost Island was still suspended in midair unharmed. In the violent impact just now, this Ghost Island was safe and sound, and Waji didn't receive any impact. Even Onishima, which was heading towards the capital of flowers, stopped. There is no doubt that the only person who can do all this in a short period of time is Luo Mu. At this moment, everyone turned their attention to Luo Mu. There was shock and a little puzzlement in his eyes, but of course he was more grateful. If Luo Mu didn't do a good job in the aftermath in the final match between Luffy and Luo Mu just now, Ghost Island will definitely be knocked down directly into the Flower Capital, and the people present will suffer a lot of damage, even the civilians in the Flower Capital below. On this day of partying and celebration, there will be bloodshed. Call out, and at this moment, a burst of air suddenly sounded from a distance. CP0. How are they here? It's really intriguing to see the influence of the world government on the Ghost Island. Husband. At the moment when these people appeared, everyone's expressions were obviously stunned, and they quickly recognized them. As a secret organization of the world government, it may not be seen by ordinary civilians, but it has been seen more than once for these big pirates. At the same time, there were several people with masks on their faces and different heights in their hands. The world government sends special forces. Immediately after, and 4 emperors and Kaido broke through the cloud and flew from the darkness at the voice. Chapter 170. The purpose of world government, the tragic CPO. Mama, these CP0 people still want to escape from us. If it wasn't for Luo Mu's timely reminder, they would have sneaked away. 35. Big Mom jumped off the top of Hermes Prometheus and said with a big laugh. When they were chasing these people just now, Ant and Kaido found that they had left the Ghost Island and ran towards the outside. Thanks to their strength, they are far stronger than these people in terms of speed. Otherwise, it may really let these few people run away. Captain Luo Mu, how to deal with these people? Kaido, who was beside the ant, said, looking at Luo Mu with a calm face in front of him, with a very respectful attitude. Immediately, Kaido looked at Luffy who was standing on the other side, and there was a hint of admiration in his eyes. 900. Obviously, the battle between Captain Luo Mu and Luffy is over. Even though he was outside the island, he could still feel the huge energy fluctuations from the shocking blow just now. But even if he is a 4 emperors now, he has to admit the power of that move. Even for a split second, Kaido brought himself into Captain Luo Mu, whether he could catch the devastating punch. The answer is difficult. Therefore, at this moment, Kaido has an appreciation for Luffy in his heart. After all, a kid who was defeated by himself not long ago was not only the legendary Joey Boy, but also grew to the level that he could rival the 4 emperors in a short period of time. It's amazing. Luo Mu did not answer Kaido's question, but looked at the 3 CP0s wearing masks and said lightly. What is the purpose of world government? The questions are simple and clear, to the core. And this sentence is also the doubt in the hearts of the Straw Hat Pirates and the Wano Kuni Samurai. However, these people did not want to open their mouths in the face of Luo Mu's questioning. They were personally trained by the 5 elders of the world government, and it is their compulsory course for such scenes. Advertisement, as expected of the world's top intelligence agency, a cold light flashed in Luo Mu's eyes. Immediately, with a slight movement of his fingers, 3 tiny vines appeared from his fingers, and then swam in the air like water snakes. After a few breaths, they came to the front of the 3 masked people. Peefed, there was a sound of flesh being pierced, and 3 vines scattered dozens of smaller vines in front of the 3 of them. It pierced directly into their fingernails, and in an instant, strands of blood flowed out from their fingers. Then it was quickly absorbed by the rattan, and the blood flowed out of the followers, and the facial features of the 3 were twisted together. The face under the mask was instantly pale, and the beads of sweat on his forehead kept rolling down. The so-called 10 fingers connected to the heart. Under Luo Mu's method, the piercing pain was dozens of times stronger. It is simply not something that ordinary people can resist, and all the defensive bottom lines will be defeated in an instant. Even a strong person with some strength is like this, but it is not as unbearable as ordinary people in terms of time. Everyone around Luo Mu felt a chill down their backs when they looked at the 3 people whose bodies were shaking violently at the moment. If Luo Mu treated them like this, it's scary to think about it. Soon, of the 3, one could not stand it. His body was crawling on the ground, hitting his head hard. There is only one thought in his mind now, that is to die immediately, and stop suffering this inhuman pain. I said, the man slammed his head on the ground violently, while pleading. Hearing this, Luo Mu's fingers lightly hooked, and the vines were detached from the man's fingers. The man who felt the pain disappear was instantly relieved. Our goal is to fight both sides or to combat, arrest Straw Hat Crew, take Robin, 9. Sit on the profit of the fisherman and take the opportunity to take over Wano Kuni. The man spoke out his purpose at a very fast speed, although his voice was trembling, he could still hear the meaning. Advertisement, a hole, are you worthy of cultivating your world government? One of the men wearing a clown mask said viciously when he saw that his companions actually revealed everything. Although his face was extremely pale at the moment, he still stretched out his hand to kill the traitor directly. But the pain coming from his body now made him unable to take action at all, and he couldn't even faint. When Luo Mu got the answer he wanted, he nodded slightly. Next moment, finger down in an instant, those vines appeared again, and directly sucked all 3 of them into mummified corpses. The vitality went directly into Luo Mu's body along the cane. Seeing the faces of those present change suddenly, a strong horror rose in their hearts. The surprising thing is that Luo Mu's ability can not only play a therapeutic role, but also instantly take the lives of others. The horror is the fear that I will end up like these 3 CPOs. Sure enough. Are you here to arrest me again? Robin in the Straw Hat Pirates said slowly. The only person who can interpret the text of history at present, to find the final island Raftel must rely on Robin. It was only when Roger got Odin's help that he became one piece. The knowledge of the Kazuki family has been fractured, and now they can only rely on Robin. In fact, when CP0 first appeared, Luo Bing was shocked because she guessed that their purpose must be related to herself. Because she understands how heavy the burden on her body is. Now, after hearing CP0 say these words personally, it just made him confirm the guess in his heart. 3.4. These people from the world government are really haunted, and they dared to plot against the beautiful Miss Robin. 99 Sanji's nostrils blow out, like a jet, and exasperatedly said. Fortunately Luo Mu appeared, otherwise the people of the world government would have succeeded. Chopper put one hand on his hips and pointed at the 3 mummified CPOs with the other. The horror from before disappeared from his eyes, and only anger remained. Not only him, the entire Straw Hat Pirates became angry, and at the same time, the back was also chilled. It is conceivable that if Luo Mu hadn't come, the escaped CPO would have disclosed the matter here to the world government, and then sent a large number of powerful people to take the opportunity to take Wano Kuni and the entire Straw Hat Pirates. Chapter 171. Wano Kuni of Green Recovery. At this moment, everyone understood. This duel is not only the battle between Kaido's Beasts Pirates and Wano Kuni Samurai and the Straw Hats, but even the world government has been hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity. But because of Luo Mu's sudden appearance, all the implementation of this plan was shattered. I didn't expect that the world government would dare to attack my ghost island. This is to use me as a gunman. Kaido looked at the 3 CP0s that had turned into mummified corpses and said angrily. Before moving the ghost island to remove the flower capital, he originally thought of moving the ghost island here, and then building Wano Kuni into a new ghost island. Then he appointed his daughter Dada as a general. Assisting Luo Mu was a good help when overthrowing the world government. But he didn't expect that the world government was also involved, and he almost did a little bit of kindness for the Luo Mu alliance, which almost turned into a bad thing. If it weren't for the appearance of Luo Mu, then there is no doubt that he would probably be making wedding dresses for the staff of the world government. At this point in time, it was extremely unfavorable to the Revolutionary Army for the Luo Mu alliance. Mama, Kaido, it seems that the matter of your alliance with me has been known to the Special Department of the world government for 14 years. The ant laughed loudly. Although he despised the behavior of the world government, he did not feel that way like Kaido. After all, he is not one of Luo Mu's men. At this moment, Luo Mu looked at Luffy with a complicated expression. Robin will definitely be the target of the world government's siege in the future. It even became the focus of everyone who wanted to reach Raftel. After all, she's the only one of Ohara's scholars who escaped from Marine's Buster Call, the only one who can interpret the text of history. The voice fell. Luffy's face paused. I will protect my companions. 99. Even at the cost of my life. 35. Luffy's eyes were tough, what he said in his mouth and what he thought in his heart. Hearing Luffy's reply, Luo Mu smiled faintly. Advertisement. He believed that what Luffy said was true, and he had this self-sacrificing awareness when protecting his fellows. However, this alone cannot be an umbrella. Only with blood, you can't protect your companions. 35. Just a few more heads. The previous invitation, you think about it for yourself. Luo Mu said indifferently and stopped talking. He really wanted to invite Straw Hat and his entire pirate crew to join him. But it will not be forced all the time, as long as it can overthrow the world government when the Holy Land Mariajoy is finally attacked. And your flower capital, even Wano Kuni, will have a world that you are familiar with. Luo Mu looked away from Luffy and said lightly to the Red Sheath Warrior. The voice fell. I saw the green lines on Luo Mu's face appear, and it was flashing green and crystal light. At any time, Luo Mu waved his hand. Immediately, a large green light that was so dazzling as ultimate appeared in the air, and then quickly dispersed in the air, turning into some tiny shimmers. From the top of the ghost island, it drifted away towards Wano Kuni below. From a distance, the whole picture looks like thousands of fireflies flying in the air at night. Look, the island floating in the sky is falling down with green light. So beautiful. I feel that the air is filled with the sweet smell of plants. These green ons don't reach the ground, and we just disappear? The Flower City, even Wano Kuni, is looking at the people who are looking at the ghost island above in the Flower City, watching the appearance of the island in the sky. All with surprise on their faces. The green ons that flew down were simply the best scenery they had ever seen at the party this evening, hundreds of times more beautiful than the fireworks. Hundreds of times warmer too. Then the surprise on their faces quickly turned to shock, as they discovered that an earth-shaking change was taking place around them. Boom! A loud noise came out, and the whole earth seemed to be shaking. Immediately, in some open, barren, and even heavily polluted places, trees began to grow. A strip of green vines. Advertisement. They swayed their graceful figures freely in the air. Soon, these green plants have grown into their adult appearance. After a while, the flower capital, and even some places in Wano Kuni that had not left any trace of plants for a long time, were covered by a lush green. At this moment, everyone is looking around. Their expressions change from shock at first to sluggishness, then to doubt, and finally to joy. Obviously, these plants are produced in an instant, and it must be the credit of those scattered green brilliance, and this step can be achieved in this world. As long as Luo Mu beats the crowd in Summit War. Is this what the legendary man Luo Mu did? I watched the live broadcast in Summit War. These familiar plants are Luo Mu's ability. To entrust that ghost island in midair with one's own power, it turned out to be for the safety of our lives. Look. These plants that grow by the water seem to be purifying the water. 900 in the Flower City, the change is most obvious. Those rivers that have been polluted due to the construction of factories are slowly undergoing this transformation under the action of plants. Although the speed of transformation is not so fast, as long as the accumulation of time, the river will become clear again one day. The corresponding soil will become suitable for cultivation, and everything will return to the original Wano-kuni. In this night when everyone was immersed in the exchange, they did not expect that God would give them such a big gift. No, not God. It's Luo Mu. At this moment, everyone looked away from the surroundings and looked at the island suspended in the air, although they couldn't see Luo Mu at all. But this did not affect them, still choosing to stop and pay attention. And Luo Mu at the top of the ghost island, after doing these things, used observation haki to look at the situation below. Involuntarily nodded. Next moment, I saw Luo Mu raise one hand. Suddenly, a vine rushed out from the position below the skull dome. On top of the vines, there's also an ugly-looking man. It was Kurozumi, who was silently watching everything and didn't dare to come up from below. Chapter 72. Kill Kurozumi Orochi. The trip to Onishima is over. Bastards. Those damn vines. Let me go. Kurozumi slapped the green vines wrapped around him with both hands and yelled. The expression on his face was full of horror because at this moment, he felt an unprecedented danger. The breath exposed on these vines is not life, but destruction. When others saw the Kurozumi snake, they were directly brought up by Luo Mu's ability, and their faces were shocked. Especially the samurai in Wano-kuni, watching the Kurozumi Orochi that has been oppressing them for 2 decades, their anger rose to ultimate. It seemed that the next moment, they were about to slash with the knives in their hands. It's up to you to resolve your grievances yourself. Luo Mu looked at the big snake that was still struggling under the control of the vines, and said lightly. Immediately, there were samurai who glanced at Wano-kuni. Hearing Luo Mu's words, the warriors understood what he meant, and their faces suddenly showed fierce expressions. At this moment, the big snake Kurozumi felt the cold light in Luo Mu's eyes. Realize that you have lost any available value. No longer noisy and struggling, and looked at Kaido on the other side with a sinister look. He knew that he was just a pawn of Kaido and had no right to speak. But he wouldn't just let it go, even if it was his last life. Next moment, I saw a violent breath burst out from the Kurozumi Oro Serpent Mountain, which was bound by the vines. The originally ugly snake instantly became even more inhuman. A huge green python appeared under everyone's field of vision, but unlike ordinary pythons, this python actually had 7 heads. The color of the 7 heads is green, the middle head is darker and has the appearance of the Kurozumi serpent, and the other 6 heads are similar to dragons. It is the power that comes with the Orochi fruit of Kurozumi Orochi. Originally there were 8 heads, but one was decapitated by Kaido at the fire festival. Moment. The god Kurozumi, who was transformed under the power of the fruit, danced in the air with his head, trying to bite the people within his attack range. Advertisement, but his body was firmly fixed by the green vines, and there was no trace of breaking free. But the Kurozumi serpent did not give up. The 7 heads kept tearing at the green vines wrapped around his body, trying to rescue himself from it. However, no matter what kind of tricks he used, these recklessness seemed to be made of steel, and there was no trace of damage under his frantic bite. Brush. At this moment, the red-sheathed warriors on one side moved. A sound of breaking through the air came, and they held the knife in their hands, laid Kurozumi in front of the big snake. Without the slightest hesitation, he raised his hand and directly chopped off the remaining 7 heads. Peefed. One after another muffled sound came out, along with the sound of blood. The 6 heads of Kurozumi Orochi were directly beheaded by the samurai. Under the control of Luo Mu, Kurozumi has no ability to resist. And the last head, the snake head with the darkest color, was full of despair in his eyes. And kept roaring. He couldn't accept all this. He still has a lot to do, and he will rule Wano-kuni for another 20 years, and then he will kill Kaido, who used him as a pawn. But these images are only the delusions of Kurozumi Orochi. The reality is that a big knife is slowly magnifying in the eyes of its last head. Then with a puff, the last head was also chopped off. Boom. Boom. The head rolled to the ground, making his last sound in this world. Denjiro on the other side held the saber in his hand with a grim look on his face. At this point, the tyrant who ruled Wano-kuni for 20 years has finally died, and Wano-kuni has ushered in a new beginning that belongs to it. Roar. After Kurozumi Orochi was decapitated in the last lesson and declared dead. The warriors above the entire ghost island all raised their arms and shouted, and the weapons in their hands were raised high. This time, they finally avenged their 20 years of oppression. Not only the samurai, but also the Straw Hat Pirates were surprised by Luo Mu's actions. First use the vine to save Wano-kuni, then use the plant's power to purify the country's pollution, and finally behead the Kurozumi serpent who conspired to usurp the throne in public. All this does is revealing one thing. Luo Mu's purpose here is not to destroy Wano-kuni and make them slaves, much less to kill them here. Advertisement. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes lit up. They all looked at Kurozumi, who was standing completely dead, and Luo Mu, who stood proudly beside him. Thank you. The red scabbard warriors took their sabers back to their waists and gave Luo Mu the most honorable gift of thanks. Hearing this, Luo Mu glanced at the warriors and then at the people in the Straw Hat Pirates. 66. The Revolutionary Army welcomes you. After saying this, Luo Mu looked away. Looking at Kaido who was standing beside him, he said, "Go back." 35. This is the end of things here. 55. After saying that, Luo Mu waved his hands forward. Immediately, the plant vines on the Ghost Island and the 4 huge trees formed in the flower capital disappeared in an instant. The next moment, Luo Mu disappeared directly in place and swept away into the distance. The purpose of this trip has been achieved, to shock and invite the Straw Hat Pirates to establish a good name for the Revolutionary Army within Wano Kuni. Although he didn't get an answer from Luffy, this was also what Luo Mu expected. After all, the Straw Hat Boy is quite the determination of One Piece, and no one can shake it. So Luo Mu didn't need to stay any longer, and next, there are more important things to arrange. That was the start of the foray into Mariajoy. On the Ghost Island, Kaido looked at Luo Mu who had disappeared, and coughed twice. Without the slightest hesitation, Kaido directly suspended the new Ghost Island plan. Because of the character of Wano Kuni warriors, these people must remember Luo Mu's favor. As a biological father, he doesn't understand what is there to admire about Oden. Compared with Captain Luo Mu, he has searched thousands of miles. As he has followed the captain for so long, he understands what Luo Mu is doing now. There's no need for me to invite you down. Kaido looked at the samurai and pirates in front of him, and his words were full of oppression. And the Straw Hat Boy and the samurai are in harmony. Originally, this plan was to build a country for Yamato, but it seems completely unrealistic at present, because Yamato does not stand on his own father's side at all. And he came here to add a boost to the Revolutionary Army, and he has done it, although not by his own means. Chapter 173. The Ghost Island is over. The reaction of the people of the world. Humph. Kaido. If it weren't for Luo Mu's face, we would have to fight with you today. 35. In Wano Kuni, a samurai shouted. For Luo Mu, they are grateful from the bottom of their hearts, but for Kaido, they have no good feelings. Because of the damage Wano Kuni has suffered over the past 20 years, Kaido is indirectly influenced by it. Mama, you brats, do you want to continue fighting with us? The ant looked at the warriors who were arrogant again after Luo Mu left, with a frantic smile on her face. Let's go. Evacuate the Ghost Island and go back to Wano Kuni. Kinemon, one of the Red Sheath warriors, stood up and said. Bring the corpse of the Kurozumi serpent, we'll show the whole Wano Kuni. 35. The person who once persecuted the people has been completely beheaded. Denjiro, who was beside him, agreed. Now that the crisis has been lifted, whether it is Kurozumi Orochi or Kaido will become a thing of the past, and Wano Kuni will usher in a new development. The most important thing now is not to fight, but to give Wano Kuni an explanation to free the people who were enslaved by the Kurozumi Orochi. At the same time, the Straw Hat Pirates also reorganized. Luffy, headed by him, looked at Luo Mu, who disappeared into the dark night in the distance of Ghost Island, wondering what he was thinking. Ha 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 ha. 900, Wano Kuni is safe, our purpose has been achieved. Luffy's expression suddenly changed, and he was giggling again. The crisis in Wano Kuni was completely contacted. Because of Luo Mu's participation, the two sides survived the disaster with the least loss. This is really something to be happy about, soon. On the Ghost Island, everyone rushed to the capital of flowers. Advertisement. After a while, only Kaido, Auntie and their pirates are left on the Ghost Island. Originally, the ant wanted to take action and teach these little devils a lesson, but was stopped by Kaido in the end. After all, Luo Mu had already explained it before he left, so this is the end of the matter. Immediately, Kaido controlled the flame cloud and swept toward the depths of the night. And those who came down from the Ghost Island came to the flower capital. The samurai quietly dealt with the remnants of Kurozumi in the dark. The Straw Hat Pirates, Kid and others were perfectly integrated into the party, and laughter resounded throughout the night. There was a happy smile on everyone's face, and this time the laughter was not just on this night. And it will continue. Bede, in a few days. The news of what happened on the Ghost Island quickly made the front page of the newspaper. Morgans, president of the News of the World, got first-hand information and immediately published these things. And print overnight. It's good to follow Luo Mu, you can always get first-hand big news. Morgans is now smoking a cigar above his office, his paws resting on his desk. And next to his bird's paw, there are headlines supporting the newspaper. Wano Kuni crisis. 3 party forces intervene. Straw Hat awakens 5th gear. Luo Mu makes a move. CP0 is completely defeated. Wano Kuni ushered in a new beginning. And sent news birds from various regional branches to spread it everywhere. It didn't take long for what happened on Oni Island to spread from the news bird of Morgans to the hands of various major forces. After all, as long as the word Luo Mu is published in the newspaper, it will definitely become the most topical news in the world. What's more, in this newspaper, the whole story of the Onishima incident and the crushing battle were also disclosed. Mercury Island, in a civilian wine room. At the bar counter, several burly young men were holding the wine glasses in their hands, discussing something loudly. And on the bar in front of them, there were several Morgans newspapers. Kaido and Andy joined forces, and that rookie Straw Hat guy has awakened to the 5th gear. I heard that he is extremely powerful. It seems to be called the Nika fruit, it is the awakening of Zone. The body can become bigger than the giants. Advertisement, cut. What's the use of that, it's not easily solved by Luo Mu. Even with Kid, Luo, and others, they're still being crushed. Compared to this, what amazes me even more is what Luo Mu did. He used his ability to help Wano Kuni not to mention, but also beheaded Kurozumi Orochi, allowing this country to free the slaves. 5. Is this the purpose of Luo Mu? The Revolutionary Army is more than 100 times bigger than the world government. The young people in the bar talked about the things in the newspaper, and everyone's face showed admiration. The reverence for Luo Mu penetrated into their hearts again, this time not only because of his strength, but also because of what Luo Mu did. I don't know how much better than what the world government has done. And this kind of situation is happening all over the world right now. For a time, after the Summit War, Luo Mu's popularity ushered in a huge climax. Naval headquarters, a conference room. Numerous marine executives were summoned here by Akainu. Next to the round table, everyone took their seats. However, what was different from previous meetings was that there were a few more unfamiliar faces and one less old face this time. Aokiji Quit and Magellan appeared here. He was demoted by the world government, but he couldn't find a powerful person to serve as Marine Admiral, so he decided to bring Magellan up 2 years ago. And now the 4th Warden of Impel Down Prison, by Isaac. Among the 3 admirals, only Fujitora did not appear in this meeting. Akainu spoke by phone, but Fujitora did not take this meeting seriously at all, and did not come. Garp and Sengoku were not supposed to be here, but this time they came. As for the Ghost Island, all the CPOs arranged by our world government have been wiped out. Sengoku said in a deep voice that in the time after the Summit War, Sengoku's black hair had turned gray. Now Wano Kuni, people's hearts must be thinking of Luo Mu. Originally, he installed the CPO to obtain enough information, and suddenly jumped out during the battle between the two sides. While Garp next to him looked at Sengoku, he sighed silently. Akainu's resolute face was filled with anger, and the failure of this mission was known to the whole world. This is a great hidden danger for my world government. He took over Wano Kuni once and worked for the world government, but instead made a wedding dress for Luo Mu. This time, the plan was messed up again because of Luo Mu's insertion. Although nominally he is no longer Martial Marine, he is still there when Marine is in trouble. Chapter 174, Luo Mu's Meeting. Attack Mariajoy. Originally, Garp didn't want to be involved in the affairs of the Marine executives anymore, he just wanted to retire and train some new soldiers. But after many requests from Sengoku, it finally came. For the information published in the newspaper this time, he had learned from the students before. Sengoku. Garp gestured. Hearing Garp's words, Sengoku's voice gradually weakened. Now that he's not a senior Marine, he can't decide the future of things the way he used to. Never mind. 35. Not only did the plan fail this time. And those rookie pirates, their strength has been greatly improved. Especially the Straw Hat Boy among them has awakened the 5th gear. Akainu folded his hands in front of him, and the gaps between the phalanx revealed his light. We must act. The pirates are constantly getting stronger, but this is only secondary. What's worse is that the eldest son of the Revolutionary Army has grown up under the leadership of Luo Mu. After this incident, Luo Mu's reputation has reached a new peak. Magellan, one of Marine's 3 admirals, spoke, his words full of fear for Luo Mu. Compared to those pirates, Luo Mu and the Revolutionary Army are still the sharpest knives pressing on the world government. Bring all the bounty orders of those new pirates to 2.5 billion Baileys, and Luffy's bounty to 3 billion Baileys. Notify the various areas of the Marine Division to strengthen the training of Marine soldiers. Cope with changes that may be sudden in the future. When Akainu said these words, the whole person stood up from the stool. For some reason, he always had a bad feeling. It seems that in the near future, there will be something that will shake the world government. When everyone heard Akainu's words, they all nodded. On the other side, the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. After dealing with the Ghost Island, Luo Mu came directly here. And the first thing I did when I came here was to hold a meeting. The news of the meeting had been released a few days ago, and the leaders of the Revolutionary Army branches scattered all over the country felt their headquarters. Advertisement at this moment, the largest conference hall was already full of people. Bartolomeo, Dragon, Brook, Tetsolo, Enel, Lonely Red, Peru, Koshiro, Cavendish, pillars of the 8 treasures. Luo Mu sat on the main seat and glanced at everyone. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the leader Luo Mu. They knew there was a big announcement coming, 2 years after Summit War. Luo Mu has never held such a large-scale meeting, and even small meetings are rarely held. But the order they received at their respective posts was, emergency meeting, come to the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. From the beginning of the Revolutionary Army, the goal set was to overthrow the world government and kill celestial dragons. I wonder if you remember. Luo Mu's eyes moved slightly, and his voice was impassioned and loud. Hearing this, everyone present was cheered up. Of course, the purpose of joining the Revolutionary Army is to overthrow the unfair order of the world government. And to destroy those celestial dragons who, for their conscience, claim to be the descendants of the gods. Long's eyes were full of determination, and he stood up and said, after seeing Marine and the actions of the world government in various places, as well as the cruelty of the celestial dragons, he has made it his duty to overthrow the world government. For Luo Mu's question, he hardly hesitated. Not only the dragon, but everyone else sitting here has such a goal in mind. Some people who just simply followed Luo Mu have subtly set this goal in these years. Leader, just say something. 35. No matter what it is, as long as you give your order, we are absolutely bound to. The Golden Emperor Tetsolo put his arms around his chest and said to Luo Mu. His words were also in the hearts of everyone present. For the order of the leader Luo Mu, they will definitely carry out. Hearing Tetsulo's words, feeling the affirmation and eagerness of everyone, Luo Mu said with a faint smile. The layout of the revolutionary army is almost done. Next, gather all the troops to attack the Holy Land Mariajoy, 99. The voice fell. Advertisement brush. The entire conference hall suddenly fell into silence, and everyone was pondering what Luo Mu said just now. Gather all forces? Attack the Holy Land Mariajoy? This is the beginning of the overthrow of the world government. However, after hearing this order, the expressions on people's faces, apart from shock, did not show any fear, but instead showed ecstasy and a trace of relief. The original intention of establishing the revolutionary army was to overthrow the world government. 0. And it has been developed for so many years in the dark before, and it has been developed for 2 years on the bright side. Now the moment has finally come. There is no doubt that this will be a decision that will change the world. The decisive battle between the revolutionary army and the world government is finally coming. Follow your orders, Chief. Everyone reacted from the shock just now and shouted in unison. The sound was deafening, as if the entire conference hall would collapse. Outside the room, some revolutionary army soldiers patrolling the field were all startled by the sudden sound. Inside the house, Luo Mu nodded when he got everyone's response. Then the specific affairs were arranged to the people. That's about it. I am. Looking at the moonless sky outside the house, darkness enveloped the sea. Now go get ready. In an instant, Luo Mu was the only one left in the conference hall where many people were sitting just now. Husband. Soon, the people in the conference hall retreated from the room and disappeared on the island of the Revolutionary Army headquarters at the fastest speed. A ray of light came in from outside the window and fell on Luo Mu. Luo Mu waved at the crowd, signaling them to step back. Prepare for rage. Chapter 175. Mariajoy's meeting, news from IM. Soon after the Luo Mu order was issued, revolutionary armies all over the world began to act. The revolutionary army's vigorous personnel actions made some pirates and even marine realize the abnormality. As the days passed, even the civilians began to feel the difference around them. In this seemingly peaceful world pattern, there are actually undercurrents surging. The intelligence personnel deployed by the world government all over the world constantly report the information they have obtained to Mariajoy. The revolutionary army is mobilizing urgently. The personnel of the revolutionary army branch are all urgently recalled. 5. The revolutionary warship has restarted and is in a planned trial. The trade in the underground world has changed, and weapons are monopolized. All kinds of information poured into Mariajoy's highest, 903, hall like a tide. And all of these information are specifying one thing. The revolutionary army will make a big move and the war is about to break out. Holy Land, Mariajoy, inside the huge circular conference hall. The 5 elders formed a circle, each with a gloomy expression. Boom. The white curly-haired old man smashed the scepter in his hand to the ground and cursed angrily. Is the revolutionary army unable to bear this? Not only is the revolutionary army established around the branches of the marine, and now such a big move is being carried out in public, without any disguise. Because he was too angry and exerted force, the head of the white curly-haired old man was shaking, and those curly hair were shaking. It's just that compared to him before he participated in the Summit War, the white-haired old man now has many wrinkles on his face. 2 years have passed, and he seems to be a teenager. The situation of the other 4 people is exactly the same as the old man with white curly hair. Hey, what should come always comes back, the old man in a dark blue suit said in a deep voice. In the past few years, I originally thought of recharging my energy and then launching a general attack on the revolutionary army. I didn't expect that Luo Mu couldn't help it anymore and wanted to start a war against us. The information from the Special Intelligence Unit has already made it clear. This time, the revolutionary army is no longer the same as last time, and it is all the forces that are fully assembled. While we are developing, so are they. 3-3, damn Luo Mu, why did things get to this point? Advertisement. The old man in the dark red suit and the bald old man in the green suit also spoke out. Everyone's expression is very angry, but it is also mixed with helplessness. For the past 800 years, the world government has always carried out conquests against other forces and suppressed them by force. However, since Luo Mu appeared, he has been forced to assemble force again and again to deal with it. And such a passive state, even if he has experienced it a few times, he still cannot get used to it. All stop. Seeing this, the kimono old man who had not spoken for a long time frowned, feeling a little impatient and cold. The voice fell. The 4 old men instantly turned their attention to the old man in kimono. This battle will be a bigger battle than the Valley of the Gods battle in the Summit War. There is no doubt that the revolutionary army and Luo Mu will unreservedly show their strength in this battle. If our world government unites all forces, what do you think will be the odds of winning? The words of the kimono old man were loud, and his eyes swept over the 4 of them. Heard, the aged faces of the 4 old men suddenly froze. If they were asked this in the past, it might have made them feel a little ridiculous. But now they understand that as long as Luo Mu is on the opposite side, the odds of winning are unknown, and even the balance is on the other side. After all, in the previous 2 large-scale battles, the world government side had never won. Silence had already answered the old man's question. This will be an unprecedented battle. 55, even the world government may cease to exist after this battle. The old man in the kimono couldn't tell whether he was sad or happy, but what he said made everyone's heart tremble. Can't help but take a breath. World government will cease to exist. What an absurd sentence this is, but at this moment, it is said from the mouth of the kimono old man, but it does not mean any exaggeration. Because the enemy they faced was the revolutionary army, Luo Mu. It is the only existence in the world that can threaten the world government and defeat them by one person. The location of this fight will take place in Mariajoy. The old man in kimono continued, the eyes under his eyes revealed a sharp light. Hearing this, the eyes of the other four old men were filled with haze. Advertisement in fact, even if the old man in kimono doesn't say it, they can guess. Because they knew that the original intention of the Luo Mu alliance was to destroy all celestial dragons. Without a doubt, the Holy Land Mariajoy would be the first choice. In this battle, we must use all available strength. The yellow-haired old man gritted his teeth and said, his tone full of anger. Eni's lobby, impel down, and all the forces that can be used in each franchise country will be used this time. Give them a chance to atone for their crimes, not just those on active duty, but even unreal prisoners and detainees, 35. In short, use all means to dispatch the strength that can be used. This battle will be the biggest battle in our world government's 800-year history. Even this, we must take the attitude of death. One word, kill. The tone of the old man in the kimono became stronger and stronger, and in the end, the word, kill, resounded throughout the conference hall. Absolutely. Call. A gust of wind blows, scrolling the kimono on the old man also lifted the corners of the suits of the other four. The four old men nodded heavily without any objection. The killing intent in his eyes seemed to be condensed into reality. Besides, Luo Mu must be dealt with, Sir I Am already has news about 3.4. The old man in the kimono lowered his eyebrows, and when he mentioned the word, I am, the chilling aura on his body disappeared immediately. The voice fell. The expressions of the other four old men were all shaken, and their eyes were shining brightly. Among them, the yellow-haired old man was emotional and asked anxiously. What are your instructions, Lord I Am? After the Summit War, they never saw Lord I Am, and never knew where he went. And this time, the news of this adult is undoubtedly a powerful sedative to their hearts. What I'm saying is Lord Im's instructions, 35. In addition, Lord Yimu has found Pluton, one of the legendary 3 ancient weapons. On the day of the war, your lord will come, chapter 176. A full-scale war is about to begin. The floating island of the Golden Lion. Naval Headquarters Base. Marshal Akainu, 99. How's it going? What did the 5 elders say? Crane Vice Admiral asked with a slight urgency. Several people from Kizaru, including Sengoku, watched Akainu who hung up the phone. Akainu's face was as black as iron. The words the 5 elders said just now confirmed the worst prediction in his heart. As Marshal Marine who executes absolute justice, he fully understands that this will be the largest war, and the whole world will undergo great changes under this war. And this war will undoubtedly be the best battlefield for the execution of justice. I just didn't expect 5 elders this time, to let impel down, Eni's lobby, and all the forces at their disposal in various countries all put into it. Even those condemned to death and impelled down will be a help in this war. The world war is about to break out. Akainu can already think of the scene at that time. It will definitely be bloody and bloody. Whether it is the ocean or the mainland, it will be covered up by the cannon fire of the world government and the revolutionary army. For a time, even the always resolute senior general Marine felt a little embarrassed. What the hell did the 14 5 elders say? What instructions do you have for the recent actions of the revolutionary army? Marshal Akainu, is an all-out war about to break out? Seeing that Akainu has not spoken, there is a hazy expression on his face. All the senior executives present became more and more anxious. They didn't know what order the 5 elders had given, but judging from Akainu's reaction, something big must be coming. Woo! A breath of hot air came out of Akainu's mouth. A sharp light flashed in Akainu's eyes. Total war is about to begin. It is definitely a battle that fluctuates the world and is unimaginably huge. Akainu said in a deep voice, with a slight trembling in his voice. An unimaginably huge battle. Several people present hadn't fully reacted, but Crane's face changed suddenly. Advertisement asked tentatively. That is, we'll use all of Marine's strength to meet the uprising of the Revolutionary Army, 99. Hearing this, Akainu got up slightly, straightened his waist and glanced at Vice Admiral. Not just the full power of Marine, order of the 5 elders. Impel down, Eni's lobby, and all the military forces in the countries under the jurisdiction of the world government, all must come together, 5. In this war, the flames of war will burn to the whole world, and it is bound to wipe out all the revolutionary army. For Luo Mu, I have to make a complete break with him. Brush. When Akainu's words fell, everyone's expressions changed, and even their breathing became a little short. The atmosphere in the conference hall was extremely dignified. All-out war breaks out. Gather all the power of world government. Bring all the 800-year heritage to the table. People instantly turned their attention to the golden phone bug beside Akainu's desk. There is no doubt that this will be a desperate fight for the world government and the revolutionary army. When the revolutionary army moved, they knew there was going to be a war. I just didn't expect that in this war, the world government would choose to fight to the death with the revolutionary army. You know, the world government, which has ruled the world for 800 years, ended in defeat even in the first 2 battles with Luo Mu. However, the skinny camel is bigger than the horse, integrating all the forces of the world government. It is still a behemoth. This world is about to change, Crane Vice Admiral murmured to himself with dazed eyes. The red sun hangs in the sky. Under the light blue sky, there are clusters of pure white clouds, like a piece of clean velvet. Under the sunlight, it looks like a yellow gold border. And among these white clouds high in the sky, a bird was passing through from one end and then flew out from the other end, causing subtle white fluctuations. If you look closely, it will be found in these huge clouds, there is an island looming. Plants grow wildly on it, occupying the center of the island. It looks like a wild area that has been inactive for a long time. But if you zoom in, you can find 3 people sitting around a simple wooden table under a huge tree. Advertisement. The taste of this wine. I haven't experienced it for a long time, it's still the same taste. A man with a rudder on his head and blonde hair casually scatters the wineglass in his hand, and there is an indescribable tone in his voice. Vicissitudes and emotion. Golden Lion. Compared to this wine, your island is quite interesting, very hidden. No wonder I can't find you all the time. It turns out that I have been staying on this floating sky island. 5. As he spoke, Kaido picked up the glass on the wooden table and drank it. This island is called the Floating Island, Strongworld, and it is an island controlled by the Golden Lion with the Lion Fruit ability. Golden Lion found that there are many animals on the island that eat plants with IQ ingredients and become violent, so he used his own ability to pull the whole island into the sky and move it as his own floating island. For 20 years, he hid his whereabouts and studied IQ with his trusted deputy, Dr. Indigo. The last time he appeared in front of the world was during the Summit War, at the request of Luo Mu, and then he began to study himself again. Plan. Kahahaha, Kaido, my place is much better than your 907 Ghost Island. How about moving in and being my neighbor one day? Golden Lion said frivolously with his eyebrows, and when he finished, he took out a wooden box from his arms and pulled out a cigar. Chong. A crisp sound came out. Golden Lion brought the flame to his mouth, and then took a deep breath. The expression is indescribably comfortable, Golden Lion. If Kaido is your neighbor, then the beast's pirates will have to be taken away by you and used as a test subject. 95. Luo Mu glanced at him and said lightly, see you out. Anyway, having known each other for more than 40 years, I can't do such a thing as a Golden Lion. Besides, my research is limited to animals, not humans. But when he heard Golden Lion's words, Kaido felt a shudder in his body. Animal? In his beast's pirates, all the strong ones are those with animal fruit ability. But everyone can become an animal, including yourself. Be sure to stay away from this guy in the future, maybe you will have to use yourself as a test object the day. 35. Kaido took a sip of wine and sighed inwardly. Tell me, go to the 3 treasures hall for everything. What's the matter with me this time? Chapter 177. Invite the Golden Lion, visit the redhead. Golden Lion looked at Luo Mu with a sharp light in his eyes, and the cigar in his mouth was shaking down ashes. Hearing this, Luo Mu smiled lightly. Golden Lion, you must be aware of the recent actions of the Revolutionary Army. 99. The existence of the world government has been long enough. Do we want to overthrow this crumbling behemoth together? With a slight movement of his fingers, a few tiny vines appeared beside Luo Mu, and then he took off the wine barrel on the table and filled the Golden Lion with a glass. The purpose of coming to the floating island with Kaido this time is to pull the Golden Lion into the camp. Kahahaha, Luo Mu, you can always do crazy things. Golden Lion laughed loudly, picked up the glass of wine that Luo Mu was pouring on the table, and then drank it. Although he spends most of his time on the island, but every now and then I go outside. One is to collect some materials needed for research, and to inquire about recent major events in the world. The other is to put those animals after research into East Blue, to cause them to wreak havoc and show their revenge to the world government. Force. As for the vigorous and undisguised actions of the Revolutionary Army, of course, I understand. But Luo Mu, overthrow the world government or something, I have no interest. Golden Lion continued to speak with a gloomy smile on his face, and light flashed in his eyes. Hearing this, before Luo Mu could speak, Kaido, who was next to him, hurriedly said, Golden Lion, what the world government has done to you, have you forgotten all these years on the island? 995. It was a shame to get caught and impelled down. Before coming here, Luo Mu told him about his plan. Regarding Luo Mu's decision, Kaido agreed without the slightest hesitation. However, he didn't quite understand that the Golden Lion, who was oppressed by the world government, didn't want to fight against the world government at this moment. Kaido, Luo Mu shouted, signaling him not to worry. Kahahaha. Kaido, after all these years, why are you still so impatient? I haven't finished my words yet. Golden Lion said with a big smile, and then his body stood up slightly. He looked at the center of the island and pointed to the piece of plants growing on it. These seemingly ordinary plants actually contain IQ ingredients, which are substances that can make animals violent. Advertisement. After all these years of research, I finally got some results. In the middle area, there are many animals that have entered a state of rage. Seemingly satisfied with his work, Golden Lion had an indescribable pride in his eyes when he said these words. Afterwards, Golden Lion turned his head sharply to look at Luo Mu, and the corner of his mouth drew a slight arc. Although I have no interest in overthrowing the world government. But I'm interested in attacking Mariajoy, killing those dragon pigs, and robbing them of their treasure, and great, 99. When the time comes, let these babies of mine go to the so-called holy place of shit and trample on them. While speaking, Golden Lion snapped his fingers, and suddenly there was a roar of animals in those dense forests. Roar. The sound was deafening, but I couldn't tell which animal was making it. Hearing Golden Lion's words, Kaido glanced deep into the jungle, and then looked at Luo Mu. Looking at each other, Luo Mu smiled slightly. Golden Lion, your little darlings. It looks like you've been preparing for a long time. Of course, these years, I'm not spending mediocrely. Dr. Indigo's attainment in this area is very deep. Indigo is the second in command of the Golden Lion and the boat suit of the Sky Pirates. After losing the battle many years ago, he has been doing research on the floating island with the Golden Lion. In this case, when the time comes, I'll let you know. Luo Mu looked at a funny-looking man who appeared not far away, and said to the Golden Lion beside him. Farewell to Golden Lion. Luo Mu and Kaido left the floating island. Sitting on Kaido, who turned into a blue dragon, Luo Mu was blowing the gust of wind, and the corners of his clothes squeaked. Kaido. Go and get in touch with Auntie. I need to see someone else. Somewhere in the New World. Advertisement: a pirate ship is slowly moving forward on the calm sea. A pirate flag is hung on the pole, with a white skeleton printed on it. There are 3 red scars on the left eye of the skeleton, and 2 crossed Western Oceans are on the back. Knife. One of the 4 emperors, the red-haired pirate ship, Red Force. On a seat on the deck, a man with red hair and black robe sat. He looked at the newspaper in his hand with an inexplicable gleam in his eyes. In the positions on both sides, stood the various crew members of Red Hair Pirates. Ben Beckman, Usopp, Lackey Road, Dago, Bendick Snake, Bank Punch, Monkey, Rhyme Jones, Roar Gab. The world is going to be in chaos again. The movement of the Revolutionary Army is a harbinger of a world war. The red-haired expression was very serious, and the newspaper in his hand was the news that the Revolutionary Army was urgently gathering all over the world. Heard. The pirates on the deck were stunned. Not only the Revolutionary Army, but the world government is also preparing for a big move. Looks like a provocation to the Revolutionary Army. The world government is about to prepare to strike hard. Red Hair Pirates co-captain, Shank's right-hand Beckman said calmly. In the process of sailing, the strange performance of the world government is being spread everywhere. And this can be imagined with the feat. This is to use the greatest force to suppress the rebellion of the Revolutionary Army. And right now. Dao, Nord, S. Tada. A steady and powerful footstep sounded, from far to near, towards the center of the deck, the red-haired position. Is there a guest visiting? Even in the face of people who suddenly appear, you can still maintain enough composure. As one of the 4 emperors, the pirate group was the smallest among the 4 pirate groups, but none of the crew members were weak. But the next moment, Usopp put his hands on his chest and said calmly. Who will come to us at this time? It's Conqueror's Haki. Usopp's calm expression just now became a little distorted. Hearing the sudden footsteps, the crew members of Red Hair Pirates froze, but did not panic. Suddenly, an invisible majesty appeared, shrouded the entire ship, and also descended on them. Chapter 178. Luo Mu's Conqueror's Haki vs Redhead Conqueror's Haki. Tread. Tread. As the footsteps got closer, the invisible pressure became heavier and heavier. The faces of the crew members standing on the deck were even more solemn. Who is this Conqueror's Haki? Who is it? Reiki Lu insisted. Even a pirate like him felt a great sense of majesty. Aside. The other crew members also had extremely solemn expressions on their faces, and the sweat on their foreheads kept dripping down. Wait, wouldn't it be? Beckman's face changed, suddenly thinking of one. Tread. At this moment, the mysterious man stepped onto the last step and appeared in their field of vision. Luo Mu. The moment they saw the identity of the person who came, all the crew members' faces changed greatly, and their pupils were slowly dilating. Luo Mu's name, in this world, has spread to an extremely loud level. Whether it is strength or power, it is above any 4 emperors. He is the strongest man in the world in the true sense. Luo Mu. On the seat on the deck, the red-haired complexion was slightly gloomy. He looked up at the red-haired who was constantly walking towards him, and there was not much panic on his face. Because the moment Conqueror's Haki appeared, the redhead guessed the identity of the person who came. However, Luo Mu's Conqueror's Haki did not stop there, and continued to invade the pirate ship. Advertisement. Next moment. There was a flash of light in the red-haired eyes, and then the momentum on his body was suddenly raised, and the majestic airwaves suddenly burst out from him, and continued to spread around. Conqueror's Haki burst out in an instant. Captain. The crew behind felt the Conqueror's Haki coming from the captain, and looked at Luo Mu, who came over with burning eyes. 2 monstrous airwaves collided continuously on the ship, and under this violent energy, the wood of the hull appeared in the slightest cracks. Crack. A series of fine voices came from the surrounding positions, as if there was a gust of wind slashing in all directions. The 2 airwaves were constantly colliding, and the clouds in the sky were rolling towards both sides at the moment, like a tumultuous wave that was directly slashed by someone from the middle. The wind was howling, and the color of the sky and the earth gradually darkened. Even the light of the sun was being distorted by the majestic airwaves. Next moment, Luo Mu's footsteps stopped, his eyes staring straight at the red hair. The aura on his body was suddenly mentioned again, and a more arrogant and domineering airwave emerged from Luo Mu's body. What a strong Conqueror's Haki. Beckman's cheeks were wet with sweat, his teeth were clenched together, and the same features on his face were contorted by his companions next to him. Secretly used strength to resist Luo Mu's Conqueror's Haki. As a powerhouse in this world, second only to the Emperor-level combat power, at this moment, under Conqueror's Haki, it seems so difficult, which is really a shameful thing. In front of them, the red hair has stood up at this moment, the momentum of the body is continuously output, and the body is shaking slightly. The next moment, Luo Mu's figure moved slightly, and the suffocation that filled the space instantly disappeared. All were relieved. Ha ha ha, red hair, advertisement. Compared to you, Haki, it's okay. Luo Mu looked at the captain of Red Hair Pirates, the strongest man in Conqueror's Haki in the pirate world. Luo Mu. I didn't expect you to come to me. A sharp light flashed in the red-haired left eye with the scar, and he did not answer Luo Mu's words directly. Such a scene reminded him of when he went to the Whitebeard Pirates before. At that time, he also used this method to find Whitebeard, but this time he was the master. One of the 4 emperors, it is said that the sea is the freest man and always comes to meet him. Luo Mu said lightly, go to the 3 treasures hall for everything. 5. Leader of the Revolutionary Army, you don't have to hide it at this time. He and Luo Mu never knew each other. This was the first time they met. The last time he met was on the big screen of Summit War. It was supposed to go to Marineford to stop the men from both sides, but when they finally arrived, the island was gone. The sudden arrival of Luo Mu this time is undoubtedly related to the recent mobilization of the Revolutionary Army. Looks like you've already guessed that this time the Revolutionary Army gathers, I'm going to attack the world government. What do you think of such a grand scene, as one of the 4 emperors? The voice fell. The whole boat suddenly became silent, and everyone looked at Luo Mu with shock in their eyes. Attack the world government? Is a world war coming? Chapter 179. The forces gather. The battle is about to begin. Do you know how many people will die if you start a world war? How many people will be displaced? The world will be out of balance. The red-haired eyes stared at Luo Mu, with his unique anger in his words. I only know, I don't see it, blame this world government. I hate those celestial dragons by Mariajoy. Luo Mu stared straight at the red hair and said coldly. And I'm here to tell you this, not to ask for your opinion, but to give you 4 emperors' red-haired face. You can't stop me from overthrowing world government, just like you can't stop Summit War. While speaking, Luo Mu's body suddenly burst into a sharper haki. Under the pressure of the violent airwaves, the deck of the ship made a cracking sound. The redhead did not expect Luo Mu to be so domineering, and the sweat on his face instantly appeared under the pressure of this invisible haki. The crew behind him was even more so. At this moment, they really felt Luo Mu's terror. Compared with the previous haki, it was a completely different level. They didn't even have the courage to resist. I hope you think about it. Luo Mu said these words and disappeared directly in front of the red hair. This time to see the redhead, Luo Mu didn't want the power of the redhead to help himself. Instead, this pacifist is needed to sort out the chaotic world after the battle. For the redhead, this is what he is good at. Captain. Seeing Luo Mu disappear, Beckman exhaled, his eyes lowered slightly and shouted. Pay attention to the movements of the world government and the Revolutionary Army. Towards the holy land of Mariajoy. The redhead frowned, looking at the horizon where Luo Mu disappeared in the distance and said. After saying that, he went straight back to his room. With the rapid passage of time, earth-shaking changes are taking place all over the world, and the movements of the Revolutionary Army and the world government are already Sima Zhao's heart. Everyone knows it. Everyone knows that 2 years after the Summit War, the silent Revolutionary Army and the world government, 2 naturally antagonistic forces, will usher in an ultimate war. This time, in every corner of the world, this matter is being discussed, and everyone is silently watching the movements of the 2 forces. Advertisement Holy Land, Mariajoy, next to a huge round conference table. 5 elders and marine high-level people, as well as Eni's lobby, impelled down people are all here. At this moment, the atmosphere in the room seemed extremely solemn. Has all the preparations been done? The old man in the kimono glanced at the crowd, and there was a hint of majesty in his voice. All the forces that can be mobilized have now been assembled, said Kong, the commander-in-chief of the 3 armies, and some forces are coming here. During this period of time, the world government has brought together the forces that can be mobilized in this world. At this moment, Mariajoy can be said to be full of the forces of the world government. As long as it is possible to pass Mariajoy, they will be heavily armed. Protect the celestial dragons, the descendants of the gods, in the innermost position. Even in the sky, the world government sent high-altitude blocking troops. How is the movement of the Revolutionary Army? Said the white curly-haired old man. According to the reports of various marine branches, Luo Mu's Revolutionary Army is now almost assembled, and the ships are being assembled. Presumably their next step is to attack us, 39 Marine Marshal Akainu said. Okay, this time, we must take back everything the world government has lost. With determination to sink the boat, justice will prevail. The eyes of the old man in kimono burst out, and his voice was sonorous and powerful. Everyone present, when they heard the words of the 5 elders, their faces lit up, and their eyes burned with fighting intent. They know that the world war is coming, and the person who showed great strength 2 years ago will appear in front of them again. Justice shall prevail. In a bar on Mercury Island, the guests inside looked fierce and sturdy, more or less with some scars on their bodies. This is a pirate bar, and these people are pirates. Now, In this bar, no one spoke, and the atmosphere was extraordinarily solemn. Everyone had a gloomy face, quietly looking at the newspaper in their hands. In an inconspicuous corner, two vicious-looking pirates were discussing something with their voices lowered. What happened to this world recently? Ships of the world government and the Revolutionary Army appeared one after another on the sea. I have never seen so many warships in my life. 39. Katakana middle dot seeking flowers advertisement. That's not it. I heard that the world government and the Revolutionary Army are going to fight. This time, the world government not only mobilized the forces of Marine, but also the forces of Eni's lobby and impelled down, and even some countries. 99. The Revolutionary Army has also assembled a huge force. Luo Mu will attack Mariajoy and overthrow the world government. Hey, we pirates are not even qualified to watch in front of such a big stand. 99. Isn't it? I'm going to change into Tinluo. The more the pirates spoke, the more frightened they became, and the cold sweat continued to flow out, and even their clothes were soaked. Why are you talking so quietly? 33. The whole world knows about it. The world government and the Revolutionary Army will have the final decisive battle, so there is no need to hide it. At a nearby bar table, a man spoke. The voice fell. The pirates looked at each other, stood up and gathered together. Everyone's faces were quite solemn, but there was a trace of excitement hidden. The world government is going to be challenged by Luo Mu, which is also an opportunity for their pirates. This war must be an unprecedented war, even bigger than Summit War. Any ideas to watch at Mariajoy? There is a treasure of celestial dragons on Mariajoy. Maybe we can steal some of it. The treasure of celestial dragons must be enough for us to eat for a lifetime. A pirate who looked quite good said, "Come on, let's go over, not even the cannon fodder." Another pirate said in a deep voice. Still want to go to the theater? Going to Mariajoy and making a fortune in the chaos is simply courting death. Not only him, but the other pirates also looked at the pirate with a mentally retarded expression. They are greedy for money, but not so stupid that they don't even want their lives. I think I'd be satisfied if I could see what happened in this war. It's a pity we can't get there at all, a pirate said with a sigh. Right now. Suddenly, a big screen in the bar suddenly flashed. Next moment, a towering red line appeared in the scene. Husband. Chapter 180. Global live broadcast. The war is about to begin. This is the red line, where Mariajoy exists, so we will suddenly see the red line scene on the screen. The eyes of the pirates in the bar were full of shock, and they would never have thought of it. At this time, the red line actually appeared on the screen. Could it be that this is a world broadcast, the same as the last Summit War? Is the war already about to begin? A fierce-looking pirate said with horror in his heart. This is not the first time they have seen such a scene. It was also the same scene in the Summit War 2 years ago. On the live screen, Marine's scene appeared. The only difference is that this time it is no longer Marineford, let alone naval headquarters, but world government, and the home of celestial dragons. 930s. Holy land, Mariajoy. Boom. But just when the pirates were shocked, a huge roar of the dock suddenly appeared not far away. Woo. A huge gigantic warship whizzed past. It was the revolutionary warship that had gathered here before, but had never moved. It's the warship of the Revolutionary Army. 35. It's about to start. The World War is about to start. A pirate in a trench coat swallowed and exclaimed. Quick, get out of here and watch it on the biggest screen. The bar owner said at this time that he had no intention of running the store at all. Throw away these guests and rush towards the largest screen in the square outside. And those pirates also put down the wine glasses in their hands and quickly followed. But when they came to the square, they found that the place was almost full of people, and everyone held their breath at the moment, and tacitly turned their eyes to the huge screen. I saw that in this screen, the red line was surrounded by all kinds of warships. Advertisement, there are marine ones, and there are national ones. And on the highest point of the red line is the Holy Land Mariajoy. And such a scene is not just happening here, it is happening all over the world. Everyone is staring at the picture on the screen. For fear of missing a detail, they know that the battle between the Revolutionary Army and the world government will be played out on this screen. It's going to be a bigger and tougher battle than Summit War. At this moment, the atmosphere in the whole world was extremely tense. Has the war begun? God, is this Mariajoy? It's the first time I've seen it, I've never heard of it before. Did the celestial dragons live in this kind of place? This red line is so big, it's like a boundless giant standing in the sea. Is this the full power of world government? It's just astounding. Both the young and the old are looking at the screen, all of them are amazed, and they are very shocked by the strength of the world government. Around the red line, the sea was originally very wide, but now it is indeed filled with battleships, and it seems to be a bit crowded. At first glance, there are thousands of them, and there are so many warships, not to mention the soldiers mobilized by the world government, who do not know how many there are. At the very top of the red line, the open space where Mariajoy was located was guarded by layers, and heavy firepower could be seen everywhere. In the entire square, there is not a single place that is vacant, and all are staff assigned by the world government. On the edge of the red line, there are those huge heavy artillery, as well as the anti-air weapons invented by Vegapunk. In the main Mariajoy position, Marine's advanced combat power is all in place. Commander-in-Chief Kong, Marshal Marine Akainu, Admiral Kizaru, Fujitora, Magellan, and retired but pulled up Garp, Sengoku, and Crane Vice Admiral. And the characters who have been promoted in the past 2 years, as well as the elite talents selected in the world's conscription. Marine Vice Admiral has 18 and Eni's lobby has 8 who are comparable to Vice Admiral. Advertisement and not far away, there are prisoners released from Impel Down. Without exception, everyone is wearing prison uniforms, but they are fierce. And in the most critical position of Mariojoy, the top leader of the world government, the 5 elders. Luo Mu's revolutionary army is coming to us right now. All the troops are gathered here. 35 The white curly-haired old man said in a deep voice. At this moment, they must not lose, because the back is where the celestial dragons of Mariojoy live. Lord Yimu, this time Luo Mu will definitely be executed, the old man in the kimono said with a stern look in his eyes. What a beautiful day, today. The Luo Mu alliance and the damn revolutionary army must be buried in this sea. Buried in this red line. The yellow-haired old man looked at the sun in the sky and the thick white clouds gathered around Mariojoy. This time, in front of the lives of the whole world. Show the true power of the world government, the miracle of Lord I Am. It is impossible to defeat. The newsbirds are soaring high in the sky, and the camera bugs around their necks are turning Mariojoy onto screens around the world. Who? Luo Mu. There was infinite resentment in the eyes of the kimono old man, gritted his teeth and chanted the name that had awakened him countless times. His eyes looked to the horizon of the red line, to the sea below. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Mariojoy, Marine High-Rise, 3.4. In what way will Luo Mu's revolutionary army come? Fujitora closed his eyes and clenched the crutch in his hand. It will be an airstrike, Sengoku replied to Fujitora's question. Almost every attack by Luo Mu's troops starts this way. The Battle of the Valley of the Gods is like this, and the Summit War is still like this. Based on past experience, Luo Mu will definitely attack Mariojoy in this way. After all, Golden Lion's lion fruit ability can always do this. Hearing this, Akainu said in a sonorous and powerful voice. No matter what way, Luo Mu will definitely be gone this time and never come back. Speaking of which, Luo Mu's revolutionary army should be coming soon, Sengoku said slowly, looking at the clouds in the distance, his eyes full of alertness. Chapter 181. The war begins. The Golden Lion appears. Time passed by minute by minute. The voices of Marine senior management gradually subsided, and everyone's faces showed a trace of vigilance. The scene was dreary. The huge red land was filled with soldiers, but it was surprisingly calm. Sweat dripped from everyone's face, and they clenched their weapons and stared nervously outside the red line, the place. At the bottom of the red line, it was even more calm and scary. The Marines standing on the Marine warship, especially those close to them, smelled a tinge of unease. Sudden. The expression of the Marine soldier who was on alert with his binoculars on the warship at the forefront suddenly changed. I see. A densely packed giant revolutionary warship is rushing towards Marineford. On the main ship of the Revolutionary Army at the forefront, Long and the people of the Revolutionary Army stood on the deck. 14 The gusts of wind rattled the horns of their garments, but all stared firmly at those marine giants. Visually, on these revolutionary warships, there are those revolutionary soldiers in green clothes standing. After the world's conscription, the overall strength of the Revolutionary Army was no less than that of Marine, and it was even larger in number. Fire! One of the Marines, Vice Admiral, growled immediately. Boom! 35 As soon as Vice Admiral's voice fell, the warships in the outermost area immediately adjusted their direction. Those Marine soldiers who were on standby at any time on the deck stuffed the shells in their hands into the heavy artillery chambers of the ships, and then the shells went straight out of the chambers and appeared in the sky. And flew in the direction of the Revolutionary Army. And this kind of cannon sound didn't happen on an artillery gun, let alone on a battleship. In an instant, all the surrounding ships made a violent noise. Boom! 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 In the sky, the dense black shells covered the entire sky. On the main ship, Long looked at the overwhelming cannonballs, but his face did not show the slightest panic. Chong! 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 Advertisement The continuous sound of cannonballs coming from the revolutionary warships around him flew towards the cannonballs in the sky. Next moment, the momentum on the dragon was suddenly mentioned, and a huge coercion spread from him. Immediately afterwards, a gust of wind that could roll up the house suddenly appeared on the sea, and as the gust of wind swept across the sea, it gradually formed a huge tornado. Under the action of this tornado, the salty water in the sea escapes gravity and is absorbed into the tornado. The tornado that seemed to border the sky and the earth instantly turned into a waterspout. Boom! With a loud noise, the artillery shells fired by the warships of the two sides in the sky contacted in the air and then exploded. Immediately, the sky seemed to be covered with a sea of fire, and the dazzling light and fiery temperature burned the surrounding space. On the battleships of both sides, the shells smashed on the deck, and sawdust was scattered all over. Some soldiers standing on the deck were directly killed by the power of the shell explosion, or fell into the sea. In the midst of such artillery fire, the huge waterspout carried gusts of wind and violent energy, blowing towards Marine warships and warships of other forces. Those warships moored around the red line were suddenly lifted up by the waterspout, out of gravity, and kept spinning in circles at the center of the waterspout. The sound of the collision between the ships came from the inside frequently, accompanied by the tragic screams of some soldiers. Next moment, the shape of the dragon followed the strong wind, soaring upwards, and swept towards the top of the red line. At this point, the battle between the two sides officially started. Meanwhile, at the very top of the red line, in the open space outside Mariojoy, everyone's face changed suddenly. the revolutionary army is coming. Everyone enters a state of battle. Akainu's voice was loud and powerful, and the sound was like rolling thunder. At the bottom of the red clay, they could hear the explosion of those shells clearly. There is no doubt that this is the sound of the exchange of fire between the revolutionary warships' world government warships. Advertisement, however, Akainu did not distribute his energies there either. After all, there will not be the main battlefield must be here, in Mariajoy. Hearing the voice of the marshal, the soldiers present calmed down a little, all of them looked alert and stared at the surroundings. He didn't even dare to blink his eyelids, for fear that if he didn't pay attention, Luo Mu would lead the army to kill them directly here. The battle is on. The firepower below is too powerful. The energy generated by the cannonballs in the sky, and the tornado that appeared, is simply too terrifying. This is just the beginning, it's just a battleground that doesn't matter, Mariajoy is the point. Luo Mu should be coming soon. 99 At this time, the people in front of the live broadcast screen saw that the moment the two forces met, they directly fought each other and they couldn't help but talk. Such a huge battle. 937, even if I watched the Summit War 2 years ago, I was shocked. But they understand that such a scene is just foreplay. Luo Mu has not yet appeared, and the war is still heating up. Everyone calmed down again at this moment, watching the situation of Mariajoy one after another, only to see the clouds in the sky suddenly surging slowly in the huge live broadcast screen. The thick cloud, covering this sacred celestial dragon's residence, was slowly separating towards the two places. And in this gradually disappearing cloud layer, a large piece of pirate ship appeared in the sky, and at the very center was a giant island. Standing on the edge of the island, Golden Lion looked at Mariajoy below with a playful look in his eyes. Sure enough, it was an airstrike. The outermost soldiers, shoot them down. Taking a long breath, Akainu waved his hand and shouted angrily at the soldiers at the edge. The voice fell. In an instant, under the operation of the soldiers, those advanced anti-air weapons began to store energy, and the majestic energy gathered from the muzzle, and a yellow light appeared in it. Yet at this moment, a touch of emerald green light appeared around these laser cannons, and then suddenly became brighter. Chapter 182. The forces gather. Luo Mu appears. Around those laser cannons, the green glow became more and more intense, and under the influence of this green light, those devices that were about to shoot laser cannons into the air turned out to be strangely misfiring. The yellow light in the muzzle receded, and the sound stopped abruptly. In these dark muzzles, it turned into the rich green emerald glow. The next moment, I saw that the forts suddenly began to vibrate, as if they were alive. They were pouring out their pain to the soldiers around them. And those soldiers even showed panic expressions on their faces, and the pupils in their eyes were slowly dilating. It was as if he had seen something terrifying. Crack. 99. The sound of the metal being cut and shattered came out, and the inside of the huge fort became twisted at this moment, and the dark metal seemed to be subjected to this intense energy bombardment. The appearance is constantly changing. Next moment, I saw a violent noise, and a vine protruded directly from the twisted metal, like the tentacles of a monster. Immediately, more and more green vines turned out from the laser cannon. In an instant, a heavy weapon with a cost equivalent to half a warship announced the premium. And such green vines are not only in this place, those laser cannons facing the floating island of Golden Lion in the sky were destroyed in an instant. And those green vines didn't stop there. After turning out of the fort, they directly penetrated the bodies of the soldiers. I saw the color of the vines light up slightly. Suddenly, these soldiers were sucked into mummified corpses and lost their lives. Sign. It's Luo Mu. Luo Mu is here. At the moment when the laser cannon was destroyed by this strange energy and the familiar vine, the soldiers screamed. In an instant, everyone on the red line was like a formidable enemy. These green plants appeared in the Summit War 2 years ago. No matter what, they couldn't forget that this was Luo Mu's ability. Boom. Advertisement. At this moment, the earth suddenly shook, and everyone's eyes changed. Although they didn't know what was going to happen next, there was a deep fear on everyone's face. You must know that their current position is on the red line, but they can still feel this violent vibration. Coming, on a high ground on the red line, the voice of the 5 elders resounded throughout the land. They looked around vigilantly, with a trace of deep fear imprinted in their eyes. They thought that after 2 years, the fear of Luo Mu would not be as deep as before. But now, after seeing the green vines that appeared, they realized that they had a trace of fear etched in their bones about Luo Mu. Next moment, the tremors of the red line became more and more intense, and the cloud layer collapsed one after another under this violent vibration, and swept towards the surroundings. In the terrified eyes of everyone, suddenly the green light in the space flashed abruptly, and a destructive momentum enveloped the entire red line. A strong sense of oppression came from the surrounding, as if a pair of invisible big hands were pressing the top of everyone's heads. Boom. 35. The roar sounded, and the explosion like a falling meteor was deafening, and everyone's pupils were shocked and looked towards the source of the sound. In an instant, they all opened their eyes slightly, their jaws dropped to an unbelievable level, and they looked at the scene in front of them in shock. I saw that a huge tree appeared among the scattered clouds. The thick trunks break through the sky, towering into the clouds, as if to be level with the sky. Even in the red line, which is nearly 10,000 meters high, it is more than that. And in this tree trunk, like Optimus Prime, green crystal energy is constantly circulating, and it emits a faint green light from time to time. The whole space is filled with majestic strange energy. As the marine soldiers looked up, the canopy of trees obscured by the clouds now appeared in their pupils. The intricate branches are intertwined in the air, looking like a huge umbrella. Advertisement on the top of these branches, there are huge and strange red flower buds, each of which is the size of a warship. And these huge red flower buds are still changing constantly. As the red light shakes down, these red flowers are blooming slowly. The tightly closed flower buds began to loosen, and then the huge petals bloomed in the 10,000-meter high sky like 5 fingers open. Hum. A huge gust of wind swept through, and a strong wind blew through the red line, rolling up a piece of dust, and those Marines with wide pupils narrowed their eyes slightly. And at the crown of the huge towering tree, a huge white cloud was also blown by this sudden gust of wind, blocks the Marines' view. However, in the next instant, the huge cloud layer slowly drifted away. The Marines looked at the huge tree that was terrifying to the depths, and their bodies suddenly shook, and their faces showed unprecedented horror. They couldn't bear it any longer at this moment. A trembling from the depths of their hearts was constantly stimulating their brains, breaking their last bottom line. Screamed in surprise. I saw a dense crowd of people standing on the huge red flowers that were blooming. All of them are members of the Luo Mu alliance, and there are quite powerful people in the Revolutionary Army. Standing on the leftmost canopy of red flowers are Bartolomeo, Brooke, Tetsolo, Enel, Peru, Koshiro, Cavendish, and 8 treasures. Tyrant Bear, Doflamingo, Jinbei, Hawkeye. All. Standing on the far right are the crew members of the Whitebeard Pirates, Noli Zhao, Marco, Ace, Joes, and the captains, as well as the main members of the Beasts Pirates 3 Disasters and Fei Liubao. And in the middle of this huge red flower, on the most coquettish red flower, Luo Mu is putting his hands around his chest. His eyes are scanning the Marines of Mariajoy below like a TV. The wind blows over his body, black hair and the corners of the clothes fluttered in the wind. Beside Luo Mu, the first standing on the right hand is Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. The first standing on the left is the big pirate Lonely Red, and the ant, one of the 4 emperors, is sitting on Prometheus, suspended into the leftmost position. Suddenly, another gust of wind blew, and I saw a man in green clothes coming from below by the strong wind. It was Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. The next moment, his eyes narrowed, and his figure fluttered on Luo Mu's right side. In an instant, all Luo Mu's main force gathered together. Chapter 183. The Babies of the Golden Lion. Go out. Appeared. This tree is too big. I didn't expect it to appear in this way. This tree must be at least tens of thousands of meters high. You must know that Mariajoy on the red line is tens of thousands of meters above sea level. The one standing on the canopy is Luo Mu's power. Not only the 4 emperors who appeared last time, but also the ant and the Fire Fist Ace, 35. The forces that have emerged are stronger than some at war. Luo Mu is ready to completely wipe out the world government. Mariajoy will be completely reduced to a battlefield. 46. The audience in front of the live broadcast screen felt that their breathing became rapid at this moment, and their bodies were tense together. His eyes widened as he stared at the huge tree that seemed to be fixed on the screen. They didn't expect that Luo Mu's appearance this time would be like this. Those giant red flowers that looked extremely strange seemed to announce their determination to destroy the world government at this moment. Kaido in 4 emperors, Big Mom, and the legendary pirate Golden Lion, Lonely Red, the leader of the Revolutionary Army Dragon, and Fire Fist Ace who was almost beheaded in Summit War. And countless revolutionary troops standing on the huge canopy. Also, the man who is so powerful and terrifying, Luo Mu. There is no doubt that with such a configuration of combat power, even in the face of the world government, which has brought out the strength of all 957 units, it has the power to fight in a battle. Those Mariajoy who live in the Celestial Dragons, this time will be at war. Ha ha ha. Fighting in Mariajoy, this time, those Celestial Dragons can finally experience the cruelty of war. It doesn't matter which side wins, but these damn Celestial Dragons must die. Luo Mu. Kill all these Celestial Dragons. 66. Those oppressed by the Celestial Dragons, fed up with the brutality of these self-proclaimed descendants of the gods, looked quite indignant. As if at the moment above Mariajoy, the one who is fighting is himself. For these people, they are Ning Yuan and they are a clean slate. However, at this moment, the Marines on the red line had a completely different mood from these people. Everyone clenched the weapons in their hands, watching this shocking scene in horror. The huge trees and the oppression brought by Luo Mu's forces made people feel hopeless. Everyone, think about your family. As long as we have the heart to win, then we will definitely win. Bede. Justice shall prevail. Akainu's strong and powerful voice sounded at this moment, and instantly enveloped the top of the red line. Advertisement moment. The expressions of the soldiers with low morale were all shaken, and the fingers clenching their weapons were pinched white. His eyes gradually became firmer. Not because of Akainu's words that victory must be won, but for the family behind them. Kahahaha. Akainu, have you Marines started bewitching your soldiers again? What dog-skinned justice will win? You Marines have lost to us twice. 99. Golden Lion sneered while standing on the floating island with a cigar in his mouth. In the Battle of the Valley of the Gods and the Summit War, Marine was twice defeated by Luo Mu. What the so-called justice must win is just a lie. Akainu's face was extremely gloomy in the face of Golden Lion's ridicule, but he couldn't refute it. Golden Lion, one day, we Marines will take you into Impel Down again. You will always live in endless darkness, Akainu said fiercely, looking at the Golden Lion in the sky as he spoke. Kahahaha. You better worry about your Marines first. 99. Moving the hands around his chest away, Golden Lion laughed. Golden Lion. Stop talking shit. On the red flower, Luo Mu glanced at the Golden Lion standing on the island and said lightly. Okay. 35. Show you my works over the years? Golden Lion's eyes narrowed suddenly, Hockey said. The voice fell. Golden Lion's hands slammed backwards, and suddenly, a majestic momentum erupted from his body. A terrifying majesty permeated the entire island. In an instant, the entire island was shaking, and the clouds covering the island were slowly dissipating. Who? 35 advertisement suddenly, above the island, there was a loud animal roar, like an ancient giant beast roaring non-stop. The soldiers of the world government were suddenly alert and looked towards the huge floating island. I saw that among the disintegrating clouds, huge animals appeared, and they were free from the influence of gravity and floated towards them. Every animal seemed to have received some severe stimulation and kept roaring, with red light in its eyes. And it kept roaring and twisting in the air, and there were all kinds of animals. But each of them has received some kind of transformation, and the muscles on the huge body are agitated, and it is impossible to see what species it is, and it does not even look like a normal animal at all. The next moment, I saw these monsters landed on the red line, and in an instant, like wolves entering a flock, they rampaged and slammed into these marine soldiers. Quick! Shoot! Shoot them to death! 66 At this moment, the shocked soldiers reacted, and one of the vice admirals shouted loudly. Bang! Bang! The musket was pulled, and the sound of firing continued to come out. The dark bullets pierced through the sky and shot towards these monsters who were rambunctious with their teeth and claws. Peefed, the sound of bullets hitting flesh and blood was continuously heard, and blood was continuously shot out from the monsters, like a blooming blood-colored flower, and instantly these monsters were covered with blood. However, these monsters did not have the slightest intention to stop, as if they could not feel the pain, they still pushed towards the crowd. Boom! In the horrified eyes of marine soldiers, the originally arranged camp suddenly became chaotic. The figures of marine soldiers in the air were flying everywhere, with blood spitting from their mouths. The scene fell into chaos for a while. Rush! Kill these marines and take the Mariajoy. In an instant, under Luo Mu's body, the green light on the huge tree shone slightly. A thick branch suddenly appeared from the trunk, and then continuously elongated in the air at a speed visible to the naked eye and staggered together. In an instant, a simple long wooden bridge was formed in the air. Riding on the open space on the red line, and those pirates and soldiers of the Revolutionary Army, all waving their weapons, crossed the long bridge and slaughtered towards Marine. Chapter 184. Destroy Monsters. Fujitora vs Golden Lion. In an instant, a uniformed chill appeared on Luo Mu's side. Those pirates and members of the Revolutionary Army rushed into Marine and the other soldiers of the world government, shouting to kill. There was a sound of shouting and killing, swords and swords, the bombardment of artillery and the firing of muskets one after another. Scarlet blood appeared on this red line, making this red continent even brighter. And those monsters who were constantly charging inside are already skinned and fleshy at this moment, and there is no intact place on their bodies. But it is still madly pouring into it. Everyone back to the sides. At this moment, a vicissitudes of life suddenly sounded from the rear, and Marine Admiral Fujitora with his eyes closed appeared in front of those monsters. Hearing this, the soldiers who were already full of fear in their eyes quickly pushed away. In an instant, Fujitora was alone facing these monsters with scars all over their bodies. With both hands lower than in front of him, he clenched the staff and knife in his hands, and his aura suddenly exploded. The scars on his eyes quivered on his face, along with the throbbing muscles. Those rushing airwaves, like the invisible tip of a knife, actually slowed down the pace of the monster in front of them. Immediately after that, Fujitora's brows just frowned. Regional tour. With a low shout, a more powerful momentum swept across Fujitora's body. At the moment when these words were spoken, the space above these monsters suddenly became distorted, as if some powerful force was squeezing the space. Boom! A loud noise came out, and a force like transparent water ripples instantly pressed down into space, and a violent sound was heard. The monsters below disappeared on the red line in an instant, and at their position, a huge deep pit suddenly appeared. There is still some blood left on the edge of the dark hole, and there is no doubt that it is the traces left by those monsters. And this can't be seen to the end. The deep black hole seems to be connected to hell, making people daunting. Fujitora Admiral shot. So strong, as expected of the new Marine Admiral, he eliminated these monsters in an instant. The Marine soldiers exclaimed when they saw that the monsters that were immune to death were wiped out by Admiral. Yet at this moment, the golden lion in the sky moved. Is it Fujitora? Advertisement? I'm here to test the strength of your new Marine Admiral? Looking at Fujitora in the crowd, Golden Lion, one of the legendary pirates, said. A confident voice came out of his mouth. The voice fell. The Golden Lion on the floating island jumped down, his long golden hair constantly dancing in the wind. The momentum on his body was suddenly mentioned, and the clouds around him were directly shaken by this domineering momentum, blowing towards both sides. There was a whirring sound in the air. Golden Lion raised the speed to the fastest, and came to the red line in the blink of an eye. Next moment, I saw Golden Lion's arms crossed in front of him, and the majestic aura burst out from him once again. The muscles on his arms beat rhythmically, and the majestic airwaves gathered from his limbs and then filled his arms. At this moment, that powerful force reached ultimate, and it overflowed from the arm, creating ripples in the space. Lion Thousand Slice Valley. With a low drink, Golden Lion swung down his folded arms. Two intersecting golden swords shot out from the two famous swords, pierced the sky, and swept towards Fujidora's position with violent power. A huge gap appeared on the ground where the powerful sword energy had slashed, and the sharpness that cut everything made the marine soldiers feel fear. Gravity Knife Tiger. With his eyes closed, Fujidora, Observation Haki, sensed the huge golden sword energy that was slashing at extreme speed, and shouted in a low voice. On the cane in his hand, hold the blade and scabbard tightly with both hands up and down. Zung. 99. There was a sound of a sword being drawn, and under the rays of the sun, a dazzling light flashed. On Fujidora's body, a purple airwave emerged from his body and attached to the sword. It immediately made an ordinary staff sword full of mystery and power, and the purple airwaves on the blade flickered. The next moment Fujidora's arm trembled slightly, her arm twisted, and she swung forward sharply. Immediately, the space became distorted again, gravity became more terrifying under this knife, and those energies like a water curtain rushed towards the golden sword she hung. For flowers. The horizontal gravity crushed and destroyed all the things in front of him. A deep hole appeared in the red land, and the huge wind pressure generated fell in all directions. Advertisement. Boom. A huge sound came out, and the moment when the knife carrying the boundless gravity and the golden sword energy collided, it was like a thunderous explosion. The rushing air wave instantly blew toward the surroundings, pushing everything horizontally and destroying everything. Under the dazzling light, a huge abyss appeared, with soil and rocks splashing, and dust everywhere. The bodies of both of them stepped back, and the shockwave that erupted was extremely powerful. The strength is good. Golden Lion held Kiku and Sakuraju in both hands and commented to Fujidora. A gravity fruit, a lion fruit, a simple fight, and the two sides have a base for each other's strength. Golden Lion. Good start. In the red giant flower heart, Luo Mu said, looking at the Golden Lion who was fighting against Fujidora. After saying that, he looked away from him and turned to the 5 elders among the marine soldiers. Next, it's our full-scale attack, the voice fell. Around Kaido, Ant, and Lonely Red, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, all looked up. Next moment, 4 shocking auras erupted from them. Ha ha ha. Garp. This time I want you to take a good look at the strength of the 4 emperors. The first person to speak was Kaido, his eyes glowing at the gray-haired Garp in the crowd. Immediately after, Kaido took off the mace on his shoulder, and then his eyes suddenly condensed, a more powerful aura appeared around him, and a red-black haki instantly appeared on the mace. Like a magic flame, the air became distorted. Since I didn't teach your grandson a lesson last time, I'll teach you a lesson, this old guy. The voice fell. Kaido's knee bent on one leg, and then jumped up on the net. Like a cannonball, after passing a black trajectory in the air, it rushed directly into the crowd. Husband. Chapter 185, Imperial Power, join the main force on the battlefield. That old guy Sengoku, let me deal with it, Long Chen said in a deep voice, looking sharply at Sengoku, whose hair was already gray. The moment he finished saying those words, a mysterious and powerful aura burst out from his body, and the uniform of the Green Revolutionary Army draped on his body rattled. The clouds in the distance suddenly collapsed at this moment and gathered towards the dragon's position. At that position, a huge gust of wind appeared and rolled these clouds, constantly rolling away towards the position below. And the dragon's eyes suddenly condensed at this moment, and jumped directly from the red flower. In the eyes of this storm, Long stood in the sky, letting the destructive wind blow on him. The next moment, the dragon headed straight towards the crowd with a violent gust of wind. The target is directed at Sengoku. In an instant, 967, the 2 Emperor-level combat powers rushed directly into Marine's camp. The gust of wind swept the clouds, stirring the marine soldiers, the waste that was wanton in the sky. But it wasn't over yet. The Lonely Red beside Luo Mu stared straight at Magellan, one of the 3 admirals. Next moment, the figure turned into a red streamer. The speed was as fast as ultimate, and after leaving a trail of afterimages, it disappeared beside Luo Mu. The bat umbrella is tightly held in the hand, and ripples oscillate in the air. Shining with a unique metallic luster, like a sharp sword that is ready to be unsheathed at any time, it is full of chilling aura. Half Moon Slash. Lone Gao Jihong let out a low cry, and her figure in the air suddenly flipped forward. A powerful aura emerges from his body. As a great swordsman who became famous in the Rocks era, after years of experience, his swordsmanship has reached the pinnacle. Even Hawkeye had to avoid its edge under swordsmanship. I saw a layer of red airwaves on the bat umbrella that was solitary and red. Immediately afterwards, his arm vibrated, and he swiped forward, and the overwhelming energy appeared from his arm, and then poured into this umbrella that looked like a sword but not a sword. Immediately, with the sword chi that destroys the sky and destroys the earth, it spurts out from the position of the umbrella tip, and draws a string of red tracks in the air. Brush. In the blink of an eye, Magellan will be cut. On the other side, however, Magellan's momentum exploded. At the moment when the Lonely Red locked himself, Magellan knew that he was going to shoot himself. Advertisement 0 is the powerhouse of the Grandmaster Observation Haki in this world. When he is locked by the power of the powerhouse, his body will immediately perceive the crisis. The voice fell. Magellan was instantly transformed into a poisonous man, covered in a viscous purple liquid. Zizizi. These viscous purple liquids dripped on the ground, making a rustling sound, like dripping magma, and even directly burned the ground into holes. It should be said that corrosion is more appropriate. These highly toxic liquids corrode everything they come in contact with. Even the companions standing beside him are quickly withdrawing to the side at this moment, so as not to be affected by this anger. Poison Dragon. On Magellan's venomous face, those purple eyes stared at the oncoming red sword energy and shouted angrily. Moment. The venom on Magellan's body, as if it had been given life, suddenly surged and extended outward from Magellan's body. In the air, these venoms were constantly changing their forms, and within a few breaths, 3 huge poisonous dragons appeared in the air. He opened his teeth and danced his claws, slaying towards the sword energy. Boom! The sword energy collided with the giant poisonous dragon, and a dazzling light erupted. The majestic power spread from the sound of the impact, and the venom scattered by the sword chi splashed around. Anyone who encounters these venoms will immediately fall to the ground, their faces are purple, and they will lose their lives. And right now, a huge bolt of lightning fell from the sky, slashing towards the marines. Mama, Zeus, strike these marines with lightning. In the sky, the ant sat on Prometheus and manipulated Zeus to radiate a huge thunderbolt downward. In an instant, where the lightning struck, a piece of black scorched earth appeared, and the soldiers who were struck by the lightning had smoke above their heads, and their hair stood up straight. Deprived of life in an instant. When Lonely Red made a move just now, the ant directly led the crowd into the battlefield with Hormies. Among these people who are only as powerful as Vice Admiral, Big Mom is like a god of war. Using Hormies, a large area was beheaded in an instant. Advertisement, damn things. Kong's eyes flashed with anger, looking at the 4 Emperor's ant who suddenly appeared above the red line, angrily said. The next moment, Kong, who was already 100 years old, jolted violently, and his muscular body suddenly swelled in a circle. The blue veins bulged, and the towering chest rose and fell violently. The body that was originally like an iron tower was even more oppressive at this moment. Akainu. Watch the entrance to Mariajoy. Leaving such a sentence, Kong's body shape is like a cannonball, lacing out. Behind him, a huge pothole appeared in an instant. The scattered earth and rocks, as well as those raging winds, were constantly blowing the surrounding environment. In the fast-moving air, Kong's arm was instantly covered with a layer of jet-black armament hockey. Under the sunlight, the reflected light is extremely dazzling. Sunset 100 kills. Not only did the fists tremble, they were actually releasing a special sound, and the surrounding space became distorted under this extremely oppressive energy. Put both fists together and directly hit the Big Mom in the air with the hammer. Napoleon. Feel the sudden culling of Kong. The ant cried out eagerly. 3.4 In an instant, the pirate hat on top of his head turned into a saber. Emperor Sword, Broken Blade. In an instant, Kong's arm collided with Big Mom's Napoleon, and the flames slanted out at this moment, engulfing Kong's body. Accompanied by the sound of a metal collision, amazing energy spread out. At this moment, Napoleon seemed to be nourished by strength. The sword body instantly became longer, and on the anthropomorphic facial features, fangs grew out of his mouth. The flames were scattered for a few moments. As soon as the voice fell, the ant controlled the sun, Hotsme, and instantly covered Napoleon with flames. Chong. Big Mom clenched the saber formed by Hormies and slashed at Kong's position. Terrifying energy swept out of Napoleon. Chapter 186. Akainu vs Aokiji. The flame on Kong's body was burning his body, but it couldn't cause any substantial damage to it. Armament Hockey's body was covered in black, and even the flames couldn't penetrate it. The high temperature was in front of Kong, but it was enough to burn all the white hair that stood on his head. And the Napoleon in the hands of the ant, under Kong's iron fist, is complaining to the ant at the moment. The anthropomorphic expression is full of pain, and the eyes are closed. Napoleon. The ant's tone was full of worry, looking at Napoleon in her hand, with a hint of distress on her face. Damn Kong. The next moment, Ant patted Prometheus and slaughtered towards Kong. At the same time, at Akainu at the entrance of Mariajoy, his eyes are full of haze at the moment. Looking up at Luo Mu on the huge tree, the corners of his mouth kept twitching. Akainu. Show your martial strength. 14 Not only Akainu, the 5 elders on the other side said solemnly. The moment Luo Mu appeared, they felt that they were locked by Luo Mu's breath. There is no doubt that if Luo Mu makes a move, he will definitely target himself first. As they had personally played against Luo Mu in the last Summit War, they knew very well Luo Mu's strength. Even if they played with 5 people, they would not be Luo Mu's opponent. In this case, Akainu can only hope that the pirates that can be eliminated will be eliminated first. Clear. Akainu heard the words of the 5 elders, looked away from Luo Mu's body, and then looked at the people in the Luo Mu alliance who had entered the battlefield. In the next instant, the magma on Akainu's body suddenly erupted, and the aura of his body was suddenly raised. The whole person stood and saw that he had transformed into a magma man. The hot magma exuded intense high temperature outside. In the space, even the air became anxious, and thick smoke billowed from Akainu's body. The 2 arms have now turned into 2 magma dragons that look like they came out of the fire Yamanaka. With a breath of heat from the corners of his mouth, Akainu slowly raised his arms. Advertisement, Kazaru, 99, guard the entrance to Mariajoy. The voice fell. A majestic energy filled the surroundings of Akainu, and black mist was constantly rolling over the 2 arms covered with magma. Great eruption. Akainu roared, a stern look flashed in his eyes, accompanied by the sound of this voice. Moment. The 2-day magma arm that turned into a giant dragon suddenly swelled in a circle, and changed its form in the air, turning into a huge fist. The giant magma fist the size of Marines' warship smashed towards the Revolutionary Army and pirates who were running towards Marines' soldiers. Yet at this moment, an extremely icy aura suddenly filled the red line. In the surrounding environment, the temperature in the fiery air suddenly dropped sharply. And there are also small ice slags appearing in the air. Ice Cube, Phoenix Mouth. A voice that was very familiar to Marine sounded, and under the red line below, a tall and thin figure jumped out from below. Immediately, a frost-covered giant bird appeared in the air and collided with Akainu's giant fist. The speed was as fast as ultimate, and it collided in an instant. In an instant, the extremely powerful auras on both sides swept out, one hot and one cold, and the magma and ice cubes continued to shoot out towards the surroundings. The violent energy swept out towards the surroundings, destroying everything, smashing to the ground, hitting Marine or pirate. It was like a flaming stone falling from the sky, covering the area under the two of them. Aokiji. The moment Akainu saw the person coming, his eyes suddenly narrowed and he roared. Are you right as Marine Admiral before? Not only Akainu, Sengoku, Kong, Garp, Kizaru and others all looked at this ex-Marine Admiral Aokiji who suddenly appeared in shock. They couldn't believe that the former Marine Admiral would now stand on the side of the pirates and attack his former companion, the former Marine. A-hole, Aokiji, did you forget who raised you? Advertisement, you are actually helping the pirates now. On the other side, Sengoku, who was fighting the dragon, roared, and even his voice was trembling slightly. Akainu and Aokiji fought for the position of Marshal Marine and fought on an island for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, it ended with Akainu's victory, and Aokiji also paid the price of a retreat, and the position of Marshal was also won by Akainu. But in fact, in Sengoku's heart, he is more inclined to let Aokiji be the Marine Marshal. In the end, the pressure from the world government finally supported Akainu. However, he did not expect that Aokiji would actually stand on the side of the pirates since this critical moment today, which is really unacceptable to him. At this moment, Aokiji's face was completely unwavering. Just a light glance at Sengoku and the former Marine executives. I'm not for the pirates, I'm for the justice in my heart. Aokiji's mouth let out a hint of cold air, and the voice drifted in the air and fell into the ears of Marines, making them feel that they couldn't help shivering. Since by his own strength, he cannot change the current thinking of the world government 970 in Marines' thinking. Then we can only rely on the strength of others, and there is no doubt that Luo Mu is the best candidate to change the world and overthrow the world government. But Aokiji did not join Luo Mu's alliance, but fought for himself, for the original intention of joining Marine. Last time I really should have fought to the death, and I will kill you directly. Akainu looked at the former comrade in arms, his chest heaving violently. Then you have to have that ability too, Aokiji said lightly. At this moment, the golden lion on the other side noticed the fight on this side, but laughed out loud. Kahahaha. At this moment, there was a slight shake in what he insisted on. Although Aokiji is no longer a Marine, he was still an Admiral before. How could this be? 95. Watching the two admirals scuffle together was a bit hard for them to accept. Said the Marine soldiers below. 66. How did this happen? How did Aokiji Admiral and Akainu Admiral fight? Didn't you hear? 4. Justice in my heart, it's funny, you Marines, surrender, Marine Admiral is fighting. The Golden Lion shouted while facing Fujitora in the air. Advertisement Chapter 187. Newcomer pirates appear. Luffy, Kid, Luo. The Marines watched in shock at what was happening before them, but they had no time to think about it at the moment. The tragic slaughter around them, as well as the fierce offensive of the pirates and the Revolutionary Army, continuously impacted their camp. At this moment, no matter what, he has already tied his life to his trousers belt, and he has to kill all the people on the opposite side. Only then can they get out of this place alive. Kill. Kill all these pirates. The Marines are not only not deeply affected by the arrival of Aokiji at this moment. Instead, a stronger morale erupted, and even the muscles were shaking on the face with a hideous expression. Moment. A chilling air covered this piece of red line. The pirates and the Revolutionary Army saw the sudden uprising of Marine soldiers, and they did not flinch in the slightest, and they directly slashed over with the weapons in their hands. And in the distance, the high-level combat powers of those two sides are also constantly fighting. Aokiji looked at Akainu and Mariajoy, who was being guarded, with a frosty expression on his face. It's not just me. After Aokiji finished speaking, everyone present was shocked. Anyone else coming? And just when Aokiji finished saying this, Luo Mu's eyes moved slightly on the huge red flower, and he raised his finger upwards. Immediately, a destructive force of you appeared at the bottom of the tree, and then a huge vine extended from the bottom of the red line to the topmost position. On the green vines that are a few circles thinner than the trees, a strong aura suddenly appeared. The Marines looked at the location in that direction with burning eyes, and immediately, a trace of horror appeared on their faces. I saw that there were several pirate groups docked on the huge vine. The flag of a ship bears a white skull, with flame-like hair appearing on the skull, a sharp blade inserted in its head, and a pair of glasses in its eye sockets. It is the Kid pirates, Captain Kid and the other members who are standing on either side of Kid at the moment. On another pirate ship, a flag was fluttering in the wind, but it was not a skull and crossbones printed on it, but a circular smiling face, and there were some signs outside. It's Luo's Heart Pirates. On the last boat, on the flag was a particularly conspicuous straw hat. Advertisement Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, Robin, Usopp, Frankie, Chopper. The three rookie pirates who stirred up the storm in New World have all appeared here at this moment. It's the Kid Pirates, the Heart Pirates, and the Straw Hat Pirates. They even appear here. Could it be that they are also members of the Luo Mu alliance? These people are the big pirates with billions of bounties. Have you heard that the last battle of Ghost Island was when Luo Mu singled out these newcomers? Maybe he joined at that time. Luffy, is that the Luffy who awakened the fifth gear? This time the world government is over. In front of the live broadcast screen, the rookie pirates that Haiju watched appeared were all discussing enthusiastically. For these pirates, most of them know something. After all, the big pirates who can rise in the new world in a short period of time can be seen everywhere in the newspapers and on the bounty. At this moment, people have speculated whether the Straw Hats and these people have joined Luo Mu's alliance, after all, the last Ghost Island battle. But not long after, these newspapers can even be bought in some places. And this time, with the addition of these new pirate forces, the chances of winning the world government's side have become even slimmer. Ha 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 ha. How could such a big scene be without me? 35. Damn the world government, this time it must turn you all over. A wicked smile appeared on Kid's ferocious face, and it was extremely penetrating. When he learned that Luo Mu was going to assemble the revolutionary army and prepare to attack the world government, the pirate madman couldn't stand it any longer. Carrying his own pirate group, he turned around and headed straight for the direction of Red Line Mariajoy. The same is true of Luo. He did not join the last Summit War. This time in the Mariajoy battle, he must overthrow the world government and enter Mariajoy. Talk about killing all those damn celestial dragons. Of course, neither of them chose to join Luo Mu's alliance. Kid is accustomed to freedom and does not want to be restrained, while Luo is because of Doflamingo. But no matter what, these two new pirates have enough admiration for Luo Mu. In the last Ghost Island battle, the two were completely defeated by Luo Mu. Ha 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 ha. 39. Drive out all those celestial dragons and free all the slaves here. 35. Advertisement Luffy looked at the prosperous and extravagant buildings behind the world government and said with a smile. The reason he came here with the crew was to free the slaves who were persecuted by the celestial dragons here. And the existing order of the world government will liberate the people of this world. Straw Hat Boy, you're still here. Luo Mu looked at Luffy on the vine, standing on the deck, and said with a smile on the corner of his mouth. But before Luffy could speak, the Fire Fist Ace on the other side shouted Luffy directly. The next moment, at the same time, Sabo in the Revolutionary Army also came to this side. The three boys who grew up together on that island and agreed to go to sea. In this moment, the reappearances come together. Terrible. So many newcomers come together. 35 Kizaru stood at the most critical position of Nuo Zhao's. Mariajoy at this moment pouted and said. There are so many newcomers, you can't let them grow up. The voice fell. The momentum on Kizaru's body suddenly exploded, and his figure turned into a mass of yellow light. Kizaru Admiral, here. There are no high-level warriors to guard it. At this time, Vice Admiral on the side saw Kizaru, who was about to leave here, exclaimed in surprise. However, at the moment, Kizaru's body has been completely elementalized, and there is no sign of stopping at all. Lung. The next moment, he turned into a little yellow light and blasted away at those newbie pirates. Kizaru, you can't move these rookie pirates. At this moment, Aokiji, who was standing in an open space, said slowly with a hint of cold air at the corner of his mouth. The voice fell. Then he swept straight towards Kizaru's position. Chapter 188. Rookie Pirate vs Battle Akainu. And when Luffy and others appeared, Luo Mu looked at those people in the league. His eyes moved slightly. The next moment, Tetsulo's aura was suddenly raised, and a majestic aura filled his body in an instant. The burly body suddenly turned golden, as if it was poured with gold. Under the agitation muscles, there is a terrifying power. As the one who has followed Luo Mu all the time, he is not only the richest person in the world, but his strength cannot be underestimated in this world. Next moment, I saw Tetsulo's golden body trembling violently, and his body soared several times under the power of the golden fruit. Just like a golden giant. Golden fire. Tetsulo in the form of the golden giant, the haki on his body suddenly burst out, and the arrogant airwaves swept around him. Using haki as an energy source, it is heated by mechanical transmission in the giant's body, producing high temperature and high density energy and rapidly expanding, and then using the giant's eyes to emit lasers. A ray of light full of violent energy immediately shot towards the marine, carrying the violent energy, burning a trace in the air, at an extremely fast speed 973. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the laser blasted directly in the crowd, and the screams of marine soldiers, splashes of earth and stones, and the sound of passing through the space continued to sound. And Tetsulo's body, after firing Cyclops, stomped on his toes. Swipe towards the red line. Behind Tetsulo, Hawkeye Mahawk slashed forward. A light green sword energy suddenly appeared, and it swept across the air rapidly, and even the space became distorted under this powerful sword energy. The power that seemed to destroy everything, directly cut a deep scar on the red line. When the Marine Vice Admirals saw this, their expressions changed. Bastiu, Maynard, Sol, Flying Squirrel, Ghost Spider, John Giant Deng and others were suddenly mentioned. Jumped straight from the crowd and blocked the onslaught from these members of the Luo Mu alliance. Momoshiki and the T-Dolphin flashed, and they directly met Mahawk, the Eagle Eye. Boom. At this moment, in the sky, there was a sudden explosion. At this time, Enel in the Luo Mu alliance was full of arcs, flickering in the air, thunder and lightning intertwined in the air, and there was a sound of explosions. The thunder and lightning that spread around Enel, like life. Advertisement next moment. These thunderbolts were actually approaching Enel's side. After a while, these thunderbolts wrapped it up. Nearly 200 million volts of thunder and lightning were all released. Enel's eyes were full of fighting intent. This time, when he shot, he didn't intend to keep it. The next moment, those thunderbolts danced outside Enel's body, and a giant Thor emerged from Enel's body. In an instant, the violent power of thunder and lightning swept out, and the faces of the soldiers standing on the red line were full of horror. Code. Kailai Luo Mu lead, there are still a few powerful boys, 39. The ant floated in the air, while using Zeus to chop down thunder and lightning at Kong, while using Napoleon in her hand to chop at him. When she saw Enel who was transformed into a giant thunder giant, a trace of surprise flashed in Andy's eyes. Like entering nowhere, Enel fell directly toward the bag surface in midair, and immediately smashed a huge pothole on the ground. Soil splashed and dust rose, and in the splashing stones, there are still arcs that are constantly beating. Ha ha ha. The power of lightning. Boy, you weren't born when we were sailing on the sea, 55. At this time, some pirates in prisoner costumes looked at Enel, who was covered in thunder and lightning and had a violent force. Bead. As prisoners on the 6th floor of Impel Down, they have been roaming the sea many years ago, and their strength is quite good. After all, the prisoners who were able to enter the 6th floor were all extremely dangerous characters, and their strength was even more outrageous. Boom. As soon as the voice fell, the prisoners directly killed Enel. And Cavendish and Bartolomeo and Brooke all joined the fray at the moment. Vice Admiral on Marine's side is stubbornly defending the attack from the Luo Mu alliance. A time. The two sides were caught in a scuffle, and in the direction of the entrance of Mariajoy, it was now in control. Advertisement. All the troops arranged by the world government were thrown into the battle. Ace. Go straight to Mariajoy. Seeing that there is no high-level combat handle at the most important entrance, Luffy's eyes narrowed and he said to his brother Ace. Hearing this, Ace nodded sharply. Right on my mind. The voice fell. The momentum of the two people suddenly raised. Rubber elastic bow. 99. Fire punch. The two of them drank lowly at the same time, and then their bodies burst out and flew towards that position. At the same time, Kid and Luo on the side looked at Luffy and Ace, who were rushing towards the battlefield. Their faces moved. After the two looked at each other, a smile appeared at the corner of their mouths. Straw Hat Boy. How can such things be less of me? To kill Tianlong pigs, you have to add me too. As they spoke, their bodies froze, and violent power erupted from their bodies. Magnetic and sharp point gun. Room. Two murmurs sounded instantly. Kid and Luo flashed in place, directly behind Ace and Luffy. Fly towards the location at the entrance of Mariajoy. A terrifying aura erupted from their bodies at this moment, and the metal and some earth and stones on the ground rose out of gravity. Instantly formed in the air, and then blasted towards the marines below. In an instant, the magma on his body rioted again, and it suddenly rose. Accompanied by the low voice, a huge fire fist appeared on Akainu's arm. Great eruption. Humph. Little devils. Akainu clicked on the ground with one foot, jumped up sharply, and reached the ultimate speed, blocking the front of the four, while the magma in his hand was constantly rolling. The next moment, in Marine's camp, Akainu looked at the four super rookies flying in the direction of Mariajoy with a chill on his face. In an instant, he met four rookie pirates who had become famous. When I Don't Exist, Chapter 189, 5 Elders, Luo Mu shot. Boom. A huge noise sounded from the air, as if a meteorite was smashing towards the planet, and the splashing flint kept falling from the sky, and some metal fragments were mixed with it. The pirates and marines below all felt as if a volcanic eruption occurred in the sky. The high temperature enough to melt the metal burst out from the magma fire that Akainu erupted. And it continues to spread to the position below. Some people are a distance away from the position above, but they can still feel that they are about to burn. However, this is not over yet. Amid the violent explosion, the separated people reappeared to organize the next attack. The battle has only just begun. This time, neither side has any hold, vowing to kill each other here. Akainu, who was one person against four, had an extremely distorted expression on his face at the moment, and his teeth creaked as he gritted. Although he is Martial Marine, and has fought for many years in these years, he has very rich combat experience. But in the face of these four pirate newcomers, they still couldn't achieve a one-hit kill. Instead, it was extremely difficult under the struggle of the four. There is no doubt that after 2 years, these little devils who could not make waves in Akainu's eyes have grown to the point where they can be independent. Dark Hound. The momentum of Akainu, who was pinched by the four people, suddenly shook, and the rolling magma continued to drip down, and the ability of Lava Fruit was open to the maximum at this moment. A huge, as if from hell, a demon dog rushed out of Akainu's body and bit Kid's body. But the next moment, the few newcomers next to him raised their momentum to the maximum and attacked Akainu's rear. Akainu. The 5 elders below saw Akainu being besieged by 4 people, and his face became anxious. If Akainu was defeated by 4 men, the entrance to Mariajoy would be left unguarded. Without the slightest hesitation, even now being stared at by Luo Mu, they can no longer sit idly by. The next moment, the momentum of the yellow-haired old man burst out suddenly, and his body was like a cannonball, swept directly towards Akainu's position. However, at this moment, Luo Mu, who had not made a move, moved. Green light flashed in his eyes. Boom, advertisement. On the ground where the 5 elders used to stand, a thick vine drilled straight out of the ground. And it stretched towards the upper position at a very fast speed, like a monster indeed, and then stretched out its huge tentacles. Moment. He tied the yellow-haired old man in the air. Coming. The remaining 4 old men looked at the huge vine that appeared in surprise, with inexplicable fear in their eyes, and exclaimed. Originally, they thought that they would wait until Lord Yimu made a move, but according to the current situation, it was impossible to wait. If not, Mariajoy will be captured directly. At that time, even if Lord Yimu comes, they will definitely be killed by the Lord. Quick, take action and save him first, 95 the old man in kimono exclaimed. At the moment when his words fell, the imposing manner of the other 3 old men was suddenly mentioned, and the extremely domineering imposing manner instantly spread out to the positions in all directions. The 5 elders are out, 39, with a strong momentum, 5. The marine soldiers on one side felt the pressure like the top of a mountain, and their faces showed excited expressions. Although the 5 elders failed in the last match against Luo Mu, this was their last resort. 5 elders shot, there is always a chance of victory. At this time, the yellow-haired old man who was trapped by Luo Mu in the air kept hitting the vines on his body with his muscular fists. With a muffled sound, the vines were smashed to pieces by the yellow-haired old man, but there was no sign of detachment. Every time the part that was smashed by the yellow-haired old man would immediately grow new vines. Look, Luo Mu shot, just trapped one of the 5 elders. That's how powerful Luo Mu is. If you don't make a move, the 5 elders, who are even more powerful than the 4 emperors, will be helpless. For flowers. Advertisement. When the audience in front of the live broadcast screen saw Luo Mu's shot, they were all shocked and excited. This is 2 years since the last Summit War. Luo Mu once again showed his strength in front of everyone. Such a scene made the people oppressed by the world government feel the passion in their hearts, and cheered for Luo Mu one after another. Yet on the battlefield on the Red Line, at this moment, it has reached a very tragic level. The Revolutionary Army, the pirates, and the people in the Luo Mu alliance and the people of the world government are constantly intertwined in the air and on the ground. Both sides used their own strength to press the bottom of the box. Shouts, screams, roars, and violent explosions came one after another. Point 0 There were dazzling flames everywhere and intense heat emitting. However, in this battle that affected the powerhouses in the whole world, the world government was at a disadvantage at the moment. Most of the bodies lying on the ground were marine soldiers, and some vice admiral also died in the battle. It is clear, with the passage of time, the world government was doomed to fail under such a fierce attack and the attack of a huge force. But at this moment, no one pays attention to these dead people and those who fell to the ground, because the enemy in front of them will not give them any time at all. In the air, the 5 elders split into 4 positions and attacked the vines on the yellow-haired old man. Boom! With a low shout, the land below the 5 elders suddenly made a violent roar. Husband! As if a violent earthquake was happening. After the continuous noise, the vine that was entangled in the yellow-haired old man finally broke away under the combined force of the 5 elders. And the yellow-haired old man immediately flew out of it. However, Luo Mu, who was on the side, did not change his expression at all when he saw this, and raised his finger slightly. Kamui Thorns' killing technique, finally come. However, at this moment, Luo Mu's eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked up to a place outside Mariajoy, which was shrouded in clouds. Chapter 190. Pluton is born. Laughing Buddha Jutsu. I saw a position outside the red line, and suddenly, there was a huge muffled sound, and the clouds surrounding Mariajoy kept rolling. Boom. Muffled sounds like thunder kept coming from afar, as if something was approaching Luo Mu's side. Every sound seemed to be shocked in the hearts of everyone. The eyes of everyone at the top were all excited, and they turned to look at the huge cloud. There, it seemed that infinite terror was about to appear, but they were all puzzled, and only the faces of the 5 elders were full of excitement. Coming, our God, finally, is here, 35 the voice fell. I saw that in the huge cloud layer, a violent aura that swept the audience emerged from it and continued to spread around. All the cloud, 990, layers collapsed at this moment, and even the space was under the terrifying shock, and cracks appeared. Whether it's the people fighting on the red line, or the audience standing in the square in front of the live broadcast screen now. All their pupils shrank suddenly, and their faces were full of disbelief as they looked at the sudden appearance of the behemoth. Among the scattered clouds, a huge super battleship appeared. The overall size is comparable to that of an island. The exterior of the huge battleship is flashing with dazzling metal light, and the 2 huge battleship flanks are like sharp weapons that can shatter everything. Under the sun, it looked icy cold. Under the hull, 4 huge nozzles are suspended in 4 positions below, and are spraying hot flames, and those muffled sounds are the sounds from these nozzles. However, the most surprising thing is that on the head of this super battleship, the huge gun muzzle in the middle, the dark and deep hole seems to have infinite terror. This is Pluton. Frankie and the Straw Hat Pirates saw this super battleship at a glance. It is Pluton, one of the 3 ancient weapons. It was Pluton, it was born. How could this be? When did the world government get Pluton? Advertisement. It turns out that we have always had such a big killer here. The moment they saw this super battleship, a loud voice broke out in people's eyes. However, the responses of these people were different. All the high-level Marines, without exception, showed excited expressions on their faces. You must know that the world government has been looking for Pluton, one of the 3 ancient weapons, in the past few years, hoping to obtain Pluton to end the era of great pirates. And this time, in this crucial battle, this huge battleship that was enough to destroy an island actually appeared. Not only the high-level Marines, but also the Marine soldiers raised their morale. The hopeless victory, this time, will become a reality because of the arrival of Pluton. Pluton appears. Can Luo Mu still win this time? One shot is enough to destroy the existence of an island. This time the Revolutionary Army will be defeated. The Marines rallied their arms at the moment, and the arrival of Pluton gave them a lot of confidence. On the other side of the Revolutionary Army and the pirates, they were shocked. Yet at this moment, the super battleship that broke through the clouds and was suspended in the air moved at this moment. An accumulation of energy, the roar of the machine came from inside. The next moment, in the huge dark muzzle, a red light appeared, and suddenly, the roar of the machine stopped abruptly. Immediately, a huge red beam of light shot out from the muzzle, penetrated the sky, broke through the clouds, and shot towards Luo Mu's position at an extremely fast speed. The violent power continued to overflow from this beam of light, and along with the arcing arc in the beam, it came to Luo Mu in a blink of an eye. Boom! A loud noise came from Luo Mu's position, and then a dazzling light appeared, making people on the red line unable to open their eyes. Even the audience in front of the screen could only see a red light from the huge live broadcast screen. Immediately afterwards, at the center of the explosion, a layer of huge impact burst carrying boundless energy and spread out around. The mountain-like airwaves formed a circle, and where they passed, everything collapsed, the land, the clouds, and the air in this explosion. After a while, the red light subsided, and people slowly opened their eyes, only to see that the huge tree at the foot of Luo Mu was directly smashed by Pluton's cannon. Advertisement: the broken tree is covered with charred black carbon. The huge canopy was destroyed by more than half. Ha ha ha. Pluton is really powerful. That Luo Mu's damn tree was blown up. Let's see what he does now. Seeing Pluton's shot, he directly destroyed most of the trees beside the red line with terrifying pressure. The Marine soldiers all looked happy and shouted loudly. No. Where's Luo Mu? However, the 5 elders who were standing on the side had no hint of joy on their faces, because they were very keenly aware that Luo Mu was not hit by this blow at all. As they fought against Luo Mu with their own hands, very clear Luo Mu's strength. With this level of attack, even if it hits, Luo Mu cannot be killed directly. But now, Luo Mu has just disappeared in front of their eyes, which is really a bad premonition. Turning on observation hockey immediately, the 5 elders searched the surrounding location with their eyes, hoping to find out Luo Mu's location. However, at this moment, a voice that made them feel familiar but terrifying suddenly came from the upper position. Awakening power laughing Buddha Jutsu. People watched in horror the mutation that occurred under their feet. 3.4. Some people fell backwards directly under the violent shaking of the ground. In a blink of an eye, there were thousands of these huge palms that suddenly appeared, and they directly wrapped the Pluton, like a zongzi, a Pluton the size of an island. Just listening to the red line, there was a huge roar, and the entire 10,000 meter high red line was trembling. He was immediately controlled by Luo Mu. Bang, boom, boom. I saw a huge palm composed of trees protruding from the red land. The voice fell. As for their fallen bodies, in those already shocked eyes, looking at the ground was even more shocking. Those who fell to the ground were directly supported by these huge palms at this moment, breaking through the torn gale in the air, and flew high into the sky at a fast speed, aiming directly at the Pluton battleship above Mariajoy. Chapter 191. Pluton destroyed, fearful celestial dragons. At this time, people discovered the location of Luo Mu. At this moment, he was standing in the clouds above, his eyes were like electricity, and he was scanning the people below. In a pair of eyes, a faint green light appeared outside. Luo Mu. Luo Mu is on it. Pluton is bound and can't move at all. What's the matter? Didn't the shot just now kill Luo Mu? When the Marine soldiers saw the sudden turn, they exclaimed. Some soldiers directly attacked these huge palm vines with their weapons and guns, but it didn't work at all, and they couldn't even leave a mark on it. Damn it. Those vines are too hard. Not at all. Is this a plant? B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* Luo Mu had been hit just now, and is now seriously injured or dead. However, Luo Mu stood here intact at the moment, and gave Pluton an instant. Even the weapon in his hand has no effect on these fragile vines. At this moment, Luo Mu, who was at the top, had no interest at all in the comments and actions of the Marines, and looked at the glass of Pluton with burning eyes. At the moment when Pluton fired the cannon, Observation Hockey, who had already reached the pinnacle, had foreseen this matter. At the moment when the laser is fired, it directly dodges. Next moment, Luo Mu's eyes moved and the lines on his face flickered. Immediately, a majestic breath emanated from Luo Mu's body, and some pale green light appeared in the space. Immediately, Luo Mu's palm stretched into the air and then slammed it. Immediately, the green light floating in the space seemed to be stimulated, and instantly became manic, and merged into the thousands of huge palms. The next moment, the palms formed by these plants suddenly exerted force, and the power of destroying the world erupted from the inside, and then acted on the huge Pluton. Crack. A loud noise came from Pluton, but Pluton did not let Luo Mu handle it. A red light is emerging, and another huge red laser cannon blasts out from it. However, these palms are not like the huge tree. After receiving this terrifying blow, they were only slightly damaged. And those vine palms, under Luo Mu's manipulation, the huge energy is still output, and poured into the hard metal shell of Pluton. The sound of metal strife kept coming out, and it became more and more intense, and the flame ejected from the nozzle below the Pluton had been extinguished. The sizzling sound of the broken machine began to come out from the Pluton battleship, and there were arcs coming out from time to time, and black smoke kept coming out. In a few breaths, the entire Pluton battleship was bubbling black smoke everywhere. And there were popping noises everywhere, in the next instant. As Luo Mu's arm slammed down, the island-sized Pluton battleship was suddenly twisted into a twist by thousands of vine palms. Boom! In an instant, the Pluton warship, which turned into a twist, exploded directly in the air. A huge fire like a mushroom cloud first appeared high in the sky, in the field of vision. And those blasted Pluton fragments, like sharp knives, are constantly slashing in all directions, especially the Mariajoy. Some buildings with extremely luxurious decorations and materials were immediately hit by these fragments, and then collapsed suddenly, smashing a piece of dust on the ground. In an instant, with the explosion of Pluton, nearly half of Mariajoy's buildings were not destroyed. Those celestial dragons who evacuated their residences ahead of schedule and were protected in the ancient city of Pan had a look of terror on their faces that they had never seen before. They were placed here by the 5 elders before the Mariajoy went to war. At this moment, I heard the constant sound of war coming from outside, and the sound of earth-shattering explosions. These celestial dragons, who are known as descendants of gods and are above all living beings, hid in this empty hall and shivered. Even some celestial dragons urinated directly, and a strong smell filled the hall. As the most honorable people in this world, when have they ever seen such a scene? They have always bullied others, relying on the protection of Marine and the CPO, and doing evil everywhere. However, at this moment, because of Luo Mu's appearance, they not only lost the courage to make a fortune outside. And at this moment, Luo Mu came to the door. Damn Luo Mu! I'm going to slash this vile low-level person with 1,000 swords. Advertisement, Sir I Am will definitely win. Kill Luo Mu here, as well as those damn revolutionary army and pirates. This situation is only temporary. As long as I get through this period, I will double the compensation I will lose. 39 celestial dragons with a glass cover showed a cruel expression on his face. Already thinking about how to punish those darn pariahs after today. What they didn't know, however, was that on the battlefield outside, the battle had begun to tilt towards the revolutionary army. On the main battlefield, the people from the world government stared blankly at the bombed Pluton, with expressions of despair on their faces. How could this be? Pluton, one of the 3 ancient weapons, just like that, gone. How strong is Luo Mu? It shouldn't be like this. Luo 990 Mu should be smashed to ashes by this super battleship. The soldiers looked at Pluton, who was transformed into a huge firework, and said tremblingly. Not only them, but even those marine executives felt dry and their hearts fell to the bottom. Kong, Sengoku, Akainu, Magellan, and others were full of horror. Kahahaha. What ancient weapon, in front of Luo Mu? It's a turkey dog. Golden Lion leapt up into the sky and said with a big laugh. Ooh, Captain Luo Mu is indeed the strongest. Today, world government is bound to become a thing of the past. Kaido let out a roar of dragons in a shocking voice. G looking straight at the flames that were slowly fading in the air, a light flashed in his eyes. Pluton is just foreplay. Originally, when Pluton appeared, she was still a little worried. After all, it was one of the 3 ancient weapons, and it was the power she coveted, but she didn't expect Luo Mu's men to have no resistance at all. Is this the ancient weapon I've been looking for? It doesn't seem to be very strong. The ant laughed as she looked at the battleship Pluton, which was destroyed in a few breaths by Luo Mu. Mama. The 5 elders saw that Pluton was destroyed by Luo Mu. The muscles on his face twitched, and he gritted his teeth. Humph. Ignorant pariahs. Chapter 192. Lord I Am? The humbleness of the 5 elders? Pluton. Just destroyed. The super warship, one of the 3 ancient weapons, is actually like a normal warship under Luo Mu's hands. After only 2 shots were fired, it turned into a dazzling fire, which was outrageous. Luo Mu today really wants to overthrow the world government. In front of him, there is no longer enough combat power to stop him. We are finally going to break away from the order of the world government. In front of live broadcast screens around the world, the audience watched the scenes appearing on the screen, as well as the constant reversal of the 2 sides. Mood is like a roller coaster, ups and downs. From the appearance of Pluton to the bombardment of Luo Mu, the incomparable tree was killed in half, and then Luo Mu instantly destroyed it with vines and exploded directly. At this moment, people deeply realized that Luo Mu will really overturn the world government, and it is today. The eyes of everyone in the square were blazing, their eyes staring at the picture on the screen, for fear of missing a detail. On the screen, the flames generated by the explosion of Pluton just now seemed to cover the entire sky. However, as these arrogants disappeared, the people staring at Redline and Mariajoy from outside the screen, only to realize that a figure appeared unexpectedly. Appear in the sky. He wears a crown with 4 towering spikes, a cloak that reaches the ground, arms that are no different from ordinary people, and slender eyes with thin circles outside the red pupils. What's the matter? Who is this person who suddenly appeared? It doesn't look like someone from the Luo Mu alliance. It doesn't seem like. It doesn't look like someone from the world government. Could it be that the Pluton just now was the one driving in it? How could it be possible? In the violent explosion just now, the ashes that would have been burned by ordinary people would have disappeared. The towering crown, the cloak draped over the body, and a kind of invisible enormous pressure. 35. What if this person isn't an ordinary person? 35 on the screen. The sudden appearance of the person made everyone looking at the screen tremble, as if they saw something extraordinary. Even if they don't know who this sudden appearance is, anyone can see that this person is extraordinary. And on the red line at the moment, the red line outside Mariajoy, it was even more shocking. Advertisement. All the high-level officers in the Marine looked at the sudden appearance with a look of surprise, at a loss. Kong, Sengoku, Garp, Akainu, Kizaru, Fujidora, Magellan, Crane and the main members of those Marines. Even in the world government, those whose power is second only to the five elders are safe from the existence of this person. Is this the guy driving the Pluton? How? Why has this person never met? These people looked at Yimu, who showed his true colors after the fireworks dissipated, with a confused look on his face. Only the five elders looked at the so-called Lord Yimu, their god, with burning eyes, with uncontrollable excitement on their faces. My esteemed Lord, I am. Please turn off this lamp named Luo Mu. The voice of the five elders resounding at the very top of the entire red line. When everyone heard the words, all their pupils trembled, and they looked at the five elders, with incredible expressions on their faces. Dear I am. Your Excellency. However, the next scene shocked them even more. I saw the five elders with the highest power in the world government actually knelt down like a servant and kowtowed to the man in the air. The five elders are like servants, kneeling to that Lord I'm? There are people in this world that I don't know about, and they seem to be stronger than the five elders. It's getting more and more interesting. It turns out that the one with the strongest position and strength in the world government is not the five elders, but this person who appears now. 655. Not to mention the world government and Marine, the people in the Revolutionary Army and the pirates all felt a shock. Kaido, Ant, Golden Lion, Dragon, Lonely Red, Tetsolo and others all had their eyes slightly enlarged and their mouths murmured. Even though they have always been enemies with the five elders, but at this moment they suddenly realized that the person who controls the world is not the five elders, but the puppet of the person in front of them on the bright side, and they were shocked. Immediately, they thought of a question. The strength of the five elders is already so powerful, so the real person behind the world government is not even stronger than the five elders combined. Thinking of this, they all turned their eyes to Luo Mu suddenly, but there was no panic or surprise on the leader's face, and there was a calmness on his face as if everything was under control. It turns out, the leader already knew about it. Advertisement, Captain Shinzi. He can always keep everything in his hands, no matter how surprising it is. He can't make Captain Shinzi's expression fluctuate in the slightest. 99. Overthrow the world government and kill this so-called I am, today. 66. At this moment, the shock and a trace of fear that had arisen in these hearts by the actions of the five elders just now, and the appearance of Yimu, disappeared immediately. The existence of Luo Mu is like a needle that stabilizes the sea, firmly stabilizing the hearts of these people. At this time, Yimu, who was above Mariajoy, glanced at the five elders who were kneeling on the ground, and said lightly, "Waste, to give you 800 years of life, I still need my shot in the end." 35. It's really useless. The voice that appeared from the air of I am was so ethereal that it seemed to come from the horizon. 3. But what he said changed the expressions of everyone present. Nuos, calling the five elders trash? Giving the five elders 800 years of life? These words made the world government and the Marines all petrified in place. Are the five elders, whom they have always respected so much, only the servants of the man in front of them? Luo Mu, you are destined to die here today. 39. Akainu looked at I am in the air, and the fighting intent in his eyes ignited to ultimate. All the Marine soldiers jumped up abruptly under Akainu's voice. Justice wins. In other words, this person named I am has lived for at least 800 years, and his strength must be unimaginably powerful. With a loud roar, Akainu's voice resounded throughout the battlefield. Justice wins. 35. Im's presence, no doubt, gave them hope again. This is the world government, the real support. Chapter 193. I am shot. Justice wins. 99. Justice wins. 35. For a time, the shouts of Marine soldiers resounded on the top of the red line. However, Yimu didn't even look at the person below. His slender red eyes looked at Luo Mu in the distance. Luo Mu. I didn't expect it in the end. I still need to kill you with my own hands. I am stood in the air, and the body hidden under the cloak remained motionless. Then see if you have the strength, Luo Mu said lightly with a smile on the corner of his mouth. The strongest man in the world. I am. Now that he finally appeared in front of his eyes, at this moment, Luo Mu actually felt a tinge of blood boiling, which was a feeling that had not been seen for a long time in these years. Because in the whole world, there is no one person who deserves to be taken seriously and go all out. Do you really think you're invincible by defeating the five elders and destroying a single battleship? 35. These lowly people are fortunate enough to meet me this time. I hope you can last longer. Let them feel the power of God. A wicked smile appeared on Im's face and said softly. The voice fell to 993. A majestic aura like Wangyang permeates this world, the scorching sun hanging overhead, and the white clouds surrounding the red line. It started to disappear at this moment. The red airwaves continued to appear from Yimu's body, extremely dense, as if extremely strange blood was flowing from his body. And the moment these red airwaves appeared from Yimu, they were continuously transmitted to the surrounding positions. In a few breaths, the whole sky was covered with a layer of extremely strange red mist, which gathered above people's heads, like a huge layer of red clouds. The light of the sun is deprived of it, and it is replaced by a red light, as if the sun hanging in the sky is no longer the previous yellow light, but a red moon. While the space was filled with these red lights, the people on the red line felt an extremely dangerous atmosphere. The soul on the body seems to be deprived in this red light. Some people with weaker strength, under the pressure of the powerful bead released by IM, fainted directly. Advertisement. The next moment, I saw a sudden mention of Yimu's aura, and in an instant, a destructive energy suddenly appeared between the world and the earth. Is there a little ripple in the space, just like the ripples constantly appearing on the water? Is this the strength of IM? What's up with the red light in these spaces? This feeling of suffocation, such a strong pressure. Outside the red line, those who have not yet fallen, looked at the vision that happened between the heavens and the earth. Their faces were not only shocked, but more fear of the unknown. The powerful pressure from IM has already made them feel a huge pressure. Even breathing was affected and became a little suffocated. Ha ha ha. This time Luo Mu is dead. Sir IM, come and understand the power of God. 35. The five elders looked at the changes that took place in this world, and unlike the others, their faces were full of maddened expressions. They knew that after 800 years, Lord Yimu was finally going to take action this time. They were very sure that, in front of Lord Yimu, no matter how strong Luo Mu was, it was absolutely impossible for him to walk out of the red line alive. The five people stared at Luo Mu in the distance with burning eyes, and the cruel color was evident in the bottom of their eyes. However, they didn't see any fear on Luo Mu's face, they were still indifferent. Right here, Luo Mu moved, looking at Yimu in the air. This is your ability, IMM, the voice fell. The lines on Luo Mu's face were flashing green light, and there seemed to be crystal green light wandering in it. Green eye shadow appears at the corners of the eyes, fang-like lines on both sides of the face, and green bullseye on the forehead. Under the flow of these crystal green, these lines appear clearer. In an instant, a more powerful aura erupted from Luo Mu's body, and spread out to the surrounding positions. Advertisement. The top conquerors hockey, along with the spreading green emeralds, is like a huge wave rushing in the sea, constantly hitting the red line, and I am not far away. Powerful airwaves continued to gather and rotate at the center of Luo Mu, forming a huge green storm in an instant. The destructive momentum continued to emerge around Luo Mu, and was compressed together. Even the space was shaken and fine cracks appeared. The powerful airwave shot straight into the sky, like a sharp sword rushing into the sky, directly dispelling the red light from Luo Mu's position. Immediately after, a loud noise came out, and the green eye of the storm burst open in an instant. The majestic energy, carrying boundless airwaves, blew to the surroundings, directly blasting the red rays of light that shrouded the world. Above the red line, there are very distinct spatial airwaves on both sides. One side is the majestic red energy of Yimu, and the other side is the emerald green light of Luo Mu. The people at the top of the red line watched this shocking scene, their mouths wide open, and they all stayed where they were. The same is true for the people in front of the live broadcast screen. The red and green light that divides the world into two halves has reached a level of strength that they cannot understand. It is as if the gods who do not exist in this world are here. Moved. The red-haired eyes stared at the two powerful boundless airwaves, and his heart shook violently. That aura full of destruction, even he is out of reach. If he were to fight against himself, I am afraid that he would be killed in an instant. On the deck of the bow, the eyes with 3 scars printed on the red-haired face were rarely horrified. At this moment, in the waters outside the red line, the pirate ship of the Red Hair Pirates is speeding up towards the position of Mariajoy. Even here, they can feel the strong pressure of that place. This is the strength of a person standing at the top of the world. Even though it was some distance from there, they could still see 2 extremely powerful airwaves that appeared in the sky. It's like an aura that's going to kill people completely. Chapter 194. Luo Mu vs IM, Red Line Pinnacle. IM standing in the red light. The next moment, his red pupils trembled violently, and the momentum on his body suddenly reached a peak. Although he has always regarded Luo Mu as a character who can be defeated at will, but in the Battle of the Valley of God and Summit War, he knows that Luo Mu's strength is extremely terrifying. Without any hold, Yimu's toes slammed into the air, and a ripple like water appeared behind him. And a huge sonic boom came out from the space. Bai rushed towards the direction behind his toes with the huge wave of air. Yimu's body turned into a streamer and swept towards Luo Mu rapidly. I didn't expect it to be a strong physicist. A sneer appeared at the corner of Luo Mu's mouth. Immediately, his eyes suddenly froze, and his hands quickly reached out and merged in front of him. Wei Zhuang cutting technique. The voice fell. Suddenly, the space around Luo Mu suddenly became violent, and the green emerald glow became brighter and brighter, like countless fireflies gathered and lit up here. Immediately after, these bursts of crystal green light merged into Luo Mu's arm. Suddenly, a powerful breath burst out from Luo Mu's hand. The originally well-proportioned arms, which were no different from ordinary people, trembled in the blink of an eye. A few woody thorns grow out of it, and constantly stretch in the air, then split. The sound of wood cracking came out, and within a few breaths, Luo Mu's arm became a huge palm covered with thorns. The crystal-clear emerald green light slowly circulated in these thorns, and the energy overflowed from the inside, and the space was constantly moving under such energy. In an instant, I am in the air has transformed into a rapid figure and appeared in front of Luo Mu, carrying the power to destroy everything, and accompanied by the astral wind that can tear metal. The fists wrapped in red light smashed towards Luo Mu's forehead. Boom! A violent sound came out. Luo Mu's arm covered with wood thorns directly slammed into Yimu's fist, and sawdust suddenly splashed out from the middle of the two at an extremely fast speed. Broken sound. Advertisement. In an instant, two dazzling rays of light appeared, red and green energy waves swept away toward the surroundings, and the red mist in the sky was directly shaken by this powerful blow. The manic energy caused the space to be shattered directly, and it continued to rage downwards. The people on the red line felt that the end of the world was coming when they saw this terrifying scene, the sound of the explosion in their ears and the light of the explosion of the giant cannonball. For a time, he had no intention to deal with the battle in front of him, but stared blankly at the tragic changes in the sky. I saw that on Luo Mu's arm, those wooden thorns were smashed to pieces by Yimu's power. However, Luo Mu did not have any damage, and the wood on his arm was the same as the most indestructible thing in the world. Not only did it not explode, but it was also growing rapidly. Luo Mu's other hand was constantly changing its shape. Under Luo Mu's constantly changing gestures, the trees are flashing with dazzling green light, continue to branch and grow, directly pierce Yimu's arm, and continue to grow in his body, deadly. The entanglement of Im's body that wanted to retreat. And the red light wrapped around Yimu's arm disappeared at this moment, and some faint green light appeared on his arm. How can this happen? Lord Im is actually injured. It's impossible. Lord Im is undefeated. 55. The five elders looked at Lord Yimu, who was directly suppressed by Luo Mu in the first shot, with disbelieving expressions on their faces. As their most respected god in this world, in the past 800 years, they have developed a sense of extreme trust in him, and they simply do not believe that their god will suffer under Luo Mu's hands. However, at this moment, I am in midair looked at the wooden thorns that appeared in his hands, and the green rays of light that were slowly flowing, but sneered at the corner of his mouth. Luo Mu. Only these can't kill me. The voice fell, and I saw Yimu's eyes turning violently, and the red airwave in the space suddenly lit up. Then, like a traction thread that received some kind of mysterious energy, it gathered towards Yimu's body. Moment. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers. Those wooden thorns in Yimu's hands seemed to have been extracted with nutrients, and immediately wilted. Advertisement. The emerald green light also disappeared, and the wounds and festering flesh on Im's arms were caused by wood thorns. In an instant, it was as good as before, and there was no trace of injury. The next moment, Yimu's body suddenly retreated backwards, standing in the air, staring straight at Luo Mu. A dazzling light burst out from the strange red pupils. Come on, 39. Show you the power of God. Yimu raised the momentum on his body to the extreme, and wanted to kill Luo Mu directly here with one blow. At this moment, he no longer has any reservations. The moment he finished saying those words, this world suddenly lost its original calm, and began to undergo drastic changes, and the whole world seemed to be shaking. The red rays of light in the space flickered one after another, like a flood of beasts, constantly asking for something in the space. And those who come into contact with the red light on the red line feel that something is constantly flowing out of their body at this moment. A faint energy emerged from their bodies, and then flew towards Yimu in the sky with the red light. At this moment, the people in front of the live broadcast screen, watching the changes in the red line, as well as those whose faces were full of chills, have now become like dead people on almost the 9th floor, without any movement, and also there is no expression. When some powerful people saw this, they immediately suppressed the overflowing unknown things. The strength of their bodies allowed them to resist the influence of these red ons. How is this going? In an instant, they realized the cruelty of this justice. But those who were less powerful were not so lucky. They all stood there dumbfounded, their eyes changed from shock, to fear, and then to godlessness. Husband. How could Im do this? He represents the world government and justice. Until it became like an unconscious person, without the slightest breath of a living person. Drawing life? 35 Chapter 195. Life deprivation, Im's means. If it is said that the red light that Im just created is aimed at the pirates and the rebels on the Revolutionary Army side, they can still understand. However, such indiscriminate attacks, Zhang Marine and the staff of the world government also, discriminated equally, which made them see the brutality of Im. At this time, they realized that the person who leads the world government is an extremely brutal person, who will not take the life of ordinary people at all, but something that is optional. In such a situation, even the people on my own side would do it, let alone the commoners who are not members of the world government. At this moment, everyone looked at the picture on the screen and hoped that Luo Mu would win. Even those who had always supported the world government and wiped out the rebellious revolutionary army were thinking of Luo Mu turning away at this moment. B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* 997. As a must? Such people leading the world government will be more brutal than before. Damn it, I am. Go to hell, Luo Mu. Come on, kill Yimu. Overthrow the world government and take I am from the throne. In an instant, as Yimu absorbed the lives of those people, all the viewers were enraged and turned towards Luo Mu. The cheers of cheers were deafening. Those people all over the world are supporting Luo Mu at this moment, hoping to kill I am and completely overthrow the world government. In fact, not to mention the people who were not there, even the Marines and the world government at the top of the red line watched this scene in disbelief. Garp roared directly. Damn justice, this is the life of hundreds of thousands of people. At this moment, the dissatisfaction he had suppressed in his heart for many years erupted directly, and his voice was deafening. Everyone heard it clearly, and those high-level Marines watched everything that happened, their faces extremely ugly. But most people stopped their actions and stopped fighting. Only Sengoku and Akainu looked at in the sky with uncompromising eyes. For the final sacrifice, for the victory of justice. These sacrifices are worth it. The 5 elders on the side watched what happened, but there was no distress in their eyes. Advertisement in his eyes, the lives of these untouchables are worse than even ants, and they will die if they die. And in the end, Lord Yimu can win, Luo Mu can win this battle, even if those useless marine executives die together, they will not have any pain in the flesh. After all, there is no shortage of people in this world, and these things will become trivial with the passage of time. Just cover it up, like that blank 100 years. On the red line, such changes are continuing, and the life force wafting from these hundreds of thousands of people has not been stagnant because of the reaction or anger of these people. In the air didn't even bother to look at these people. All attention was placed on Luo Mu in the distance. Magical skill, life deprivation, annihilation, dropped with a word. Im's body trembled violently, and a destructive aura exploded from his body immediately, and then layers of energy waves that seemed to weigh thousands of pounds continued to spread out from his body. The life force of those hundreds of thousands of people was wrapped in the red glow of space, and then merged into Yimu's body. Moment. Im's body had undergone drastic changes, his eyes were tightly closed, but the divine aura was only revealed to him. Under the infusion of this filling energy, Im's already strong body suddenly swelled up. In the blink of an eye, the body that was several meters high turned into a body of 1,000 meters. Immediately, Im's closed eyes snapped open. In an instant, a terrifying mutation was taking place, and an extremely rich red glow appeared on Im's kilometer body. And it kept shaking off him, but the strange thing was that these red lights did not fall down towards the position below. But in the space, like being absorbed by columns, it spreads all around Im. And these red lights are still undergoing strange changes, constantly accumulating energy, and then slowly transforming from red light to red spheres, and then stretched by some kind of strange energy. In a few breaths, around Yimu, nearly 1,000 red spears appeared, flashing a strange light. At the position of the spear tip, the violent energy overflowed outwards, and the vibrations were rippling in the space, like water waves. Advertisement. Even if it has not been shot yet, the power overflowing from the thousands of spears at the tip of the spear is already overwhelming. And on the body of kilometer, at this moment, there are still larger spears, which are 1,000 meters long, and there are red electric arcs around the spear. Zzzz. The electric arc on the gun continued to make a sizzling sound, and under the beating of these red lightnings, a slight crack appeared in the space. On the other hand, Luo Mu, looking at the terrifying scene in front of him, took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with intense light. Let this all end. Today is the end, the voice fell. Luo Mu's expression was indifferent, and his eyes suddenly became dazzling, making people dare not look directly. Crack clap. Amidst the violent roaring of the bones of the body and the beating of the blood pumped from the heart, the emerald green lines on Luo Mu's face were instantly lit up. Not only the face, but also the head, torso, neck, and every part of the body exudes the green light of this life. It is like a human-shaped lighthouse, incarnating into an existence that is more flaming than the sun, shrouding the whole world in emerald green light. Boom. The earth began to roar in 3.4, and one after another, green trees rose from the ground. In the eyes of everyone's astonishment, the entire red line was shrouded in a green light. On the 10,000-meter high red line, everything is broken, earth and rocks are smashed, and countless vines are turned out of these fields. And they were quickly intertwined in the air, and soon, on the edge of the red line, a wooden golem with a height of no less than 10,000 meters was formed, and a huge wooden dragon was wrapped around him. Luo Mu fell on the head of the 10,000-meter high wooden golem, like a god. I saw his thoughts move. Boom! At this moment, thousands of wooden dragons condensed on the red line surrounded by trees, and flew towards Luo Mu's position. Covering the sky and the sun, it is extremely magnificent. Chapter 196. Sage Art. What 1,000 dragons! Earth-shattering energy permeated the world, and the sound of dragon roars resounded through the heaven and earth, and the aura of destroying the sky and destroying the earth raged wildly in the emerald green light. An emerald green storm swept across the sky. The pure aura of destruction emerged from this storm, and those around the wooden golem made by Luo Mu. The wooden dragons were constantly flying around, the emerald green wooden dragons surrounded the storm, and the violent energy raged. Luo Mu stepped on this emerald green wooden golem with a height of 10,000 meters. The emerald green arcs on his body were constantly flashing, and the dense wooden dragons seemed to be worshipping. Brush. With a loud roar, thousands of wooden dragons that covered the entire sky turned into wooden golems back. The monstrous energy in the surroundings suddenly stopped at this moment, and the violent aura in this world subsided instantly, leaving only the emerald green light that permeated the space. At this moment, whether it is the 5 elders, the pirates, the Revolutionary Army, the people in the Luo Mu alliance, or the people watching the red line screen in front of the live broadcast screen, or even 14 is Yimu who gathers energy in the distance and is ready to kill with one blow. A look of shock appeared on his face. Only see, in midair, Luo Mu, standing on the top of the 10,000-meter high wooden golem, looked indifferent and imposing. Sage Art, the world of wood ginseng, true soccer, 1,000 dragons. In the dead silence, Luo Mu's indifferent voice without any emotion rang out abruptly. Next moment. In this world, under the gazes of countless eyes, Luo Mu's hands folded in front of him, changing movements, and the wooden giant with a height of 10,000 meters was also doing the same movement. His eyes were suddenly bright, and his voice was as loud as a bell. Immediately, the 10,000-meter-long dragon wrapped around wooden golem actually broke away from wooden golem. At the moment when the wooden dragon left the wooden golem, the huge wooden golem with a height of 10,000 meters radiated a dazzling light. 1, 2, 5. More and more wooden dragons emerged from the huge body of wooden golem. There are nearly 100,000 of them. It rushed out of the body that had turned into a little green light, and covered it in this world, shielding everything in the sky. On this red line, at this moment, it was filled with the sound of huge dragon roars, and the emerald green storm rolled down the audience. And Luo Mu stood on the wooden dragon with a body that was 10,000 meters long, and looked proudly at Yimu, whose red glow was extremely bright. Sengoku, Akainu, looked at the tens of thousands of wooden dragons in the sky at this moment. His face was extremely stiff. Not only the two of them, but everyone who saw this scene was shocked. Advertisement, bring it on. Luo Mu frowned slightly, his thoughts moved. Under the interweaving of countless fiery gazes, the 100,000 wooden dragons that covered the entire sky moved. The body is flashing with emerald green light. At this moment there is no vitality, only the aura of destruction is surging inside. Everyone could even see the green crystal energy flowing in the bodies of these wooden dragons. As the emerald green light became more and more intense, the roar of the wooden dragon became louder and louder, and all the wooden dragons in the sky were like jade carvings at this moment, when the emerald green reached the ultimate. The lines on Luo Mu's face flashed again. The surrounding space trembled violently at this moment, producing fissures. Under Luo Mu's trend, the 10,000-meter dragon body beneath him radiated soaring light again. Boom! At the moment when the light skyrocketed, an extremely domineering haki that destroyed everything spread out from Luo Mu's body. At this moment, everyone felt the boundless coercion appearing around them. Under such haki's deterrence, everyone felt that the energy in their bodies had stopped flowing directly. Even the movements in the space started to slow down. Although his consciousness was extremely clear, the fear in Lin Hun's depths was extremely strong. How can this powerful power? The kimono visitor in the Five Elders had a tense expression on his face, and the shock on his face couldn't be further increased when he watched Luo Mu's moves. Sir, I am. Will you win? At this moment, the Five Elders looked at both sides of the sky and said in a very unconfident tone. On one side is their Lord I Am, with a 1,000-meter body under 10,000 spears, looking like a god. On the other side is Luo Mu, who is standing on the body of a 10,000-meter-long wooden dragon, shining emerald green light. At this moment, even if they regard I Am as a god, seeing such a scene, they are extremely unconfident deep in their hearts. They felt that Lord Yim seemed to be not good. At this moment, the 100,000 wooden dragons beside Luo Mu suddenly roared in unison. The earth-shattering sound can be heard even from hundreds of kilometers away. Advertisement. The next moment, the opposite Yimu moved, and in the sound of the dragon's roar, Yimu's slender eyes were full of surprise and anger. But after just being stunned for a moment, he reacted. Luo Mu, today, let's make a break. Brush. Just as Luo Mu's thoughts moved, and he was about to slaughter with 100,000 wooden dragons, Yimu's eyes lit up. Then, on the kilometer-high body, an aura that was enough to destroy the sky and the earth erupted. Boom! Im's body trembled suddenly, and on the 1,000-meter-long spear, a red light, a beating arc suddenly burst out, and the sound of the wind roared. At the instant of Yimu's movement, the 10,000-long spears that flashed with red light also began to vibrate, and the space was completely broken at this moment. Next moment, Im's aura rose again, carrying 10,000 spears and slaughtering Luo Mu. Good come. Luo Mu snorted coldly. The green light of the body standing on the wooden dragon flashed again. Boom. Right now. The violent energy turbulence exposed their horrors and released terrifying power, and the red line was affected by such energy. The view is clear. The roar continued to explode in the sky, and in the entire sky on the red line, only the red and green rays of light that were constantly intertwined could be seen. These rays of light appeared together and became a huge sphere of light. I don't know how long it took. The sadistic energy in the sky disappeared, and everything between heaven and earth gradually became clear. Everyone's heart was trembling, and then their minds went blank. Hundreds of thousands of wooden dragons rushed towards I Am at this moment, and the entire red line could feel the violent energy raging. At this moment, thousands of spears and 100,000 wooden dragons collided together in this world. There were flying rubble everywhere, and the 10,000-meter high red line wrapped by vines and trees was broken. Chapter 197. Kill I Am. Red line. Mariajoy at the top, the redhead and his pirate group are standing here at the moment. Without exception, all of them stared blankly at the scene in front of them. Just now he saw the constant roaring and rioting sound in the sky. When he came here, everything was calm. A fiery red sun hung in the azure blue sky, and white clouds regrouped above the red line. Everything looked peaceful, and from the top, it was impossible to notice that there was a war that would overturn the world. But if you look down slightly from the clouds, you will see a young man wearing green clothes with a green face, standing on a 10,000-meter dragon. In a position not far in front of him, A large area of cracks appeared in the space at this moment, and glass-like fragments were constantly falling down. The red glow in the space completely dissipated, leaving only the green glow that still pervades the world. And if you look down again, you will find that on the red line below, everyone's expressions are surprisingly consistent at the moment. The shocked expression on his face was filled with deep awe, as well as fear and suspicion that came from the depths of his heart. I am dead? At this time, everyone felt their mouths were dry, and their voices were not very confident. However, at this moment, Luo Mu, who was standing on the wooden dragon in the air, and Yimu, who had disappeared completely. Even the strange red light that dissipated between the heavens and the earth seemed to confirm this matter. I am dead. Luo Mu. Victory, this unbelievable thing really happened. At this moment, it is not only them, but all the hundreds of thousands of people who are standing on the ground and have been deprived of their lives. With the death of I am, they moved, and hundreds of thousands of faint rays of light appeared in the sky and landed on them. In an instant, the pupils of these people slowly focused, and the godless and empty eyes became alive. But the moment they woke up, the world government and Marine's ordinary soldiers, who were holding their weapons tightly, turned their guns and pointed at the top officials of the world government. In the scene just now, even if they couldn't move, and even their consciousness was slack, everything that happened seemed to have entered their minds directly, and was deeply imprinted in their minds. At this time, the people of the world government and Marine finally came to their senses. The dog-skin justice that the world government was talking about was bullshit, that is, they kept sacrificing their lives to stabilize the power of the world government. This time, not only the Revolutionary Army wants to overthrow him, but the soldiers under the name of the world government are also turning their backs at this moment. Advertisement at this time, the top executives of the world government, as well as the top Marines, were all shocked. What are you doing? Do you know that you are helping the Revolutionary Army? How did world government and Marine train you? Seeing the defections, Akainu pointed the gun at their soldiers, and the anger on his face rose to the extreme. He did not expect that at this critical moment, these soldiers would point their weapons at him, Marshal Marine. Not only him, Kong and Sengoku were also angry at the moment. Bastards. You fools. What about justice in your hearts? In their opinion, the world government is always right, so what if I am dies? As long as he keeps fighting, even death is worth it. The three of them stared straight at these soldiers, then suddenly looked up at the people in the Luo Mu alliance, and then their aura was suddenly mentioned. The next moment, their bodies flashed, and they wanted to pass these soldiers and charge towards Luo Mu's revolutionary army. Peeved, however, at this moment, Luo Mu, who was standing on the dragon in the air, made his move. On the red line, which is covered with vines and trees, some huge vine spikes appear in the BEDF. In a blink. These vines that are sharper than a blade, and plants that are harder than metal, directly pierced through the bodies of several people. Luo Mu, who is in sage mode at the moment, doesn't need any extra means to kill these people. Simple and straightforward. And it wasn't just these three people who were pierced through their bodies, those senior officials of the world government who wanted to launch an attack at this time, and the senior Marines were also killed in an instant, as if they were stringed together with candied haws. In the sky of the red line, vines like octopus tentacles, each strung with a corpse. At this moment, the corners of Akainu, Kong, and Sengoku's mouths were filled with crazy blood, and the big hole in their chest was terrifying, and blood was constantly flowing on the vines. The vines looked at himself, the vines that directly penetrated his chest, his face was full of disbelief. They didn't expect that Luo Mu's shot was so fast and so ruthless. A whole advertisement, justice is. However, before they could finish speaking, they felt that the life force in the body was pulled out by something. The green light on the vines flickered, and the few people whose chests were broken turned into mummified corpses in the blink of an eye. Sengoku, Kong, Akainu, 35 on Marine's side, Garp, Crane and the others looked at the people who were killed in an instant, and their faces jumped. They did not expect that, in the blink of an eye, the three of them were killed in an instant while they had been with them for many years. However, their faces were ashen, but they didn't make a move. Not because of fear of death, but because at this moment, even the veterans like them understand that the justice they have adhered to all these years is actually a joke. World government is not worth protecting at all. However, unlike them, the five elders on the other side were still in disbelief at the moment. How could it be? That Lord I Am failed. I Am is dead. It's over, world government is over. The five elders looked at all this with a dull expression, their faces were full of inconceivable, their god, the last reliance of the world government, who lived for 800 years. Sage Art Myojinman, however, Luo Mu, whose consciousness enveloped the entire red line, could not let them escape so easily at this moment, only to see his face suddenly stunned. Without any hesitation, the five elders scattered into 5 directions, escaping into the distance. Just like that, Luo Mu was bombarded to death. At this moment, they can no longer feel the breath of Yimu. His thin lips parted slightly, and he shouted softly. Immediately, several people reacted, and there was only one thought left in their minds. Quick. 35. Escape. Chapter 198. One Piece's World. With a low shout, 5 wooden doors suddenly appeared in the sky, as if they came from the sky, falling straight down. Boom. 35 voices sounded in unison, and on the red line, the body of the 5 elders was pressed to the ground by the 5 doors. Even the old man hiding in the space could not escape Luo Mu's Mingshan gate. A whole deep fear appeared in the eyes of the suppressed 5 elders, and they could only roar incompetently. They can no longer care about other things at this moment, use all their whole cards, and want to break free from it. However, when they were running the energy in their bodies, they discovered that these strange doors that fell from the sky not only suppressed their bodies, but even the energy in their bodies was suppressed to such an extent that they could not be used. The next moment, I saw Luo Mu's fingers lightly clench, and suddenly, a mysterious force appeared on the door. In an instant, the faces of the 5 elders, full of fear and shock, quickly withered and turned into 5 mummified corpses. Kahahaha, Kong, Sengoku, and Akainu are all dead. The 5 elders are also dead, and the ridiculously powerful I am died in that battle too. Luo Mu, as expected of you. Golden Lion looked at these mummified marines and the top executives of the world government, laughed and said, "There is an unprecedented joy in my heart at this moment." Not only him, but also Kaido, Auntie, and those in the Luo Mu alliance were also shocked. It was the same with the redhead who had just come over. He had witnessed how the 5 elders and Kong and others were killed, like killing a chicken, effortlessly. And when these people died, it meant that the battle was over. Revolutionary victory. The era of world government, then has come to an end. Suddenly, the people who were still alive on the red line suddenly burst out with a huge sound. The sound of more than 100,000 people burst out at the same time. Long live the Revolutionary Army, 35, long live Luo Mu, 99. At this moment, in addition to the people in Mariajoy, the people watching the live broadcast all over the world at this moment are all shocked and their faces are filled with visible joy. I am is dead. The Revolutionary Army has won. The world government has really been overthrown. Luo Mu is awesome. 35 advertisements. Such a historic scene made everyone excited. At this moment, the people oppressed by the world government finally stood up and raised their arms and shouted in the square, on the island, or anywhere, releasing the emotions that had been suppressed for a long time in their hearts. Everyone seems to have seen a bright future, but at this moment, in Mariajoy, the faces of the revolutionary soldiers froze after cheering. Turning to look at the location of Mariajoy, one of the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army said loudly, "Cut the celestial dragons, rip up Mariajoy. Rescue the oppressed slaves." In an instant, these revolutionary troops, as well as the pirates, poured in like a tide from the entrance of Mariajoy. The people of the Straw Hat Pirates took the lead and rushed directly to the place where the slaves were being held. Before disappearing, Luffy looked back at Luo Mu, who was still standing on the wooden dragon, and Luo Mu also sensed Luffy's gaze, and looked at it, and immediately saw Luffy showing a big smile, and then he did not enter into the crowd. And Luo Mu turned to look at everyone who rushed into Mariajoy, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Immediately, he turned his eyes and looked at a similar space that had collapsed not far away, and the transparent space fragments no longer fell. At this moment, Luo Mu can really see everything there. It was the boundless starry sky, and the endless galaxy merged with the sky. Next moment, in the shattered void, a huge suction force suddenly came out, directly acting on Luo Mu's body. At this moment, Luo Mu, who was enveloped by this suction force, wanted to struggle, but he felt that he had no ability to resist, and the boundless energy in his body could not be used at all. It's as if it's completely choked by something. Soon, Luo Mu's eyes lit up, he suddenly understood, and smiled helplessly. "Looks like I'm going to leave this world." Luo Mu was not flustered at all, and muttered to himself, "In this case, it is better to turn passive into active." The next moment, he manipulated the giant dragon under him and flew towards this black hole. At this time, everyone on the red line changed their expressions when they saw that Luo Mu did not come back to them, but ran into the weird black hole. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers. Team leader. Boss. 55 advertisement. Luo Mu. In an instant, 3 different names for Luo Mu sounded. Kaido, Golden Lion, Big Mom, Long, Lonely Red, everyone in Luo Mu's alliance, and even the red-haired all swept up into the sky at this moment and appeared in front of Luo Mu. Without exception, they are all quietly watching Luo Mu. Team leader. Kaido looked at Luo Mu, who was still skimming into the black hole, and shouted silently. His intuition told him that the Captain Luo Mu may have to leave here this time. Immediately, the strongest creature in the sea, land and air, the tough guy of the 4 emperors in this world, unknowingly shed tears. Not only him, but the faces of everyone in the Luo Mu alliance were full of reluctance, silently looking at Luo Mu. Oh, Chief. Long and the rest of the alliance shouted reluctantly. Feeling the arrival and shouting of the crowd, Luo Mu, who had entered the black hole at this moment, turned to look at the crowd with a confident smile on his face. "You will always be in my heart, don't miss it." Say it. Luo Mu felt that a warm current suddenly rose from his body, the surrounding was so warm, and he only felt at ease. The vision of the pirate world slowly disappeared, and the black hole began to gradually dissipate, and everything became the best. On the azure blue sky, a fiery red sun hangs high, and the entire space is clear and bright. The green glow in the space disappeared the moment Luo Mu left. Only on the red line, the land full of vines and trees still bears the imprint of Luo Mu in this world. Long and Kaido, as well as the people in the Luo Mu alliance, looked at this closed space and Luo Mu, who completely disappeared in this world. But already burst into tears. The world is bound to get better and better. Long stared blankly at the closed space, his eyes full of determination. At this moment, audiences all over the world stared at the screen, watching Luo Mu slowly disappearing into the sky, unable to speak for a long time. Luo Mu has left this world, but they know that this name will always be engraved in their hearts. And what Luo Mu does in this world will be recorded in the book. That will be a Indelible History. 5. Chapter 199 The Nine Tails Rebellion, Part 1. The Land of Fire, Konoha Village. As the strongest ninja village in the ninja world, the villagers of Konoha Village want to come and take pride in the prosperity and stability of their village. However, just tonight, the strongest Konoha village ushered in its disaster. Boom! With a loud noise, a huge orange figure suddenly appeared in the streets of Konoha Village. The Nine Tails danced wildly in the night, and the Nine Tails demon fox, which was sealed for decades, reappeared in the ninja world at this moment. Ah! Nine Tails screamed up to the sky under the moonlight, and the tail behind him recklessly destroyed Konoha's houses, in order to vent its resentment that it was sealed by 003 in these long years. On a high-rise building not far from Nine Tails, Uchiha Obito wearing a mask looked at the raging Nine Tails and people fleeing in panic on the street and sneered. Go Nine Tails, and bring pain to this land. At this moment, a black jet shot out from the smoke and instantly hit Nine Tails' chest. The powerful force stopped Nine Tails' movements, and his blood-red eyes looked at the center of the smoke. As the smoke cleared, an old man in armor appeared in the street. It was the third Hokage of Konoha Village, Sarutobi Hiruzen with the name of Dr. Ninjutsu. And the black that hit the Nine Tails is the weapon transformed by the summoning beast-ape demon of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Golden Hoop. Pushing the Golden Hoop stick in his hand to push the Nine Tails out of the Konoha Village, Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted to the surrounding. It has been driven out of the village. Everyone, don't relax, attack in batches. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique, Advertisement. Secret Art, Hidden Shadow Snake Hand, Earth-style Yellow Spring Marsh. Water-style Water Dragon Bomb Technique. As Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice fell, a group of Konoha shinobi flashed out from all directions, forming their own groups, and the ninjutsu of the Five-Flower Eight Gate flew towards the Nine Tails. In the face of the ninjutsu attacking from all around, Nine Tails showed a humane disdain smile at the corner of his mouth, and then raised his two sharp claws and slammed his chest. Ooh! One after another strong chakra shockwave spread out from Nine Tails' mouth, dispersing the surrounding ninjutsu, and at the same time, a burst of smoke was raised, enveloping Nine Tails. The Nine Tails' claws in the smoke swung violently, and the scarlet chakra ripped through the air, turning into a huge blade of 6 paths and flying out of the smoke, rushing towards the surrounding Konoha shinobi. Sarutobi Hiruzen retracted the Golden Hoop, dodged and rushed towards Nine Tails, shouting at the same time, "Be careful, everyone retreats, dodge." However, the attack range of Nine Tails was too large. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen reminded him in time, there were still many Konoha shinobi players who were hit by sharp blades and fell to the ground. Damn it. 35 Looking at the Konoha shinobi who suffered heavy casualties, Sarutobi Hiruzen threw a huge wind demon shuriken with awe, and at the same time made a mark with both hands. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Originally there was only one Fumo shuriken, which was divided into 2 and 4, and soon poured down toward Nine Tails like raindrops. However, these wind demon shurikens are like toys to Nine Tails, and they can swept away these sharp blades with a single wave. Bang 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 bang. Advertisement before Nine Tails had the next move, 4 shadow clones were summoned by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and together with Sarutobi Hiruzen himself, a total of 5 silhouettes occupied the 5 directions of Nine Tails. As the 5 people formed seals at the same time, the chakra of the 5 attributes of wind, thunder, water, fire and soil surged on them. Soon, after the seal was completed, the 5 figures all pointed their hands at Nine Tails. Secret Technique 5 Escape Dalian Playing Technique. The 5 attribute escape technique continued to bombard Nine Tails at a very close distance. Although it couldn't cause much damage to Nine Tails was suppressed in place for a while. And while Sarutobi Hiruzen temporarily suppressed Nine Tails, one after another figure quickly shelled around the battlefield, moving the injured ninjas on the ground to a safe place. After a short while, as the chakra was exhausted, the shadow clone dissipated one by one in the air, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's body quickly retreated while the shadow clone dissipated, away from the attack range of Nine Tails. Who? 3rd generation Sama, all the injured ninjas have been transferred. A white-haired Kakashi appeared beside Sarutobi Hiruzen, panting and reporting. And Sarutobi Hiruzen was already sweating profusely at this time, and Chakra, who continued to output 5 attributes, was obviously not easy for him, who was already old. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could explain his next move, a 3.5 strong chakra fluctuation came from the direction of Nine Tails, instantly attracting everyone's attention. All the ninjas looked in the direction of Nine Tails, and saw a pitch-black-tailed beast bomb that was condensing in Nine Tails' mouth, growing bigger and bigger. Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils shrank and shouted loudly, "It's tailed beast bomb, facing the direction of the village. Everyone, use the earth flow wall to block this blow. Never let tailed beast bomb fall into the village." For a time, all the Konoha shinobi who were still able to move came to the front of Nine Tails and quickly formed the seal. Earth-style Earth Stream Wall. Chapter 200, Nine Tails Rebellion, Part 2. A series of earthen walls rose from the ground, standing in front of Nine Tails. Ow! Nine Tails roared, and the huge-tailed beast bomb blasted out, breaking through the obstruction of the earth flow wall with a destructive force. However, just when everyone thought that tailed beast bomb was about to fall in Konoha Village, a space vortex suddenly appeared on the only path of tailed beast bomb. Boom! With a loud bang, the tailed beast bomb exploded, and the strong impact swept all around, sending a group of Russian ninjas flying, but fortunately, it did not spread to Konoha Village. And at the center of the explosion, Luo Mu came out in rags. It seems this new world is not very friendly. Looking down at his clothes, which can only be regarded as cloth strips, Luo Mu sighed. It's a pity for this set of clothes. 14. Ow. Hearing the roar from the front, Luo Mu subconsciously raised his head and looked over. Nine Tails? Did I travel to the world of Hokage? Nine Tails went berserk. I don't know if it was the one controlled by Uchiha Madara or the one by Uchiha Obito. Luo Mu looked at Nine Tails and pondered, but this behavior was understood by Nine Tails as a provocation. Nine Tails, who was already full of resentment, immediately opened his mouth and aimed at Luo Mu, and shot a small-tailed beast bomb towards Luo Mu. Looking at the small-tailed beast bomb flying towards him, Luo Mu frowned slightly. Tree boundary wall. Advertisement. Huge vines intertwined with each other and rose from the ground, forming a huge wooden wall in front of Luo Mu. Boom boom boom. The small-tailed beast bomb exploded on the tree boundary wall, blasting out huge holes in the tree boundary wall, but that's all. The power of the explosion couldn't even blow the cloth strips on Luo Mu's body. However, Luo Mu looked at the tree boundary wall in front of him, his brows furrowed even tighter. Is the power of this small-tailed beast bomb so strong? Or is the plant I summoned weaker? 99. On the other side, Nine Tails, who saw that the attack failed, roared angrily, then jumped high, the scarlet chakra on the right paw surged, tearing the air and attacking Luo Mu. Give me a little peace. The tree is bound and buried forever. As Luo Mu's voice fell, countless vines emerged from the land around him, quickly wrapped around the Nine Tails in the air, and pulled it to the ground. In just a few seconds, the originally small vines grew into the sturdy tree, pressed the Nine Tails down firmly. Damn human, damn Senju Hashirama, let go of me. Nine Tails, who was pressed at the bottom of the tree, saw the familiar wood style, and the humiliating memory of being beaten by wooden golem many years ago flooded Nine Tails' heart again. The guy who is already dead, give me a good death. 35. As Nine Tails' furious voice came out, the trees that were originally rooted in the earth were gradually lifted up by Nine Tails. It doesn't matter, let's subdue this guy first. Seeing that Nine Tails was about to break through the suppression of tree-bound and eternal burial, Luo Mu raised his hands and aimed at Nine Tails, laughing Buddha Jutsu. One after another, wooden palms emerged from the soil and quickly rushed to Nine Tails' side, suppressing Nine Tails, who had just raised his head again. Then Luo Mu put his hands together and dark green lines appeared on his face. Sage art wood style wooden golem jutsu. Advertisement. A huge wooden golem entwined with a wooden dragon broke out of the ground and came to the struggling Nine Tails in 3 or 2 steps. The fists hit Nine Tails on the head together. Boom. A dull thud sounded, Nine Tails' head slammed into the ground, and at the same time wooden golem's right arm also burst. Well. Standing above wooden golem's head, Luo Mu breathed abruptly, and the clear green lines on his face became looming. Is there not enough life energy because it consumes too much to travel through the world? 35. Luo Mu stared at Obito, and Obito was naturally looking at Luo Mu, who suddenly appeared. Why does this guy use wood style? Konoha should be able to use wood style, now only a Yamato. Is it the new breed of Danzo guy? Does it transform people? Looking at wooden golem, which gradually stopped moving due to the lack of life energy, Luo Mu reluctantly jumped down, pressed his fists and said, alright, after drifting in the void space for so long, it's time for me to move. After that, Luo Mu's hands became pitch black, and his entire figure instantly disappeared in place. 007. With a muffled sound, the figure of Nine Tails suddenly appeared in the forest not far away. As soon as he missed the shot, Luo Mu stepped on moonwalk and landed on a branch, looked at Nine Tails in the distance and the figure above Nine Tails' head, and said thoughtfully, Masked man. It seems that Obito, did you just use summoning to save Nine Tails? 99. In the next second, Luo Mu had already reached the top of Nine Tails, and his pitch-black fists aimed at Nine Tails. 6 King's Spear. Boom. And the way the guy came out just now. Time and space ninjutsu, very similar to my Kamui. Damn, Konoha actually has such a trump card. The invisible wave passed through the space, and when it was about to hit Nine Tails, a burst of smoke suddenly enveloped Nine Tails. Chapter 201 Katakana middle. Kamui space. Chapter 121 Katakana middle. Kamui space. Can't let this guy stop Nine Tails. With this thought, Obito looked at Nine Tails' eyes, and with the rotation of 3 Tomo in Obito's eyes, Nine Tails' scarlet pupils also appeared 3 rotating Tomo. Ow! Nine Tails, controlled by Sharingan, let out an even more frantic roar, and a huge-tailed beast bomb was condensed out again. Not long after, the pitch-black-tailed beast bomb shot out of Nine Tails' mouth and attacked in the direction of Luo Mu. Looking at the tailed beast bomb getting closer, Luo Mu's expression became rare and solemn. The plants summoned by the life energy in my body may not be able to block this tailed beast bomb, and Haki doesn't know if it will work. Although Luo Mu can easily dodge this tailed beast bomb with shaved, there is no way to dodge the Konoha village behind him. This tailed beast bomb is half a point bigger than the tailed beast bomb that Luo Mu received just now. If it falls in Konoha village, not many people will survive. I can only try it with the tree boundary wall and the armed color. Thinking of this, Luo Mu put his hands together, mobilized the remaining life energy in his body, and prepared to summon the tree wall again. Wood style. Just when Luo Mu was about to summon the tree boundary wall, runes like tadpoles suddenly appeared in front of tailed beast bomb, forming a complicated formation, like a big net covering tailed beast bomb in it. The next second, the huge-tailed beast bomb disappeared, and with a flash of golden light, Namikaze Minato with the kunai trait in his hand appeared in the center of the battlefield. Sorry everyone, I'm late. Then, thank you for your assistance to Konoha, the nameless powerhouse. Advertisement. Looking at the gentleman in front of him, Luo Mu waved his hand and said, Don't worry, I just want this guy to be quieter. If you need it, I can go get you some clothes first. What? Hearing Namikaze Minato's words, Luo Mu was taken aback for a moment, and then he remembered that his clothes had been bombed by the tailed beast bomb and only cloth strips were left, which was obviously not very elegant. Then trouble you. Looking at the figure disappearing with the golden flash in front of him, Luo Mu inexplicably thinks of a certain uncle in the world of pirates, but the personalities of the two are worlds apart. Not long after, Namikaze Minato appeared in front of Luo Mu again, holding a ninja tactical costume. Putting on the clothes in Namikaze Minato's hands, Luo Mu adapted and said, Thank you very much. Besides, just call me Luo Mu. As for other matters, we will wait until Nine Tails is settled. Makes sense. Seeing Luo Mu entering a fighting stance, Namikaze Minato also raised the kunai in his hand, and looked solemnly at the Nine Tails who were running towards them. Up! Namikaze Minato gave a light drink and threw out a large number of kunai with imprints in his hand, and he also appeared in the position of one of the kunai after the golden light flashed. Watching Namikaze Minato flashing in successive golden flashes, Luo Mu was about to use shave to keep up when the space behind him suddenly fluctuated. Clang clang. 35. The space distorted. Obito's figure appeared behind Luo Mu, and the iron chain in his hand swept towards Luo Mu like a snake. Advertisement. Luo Mu laughed disdainfully at the sneak attack Obito, and the pitch-black armament hockey instantly possessed and punched Obito behind him. However, just when Luo Mu was about to smash Obito's mask, a strong attraction suddenly came from the position of Obito's right eye. It is the special ability of Obito Mangekyo Sharingan, Kamui. Facing the power of space, Luo Mu's body was sucked into Obito's eyes in a twist, even with the hardening blessing of the armed color. Scarlet blood was left from Obito's right eye. Feeling the sharp pain from his right eye, Obito covered his mask and smiled. Hee, so you can't organize my plan. At this time, in the Kamui space, Luo Mu, who was covered in darkness, looked around, thinking about how to leave. Shave. Luo Mu's figure constantly shuttles in Kamui space, trying to find the boundary of Kamui space. However, after a long time, Luo Mu looked at the ninja vest that he threw on the ground and stopped. I have been walking forward, but I have returned to the same place. Seeing that the boundary of Kamui space could not be found, Luo Mu immediately became armed, emission emerged in his hand, and invisible shocks began to rage in Obito's Kamui space. The ability of the space system is really troublesome. After another massive destruction, the Kamui space was devastated, but Luo Mu still couldn't find a way to leave. Seeing that he couldn't leave the Kamui space, Luo Mu simply sat down. Obito will always use Kamui again. At that time, Luo Mu will have a chance to leave here. Not long after, the Kamui space fluctuated again, and the next moment, Luo Mu's figure disappeared in the Kamui space. Chapter 202 Katakana Middle. Shimura Danzo. Chapter 202 Shimura Danzo. Seizing the moment when Obito used Kamui, Luo Mu successfully left the Kamui space. Returning to the outside world again, Luo Mu looked around, and there was still a devastated forest. The bright moon was also high above the sky, and the collapsed gate of Konoha village could be seen not far away. However, Nine Tails, who was roaring recklessly, has disappeared. At the gate of Konoha village, a group of ninjas are surrounding a baby in a cradle with sad expressions. Among the group of ninjas, Luo Mu did not see the yellow figure. Stepping forward to look at the sleeping baby in the cradle, Luo Mu sighed. It seems that he still failed to stop that guy, 55. At this time Sarutobi Hiruzen on the side came over. Sir, although I appreciate your support for Konoha village, we may not have time to entertain you right now. Do you have any plans for the future? 5. Just call me Luo Mu. Looking at the old man in front of him, Luo Mu thought for a while and said, to be honest, I only dealt with Nine Tails because it attacked me first, but my 007 impression of Namikaze Minato is not bad, if I can. Luo Mu pointed to the little Naruto in the basket and said, he is Namikaze Minato's son. I want to adopt him. 35. What? Not expecting Luo Mu to say such a thing, Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned, and looked at Luo Mu with a hint of caution. Mr. Luo Mu, Naruto's parents have just died, and the strongest Nine Tails have been sealed in his body. We think it would be better to send him to the hospital for observation for a while. Luo Mu knew the meaning of Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. Advertisement, but he didn't care about Sarutobi Hiruzen's fears, and after taking a look at Naruto, he walked towards Konoha village. Then arrange a place for me. I want to stay in Konoha temporarily. It should be no problem. Bar. This. No problem. Sarutobi Hiruzen, BEDF, was about to say something when a voice suddenly interrupted him. The leader of Konoha's roots, Shimura Danzo, came out from the shadows on the side and said, Konoha welcomes a strong person like you to join us. The place of residence has been selected for you, and the old man's men will lead the way for you, Feng. Yes. The orange-haired ninja Yamanaka Kase walked out from behind Danzo, came to Luo Mu, stretched out his left hand and said, Mr. Luo Mu, please come this way. Huh, Danzo? Taking a meaningful look at Danzo, Luo Mu followed Yamanaka into Konoha village. Following the Yamanaka wind passing through the streets of Konoha, Luo Mu soon came to a residential area that had not been destroyed by Nine Tails. Sir, this is the place of residence that Konoha arranged for you, and you will always enjoy the right to live in this house from now on. 35. Oh, after walking around the house, Luo Mu said with a sneer, Danzo is amazing. He can create such a room with windows on all sides in such a short period of time. You Konoha are really protecting the privacy of the guests. Nice. As Danzo's close friend, Yamanaka Feng naturally wouldn't be embarrassed by Luo Mu's words, just nodded to Luo Mu and left. At the same time at the gate of Konoha village, seeing Luo Mu leaving, Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand to the surrounding ninjas and said, Okay, everyone is tired after fighting all night, go back and treat your injuries. Advertisement Might Kai, who was holding nunchucks in his hand and covered in color, wanted to say something, but Kakashi next to him stopped him. As a ninja who grew up in Anbu, Kakashi knew that third generation's actions meant that the next conversation was not something they could listen to. For the sake of friends, Kakashi naturally wanted to take away the idiot who was full of training. After everyone left, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head to look at Shimura Danzo. Danzo, this guy's origin is unknown, and his strength is unfathomable. With your character, you would leave such a dangerous person in the village? Humph. Shimura Danzo snorted coldly, looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, Can't you see what kind of ninjutsu this person named Luo Mu used in the fight with Nine Tails just now? Such a guy must while we're on the lookout. We must find out why he's able to use first generation's wood style. You guy, you in general have been watching the battle just now, but you didn't help, so you just watched Minato die? The root is just guarding against sneak attacks from other ninja villages. As for the fourth generation, I didn't expect him to use the Gould to seal it off. Although angry at what Danzo did, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't do anything to Danzo. After a night of fierce fighting, Konoha finally resealed Nine Tails. Among them are the current fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato and his wife Uzumaki Kushina. After finishing speaking, Danzo left here with Yuzu Tobin behind him. Danzo, you? Watching Danzo leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen could only sigh in the end, picked up Lil Naruto's cradle and left here. In this battle, a total of 40 genin, 17 chunin, and 5 jonin were sacrificed. Where there is light, there is a shadow, and Konoha also has many things that cannot be seen in the light, which need roots to solve. Chapter 203 Katakana Middle. Quarrel in Hokage's office. Chapter 203 Katakana Middle. Quarrel in Hokage's office. In the early morning of the next day, after a night of hard work by a certain wood-style ninja, the originally dilapidated Konoha village was restored to its previous appearance. However, the house can be restored, but the person who has passed away is still gone. The entire Konoha village is now enveloped in an atmosphere of sadness. At this time, after a night of rest, Luo Mu had already figured out his current situation. As a result of drifting in the void space for too long, the original majestic life energy in Luo Mu's body has been consumed to nothing. Now this little life energy, I'm afraid I can't even use Sage Mode. It seems that I need to find a chance to absorb a little more life energy. While thinking about it, Luo Mu put on the ninja suit given to him by Namikaze Minato. After all, this is the only one he has at the moment. As soon as he walked out of the house, a masked ninja appeared in front of Luo Mu. I have received an order from Lord Third Generation. Please come to the Hokage office to meet Mr. Luo Mu. Anbu. It's not a root ninja, but Sarutobi Hiruzen moved faster this time. With this in mind, Luo Mu nodded and said, Let's lead the way, just as I have something to look for him. Following Anbu's ninja, Luo Mu is not afraid that this will be Danzo's trap, although he can't use fairy magic and large-scale wood style now, but only with Luo Mu's Marine 6 styles and Conqueror's Haki. It is not Danzo who can do it. Provoked. At the same time, in the Hokage office, in addition to the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the head of the roots Shimura Danzo, and the 2 advisors of Konoha, Udatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura, Hyuga Hiyashi, Uchiha Fugaku and other leaders of major families are also on the list. Advertisement obviously, all the high rises of Konoha have gathered in this small Hokage office. At this moment, Udatane Kaharu, one of the advisors, was facing Sarutobi Hiruzen angrily and said, This guy named Luo Mu must not stay in the village. Why does he appear as soon as Nine Tails appears, and he is halfway through fighting Nine Tails? He disappeared again and reappeared after the Nine Tails was sealed, which is so suspicious. I definitely don't agree with a guy like that living in Konoha village. That's right, third generation, I agree with Kaharu. Mitokado Homura, who was on the side, also said at this time, This guy wants to adopt Nine Tails Jinchuriki as soon as he opens his mouth. It must be an attempt on Nine Tails. Nine Tails Jinchuriki must be in our hands. 99. Hearing Mitokado Homura's words, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a bad expression, Pay attention to your words, Homura. Naruto is not only the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, he is also the son of the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato who died to seal the Nine Tails. He is a descendant of heroes. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen getting angry, Mitokado Homura had to admit for a while. Third generation, what you said makes sense, but I still don't agree with this guy staying in our Konoha village. At this time, Uchiha Fugaku, who was sitting on the side, stood up and said, Our Uchiha family has no interest in this man named Luo Mu. As long as he doesn't come to provoke us, we have no opinion on whether he leaves or stays. After speaking, Uchiha Fugaku left the Hokage office without looking back. So is our Hyuga family. The same goes for the Akamichi clan. It's the same with the Yamanaka clan. With Uchiha Fugaku taking the lead, Hyuga Hiyashi, Akamichi Dingza and others also expressed their attitudes and left the office. Advertisement katakana middle dot seeking flowers. Sarutobi Hiruzen could only sigh when he saw the departing clan chiefs. After all, for these clan chiefs, as long as they didn't threaten their families, they didn't care. Not long after the patriarchs left, Luo Mu pushed open the door and walked in, found a chair and sat down. However, before she could speak, Luo Mu spoke first. When will Naruto be discharged from the hospital? Remember to inform me when she is discharged. Also, do you have any tasks or rewards here? I don't have any money to support Naruto right now, but too much don't give me simple tasks, I find it troublesome. 0. What are you thinking? You be asterisk 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 D. You really want to pay attention to Nine Tails Jinchuriki, 35. Hearing this, both Ekaharu and Mitokado Homura looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in shock, but what puzzled them even more was that Shimura Danzo on the side did not mean to stop Sarutobi Hiruzen. Regarding this matter, looking at the angry Ekaharu, Luo Mu said calmly, I have no interest in Nine Tails, as for why I adopted Naruto, I just want to thank Namikaze Minato. What you said also makes sense, then you can find someone to take me to see the mission, so I can make some money, you. Seeing Luo Mu's defiant appearance, Ekaharu slapped the seat and wanted to scold Luo Mu. Seeing that Ekaharu wanted to fight with Luo Mu, Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly stood up and became an old man. After all, Naruto is still young, and Luo Mu, you also said that you have no money, I think Luo Mu, you can live in Konoha first. Come down, it's not too late to adopt after you are familiar with Konoha's environment. Chapter 204 Special Jonin Chapter 204 Special Jonin. Anko, come here. After Sarutobi Hiruzen called for Mitarashi Anko to take Luo Mu to check in as a ninja, there was an eerie silence in Hokage's office. After a long time, Mitokado Homura asked inexplicably, why let this guy stay in Konoha? And let him adopt Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his pipe and said, this is the result of my discussion with Danzo, specifically, you should ask Danzo. Seeing several people looking at him, Danzo tapped the cane in his hand and said, this guy and Nine Tails Jinchuriki are both unstable factors, 017, needs to be closely monitored, so it's better to put them together instead. It is more convenient to supervise. As for where he lives, I have arranged for a 24-hour close monitoring. As for me, I think it's a good thing that someone can adopt Naruto. After all, we old men must not be able to take care of Naruto and the villagers in the village because of Nine Tails, 35. Seeing that the two leaders of real power in Konoha agreed to this approach, Ekaharu and Mitokado Homura looked at each other and said helplessly, since you both said so, it can only be like this, I hope you are right. Bar. Luo Mu, on the other side, followed Mitarashi Anko to a huge building. While leading the way, Mitarashi Anko introduced to Luo Mu. This is where we Konoha shinobi take missions, sir. You can select the mission you want on the mission wall in front of you. Just call me Luo Mu. Advertisement, Luo Mu, since you are not yet a ninja in our Konoha village, you need to register with me first and get your ninja forehead protector, 35. While talking, Mitarashi Anko brought Luo Mu to a counter, and after talking to the receptionist behind the counter, Mitarashi Anko handed Luo Mu a form. Here, just fill out this registration form, Luo Mu, you can become a ninja in our Konoha village, 99. Looking at the form in his hand, Luo Mu frowned and said, is it so troublesome to register a ninja with you? Looking at the numerous questions on the form, Mitarashi Anko said a little embarrassedly, well, it's not really, as long as the ninjas in our own village pass the examination of the Ninja Academy, they will automatically become genin. This form is only for Luo Mu set up by outsiders like you, 5. For safety, it is understandable. As Nien said, Luo Mu picked up a pen and prepared to fill in the questions on the form. Wait a moment. A sudden sound interrupted Luo Mu's movements. I saw a yellow-haired man with long braids walk to Luo Mu's side from outside. Hello Mr. Luo Mu. I am Yamanaka Kaiichi from the Yamanaka clan. Lord Third Generation asked me to do a small inspection for you. Pick up, please don't resist when you come down. Yamanaka Kaiichi, mind reading? It doesn't matter, you just need to read. Yamanaka Kaiichi was not surprised that Luo Mu recognized himself at once. After all, he is the #1 person in the Konoha analysis class. Although his name is not as shocking as Namikaze Minato in the ninja world, it can be said that he is ding as famous. Advertisement. As soon as Yamanaka walked up to Luo Mu, he stretched out a hand not far from the top of Luo Mu's head, then made a seal with one hand and closed his eyes. Secret technique, mind reading technique. Light blue chakra surges in Yamanaka Kaiichi's hands. It didn't take long for the chakra to dissipate, and Yamanaka Kai opened his eyes and looked at Luo Mu and said, I didn't expect Mr. to be sealed before, no wonder he suddenly appeared in front of our Konoha village. After finishing speaking, Yamanaka Kai looked at the receptionist aside and said, okay, no problem, you can directly register for Mr. Luo Mu. Okay, Mr. Hichi. The receptionist obviously knew Yamanaka Kaiichi. Since Yamanaka Kaiichi said there was no problem, the follow-up procedure was also used up. Soon, the receptionist took out a forehead protector engraved with a wooden leaf pattern from the drawer in front of him and handed it to Luo Mu. Mr. Luo Mu, from now on you are our special Jonin of Konoha village. This is you. The ninja forehead protector is also a symbol of your Konoha shinobi status, please keep it. Taking over the forehead protector, Luo Mu tied it to his arm, then glanced at the other ninjas who were doing tedious procedures, and said to Yamanaka Hai, "You saved me a lot of time, thank you." In this regard, Yamanaka Kaiichi smiled and said, "I would also like to thank Luo Mu for your cooperation. Now we are colleagues at 3.5. By the way, the third generation has something to do with me. I will go first. Anko, you continue take Luo Mu to the mission. 35. Okay. Bye-bye Mr. Waving goodbye to Yamanaka Kaiichi. Mitarashi Anko pointed to the quest wall and said, "Okay, Mr. Luo Mu, you are now our special Jonin in Konoha village. As long as the quest is S rank or below, Mr. Luo Mu, you are all accessible." On the other side, after Yamanaka Kai left the mission hall, he took out a device. Reporting the third generation, there should be no problem with Luo Mu's identity. Chapter 205 Katakana Middle. Orochimaru Chapter 205 Katakana Middle. Orochimaru. Standing in front of the task wall, Luo Mu was looking for the task he was interested in, while Mitarashi Anko on the side took out a bunch of balls from nowhere and ate it quietly. However, after a long time, Luo Mu did not find a suitable task. Although Luo Mu, who is a special Jonin at this time, can theoretically accept any S rank or lower quest, the bounty for S rank quests is also as high as 1 million taels or more. But on this task wall, most of them are C-level or even D-level tasks, and even B-level tasks are very few, let alone A-level and S-level tasks. Have there always been so few high-level tasks in your village? Luo Mu asked, looking at Mitarashi Anko who was eating meatballs. No, it's mainly because it's a time of peace now, and there's no war. The A-level and S-level missions are all about Ninja Village and the country's trends, and there's basically no such thing as now. 5. Is that so? Hearing what Mitarashi Anko said, Luo Mu could only give up, and after watching for a while, he reached out and took down a B-level mission to protect the target. At this time, a pale hand held a task list and handed it to Luo Mu. The S-level mission is to investigate the evil god sect in the village of Tangren, the country of Sichuan. The bounty is 2 million taels. I wonder if Mr. Luo Mu were you interested? Hearing the hoarse voice in his ear, Luo Mu knew the identity of the person who came without looking back. Orochimaru, are you here specifically for me? 35. On the other side, when Mitarashi Anko saw Orochimaru, he immediately ate the ball in his hand, and his slack body instantly stood up straight. Good morning, teacher Orochimaru. Advertisement Orochimaru, who was wearing the same ninja vest as Luo Mu, glanced at Anko and said, Anko, you're here too. Did Mr. Sarutobi send you here? Yes, teacher Orochimaru, the third generation lord asked me to bring Mr. Luo Mu here to register as a ninja. Leave it to me here. You go back to practice ninjutsu first. When I come back from this mission, I will check your practice progress. Okay Orochimaru teacher. After speaking, Mitarashi Anko left the mission hall as if he had fled. Seeing the figure of Mitarashi Anko hurriedly running away, Luo Mu turned to look at Orochimaru. Why, your disciple seems to be afraid of you. What did you do to him? Orochimaru stretched out his long tongue and licked his lower lip and said, It's nothing, I just train more strictly with her. After all, I'm the only disciple right now. After finishing speaking, Orochimaru took out the task list again. So Mr. Luo Mu, I can divide the bounty for this task into 2/3 of yours. I wonder if you are interested in completing it with me? 5. As for why Orochimaru found him, Luo Mu knew very well. It was nothing more than that Danzo disclosed the news that he would know wood style to this scientific madman, and regarded him as a tool to test himself. Okay, then it's settled. When do we leave? Although he knew that Orochimaru wanted to dissect himself in a petri dish, Luo Mu still chose to agree to Orochimaru. After all, with Orochimaru's current strength, he was far from Luo Mu's opponent. Since Mr. Luo Mu has agreed, it's easy to handle, but I still have some things to sort out, so let's leave this afternoon. 99. After speaking, Orochimaru disappeared in an instant. Advertisement after Orochimaru came, Luo Mu took a D-level mission and left the mission hall while watching. Find the lost pet cat. The reward is 50,000 taels. Is it more or less? Following the task list to the connection location, Luo Mu also met the employer of the task, a woman in her 30s who was covered in jewels. Oh, you're the one who accepted the mission, and you've come. Seeing the forehead protector on Luo Mu's arm, the woman came up with a sad face. Our little tiger got lost without knowing why. Please help me find it. It's been so long, I don't know our family. Was Xiaohu injured, and was 017 bullied by other wildcats? 35. Looking at the whimpering woman in front of him, Luo Mu took a step back without a trace and said, Xiaohu, I know, what does your cat look like, or does it have any characteristics? Our little tiger is a brown kitten. I have a ribbon on its right ear. It's a very lively child. You must help me bring it back. Is that the brown kitten with the ribbon on the right ear? I see. Automatically ignoring the woman's nonsense, Luo Mu dodged to a roof. Observation hockey started, and soon Luo Mu found the figure that was jumping in the woods. Shave. Xiaohu, who was chasing butterflies, was suddenly pinched on the back of his neck and subconsciously wanted to struggle. Feeling the liveliness of the little tiger in his hand, Luo Mu gently released a trace of Conqueror's hockey. The little tiger, who was still trying to struggle, shook his body, and instantly gave a meow, and was grabbed by Luo Mu in coordination. Chapter 206 Roots Ninja. Chapter 206 Roots Ninja. Returning the little tiger to its owner, Luo Mu received his first income in the world of Hokage, a full 50,000 taels. Although this may be a lot of income for other people, but after seeing the pirate world, The bounty is as high as hundreds of millions or even billions. Luo Mu's first thought is whether this will connect can't even eat. However, Luo Mu obviously underestimated how rich the owner of Xiaohu is. After walking into a ramen shop and asking, Luo Mu learned that in Konoha village, 1 tael is equal to 10 yuan, and the price of a ramen is about 900 yuan. According to such purchasing power, just looking for a cat cost 50,000 taels. Indeed, it can only be said that the owner of the little tiger is proud. After eating a bowl of ramen, Luo Mu actually had nothing to do for a while. Walking around the streets of Konoha casually, at the same time, the sound of conversations on both sides of the street also reached Luo Mu's ears. I heard that 9 taels, who made trouble yesterday, was sealed, and it was still on a child. Why do such monsters stay in the village? Leaving this kind of thing in the village will definitely bring bad luck. And the 9 taels demon fox also killed Lord 4th Hokage, which must be an ominous omen. That's right, and I heard that the child is still an orphan, and it will definitely bring bad luck to others. Otherwise, why would the 9 taels demon fox be sealed on such a child? 35. Oh, you're right, we have to keep my son away from him in the future. Hearing these words, Luo Mu frowned slightly, but in the end he could only shake his head. The fact that these villagers would say this can only mean that Sarutobi Hiruzen did not spread the truth of what happened last night and Naruto's identity. As for why Sarutobi Hiruzen did this, and how many political factors were involved, this is not what Luo Mu wants to know. Forget it, let's go see Naruto. Advertisement. He stopped a passerby and asked about the location of Konoha Village Hospital. Luo Mu followed the passersby's guidance and came to Konoha Hospital. However, just as Luo Mu walked to the door of the hospital, 2 ninjas suddenly appeared, blocking Luo Mu's way. Sorry, you are not allowed to enter Konoha Hospital without the order of Lord Danzo. Oh, you want to stop me? Looking at the 2 people blocking the road in front of him, Luo Mu looked bad. Maybe you can try. In response to Luo Mu, there were 2 shuriken inserted in front of him. Humph. Following Luo Mu's cold snort, the dark armed color had already clinged to his hands, and a layer of energy like flowing water also appeared around the armed color. Fire-style great fireball technique. The moment the 2 root ninjas saw Luo Mu's armed color possessed, they knew that Luo Mu wanted to do it. One of them immediately made a seal and spit out a great fireball at Luo Mu. Facing the incoming fireball, Luo Mu disdainfully raised his hand and pushed, the emission surged, and the fireball dissipated. At the same time, Luo Mu stomped his foot suddenly, and a strong force shook the ground where Luo Mu was in an instant. Well. With a muffled groan, another ninja flew out from the crack in the ground, clutching his chest and returning to his companion. Seeing that his companion's sneak attack failed, the fire-style ninja immediately made another seal. Fire-style ash accumulation burning. Advertisement. At the same time, another person quickly made a seal. Wind-style breakthrough, 35. A large amount of soot cloud was spit out, and it was instantly detonated by sparks, turning into a fiery cloud and sweeping towards Luo Mu under the wind of wind-style. However, in the face of the fierce combination of ninjutsu, Luo Mu did not fight back, and even took back the armament hockey attached to his hand. Water-style water barrier. A wall of water suddenly rose, blocking the raging firestorm. At the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen also appeared between the 3. The ninjas at your roots are too much. This is a ninja hospital. You actually use ash here to burn. Is this what Danzo taught? 55. Although not their real leader, Sarutobi Hiruzen is the 3rd Hokage of Konoha village after all. Therefore, seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen appear, the 2 root ninjas can only stop their hands and bow their heads to accept Sarutobi Hiruzen's reprimand. HMPH, go to Anbu and be punished. After driving away the 2 ninjas, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and looked at Luo Mu. Mr. Luo Mu, I'm sorry, these ninjas belong to Danzo, and sometimes even I don't know their actions. Taking a deep look at Sarutobi Hiruzen, Dejao, Luo Mu said without giving any face. Looking at Namikaze Minato's face, it's okay this time, but next time, I can't guarantee the person who shoots me for no reason. What will be the result? After speaking, Luo Mu passed Sarutobi Hiruzen and walked straight into Konoha Hospital. Although there is a little dissatisfaction with Luo Mu's attitude, but thinking of Luo Mu's strength against 9 taels, coupled with the fact that Konoha is now severely damaged, the other 4 ninja villages are eyeing them. It is no doubt that Luo Mu is pushing Luo Mu to other ninja villages, so Sarutobi Hiruzen can only sigh in the end. Let's let Danzo restrain a little, the current Konoha can't stand the toss. A few. Chapter 207 Katakana Middle. Uchiha Family. Chapter 207 Katakana Middle. Uchiha Family. In Konoha Hospital, with the help of observation hockey, Luo Mu quickly found Naruto's location. Looking at Naruto lying in the medical cabin, Luo Mu's observation hockey radiated towards Naruto. With the dissemination of observation hockey, Luo Mu was already in a closed room on all sides when he opened his eyes again. And right in front of him is a huge fence gate. 9 taels, who ravaged Konoha not long ago, is now sleeping behind the gate. As expected, I guessed correctly. It is also an extension of spiritual power, and the profound observation hockey can enter the tailed beast space. In fact, Luo Mu had a conjecture as early as Yamanaka read the mind of Luo Mu. The feeling of being scanned at that time was the same as the feeling of seeing, hearing and perceiving in the world of pirates. At that time, Luo Mu was thinking about the relationship between observation hockey and soul power. Now in Naruto, Luo Mu's conjecture has finally been confirmed. Looking down at his body, Luo Mu could feel that this 023 body was completely the same as his own body, and even Conqueror's Haki could use it with ease. Next, it's time to confirm another conjecture of mine. With that said, Luo Mu came to the sleeping Nine Tails, a branch grew out of his hand and slowly pierced into Nine Tails' body. As the branches stirred, a trace of red chakra separated from Nine Tails' body and entered Luo Mu's body along the branches. Perceiving the life energy recovered in the body, Luo Mu showed the expression as expected. As I guessed, chakra, as the energy extracted from the human body, is itself a purified product of life energy, while the tailed beast is a chakra aggregate, it is simply a concentrated mobile life energy bank. Advertisement, but... Thinking of the previous scene against Nine Tails, Luo Mu said thoughtfully, "Those chakras that have become ninjutsu, my plants seem to be unable to absorb them because their nature is too active, yet..." Later, Luo Mu took back the branch. "It seems that the decision to adopt Naruto was not wrong. It seems that I can have a portable power bank in the future." The reason why Nine Tails was not completely absorbed at one time is because Nine Tails will become Naruto's partner in the future, and secondly, Luo Mu found that his body seemed to have undergone some subtle changes since he came to the world of Hokage. The life energy in one's body seems to be restricted by something, and every time it exceeds a certain amount, it will flow away quickly until it returns to that amount. This is also the reason why Luo Mu chose to use Conqueror's Haki in previous battles. Luo Mu would not use Wood Styles' ability easily until he figured out what happened to him. Of course, even with Conqueror's Haki and Marine 6 styles alone, Luo Mu is confident that he can stand at the top of the world. Thinking of this, Luo Mu's heart moved slightly, he exited the tailed beast space, and after looking at Naruto who was sleeping soundly again, he left the ward. As soon as he walked out of the room, a babbling sound entered Luo Mu's ears. Yahaha. 99 Looking around, I saw 3 figures, BEDF, standing at the door of the ward next door, apparently they had just come out of the ward next door. And the voice just now came from the baby in the woman's hand that looked slightly bigger than Naruto. "Oh, this gentleman, Sasuke seems to like you a lot." Advertisement, Sasuke. Hearing the name, Luo Mu was slightly taken aback. If the baby is Sasuke, then the 3 people in front of him are not Sasuke's parents Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Makoto, and Sasuke's older brother, Uchiha Itachi, who has been chasing after more than 10 years. Facing Sasuke, who was babbling at him, Luo Mu looked at Itachi, who was staring at Sasuke, and said with a smile, "It seems that the two of them will become good brothers in the future, congratulations, Mrs." Hearing Luo Mu's words, Uchiha Itachi exclaimed excitedly, "Of course, I will take good care of Sasuke and become the best brother in the world." And Uchiha Makoto said happily, "I accept your blessings." 35. Even Uchiha Fugaku, who has always been unsmiling, smiled and thanked Luo Mu after hearing this. After saying goodbye to the happy family of 4, Luo Mu thought of their future fate and shook his head. "If you have the opportunity, help them." 9. After leaving Konoha Hospital, Luo Mu came to the gate of Konoha Village. After a series of events just now, a long time has passed, and I think Orochimaru should be ready. Sure enough, it didn't take long before Orochimaru came out of the woods on one side. At this time, Orochimaru is still the standard ninja costume, but there is a huge scroll behind it. "It's been a long wait, Mr. Luo Mu, we've made some necessary preparations, so let's go now." 35. Looking at the scroll behind Orochimaru, Luo Mu nodded, followed the Orochimaru and galloped in the direction of the Kingdom of Rivers. Target: River Country, Tanjian Village, Evil God Church. Chapter 208 Katakana Middle. Orochimaru's Surprise. Chapter 208 Orochimaru's Surprise. The country of Chuan, where Yunnan Village is located between the country of fire and the country of wind, and it often becomes a battleground between the two countries. However, Tangnan Village, located in the country of Sichuan, is like a paradise. Most of the villagers in Tangran Village advocate peace. Unlike other ninja villages, Tang Ying is not the most powerful person, but the most virtuous ordinary person in the village. The most famous place in the ninja world is the hot springs in the village, which is the origin of the name of the village. After a few days of traveling, Luo Mu and Orochimaru finally came to the hinterland of Xuanziguo. In the past few days, Orochimaru was very interested in Luo Mu's Conqueror's Haki and Marine 6 styles, and asked Luo Mu more than once about the principles. Luo Mu also did not hide, and taught Orochimaru the 6 forms and the cultivation methods of Conqueror's Haki. Orochimaru is indeed an excellent talent. In just a few days, he has initially learned Moonwalk and Iron Body among the 6 styles, but he still has some incomprehension about Conqueror's Haki. Of course, in exchange, Orochimaru also taught Luo Mu how to make and use ninjutsu scrolls. At this moment, with the sound of air explosions, the two were using Moonwalk to move rapidly in the air. Stepping on the air a little rusty, the big Orochimaru looked at Luo Mu and sighed. "It's really amazing, to be able to develop this kind of magical body technique to control the muscles of the body. You must have a lot of research on the human body, Luo Mu. Bar. In front of you, I don't really have any research, and I also learned these skills from others." Advertisement. Hearing Luo Mu's words, Orochimaru's pupils shrank slightly, and even Moonwalk under his feet was stunned, and the whole person instantly fell to a big tree. "I don't seem to understand what you are talking about." Seeing Orochimaru's whereabouts, Luo Mu also landed beside Orochimaru after a few dodges. "HMPH, it's not so easy to work with Danzo. I advise you to be careful that Danzo stabs you in the back." "You sure know. 95 if it was just suspicion. Now, Orochimaru can be sure that Luo Mu knows that he is conducting human research. However, only Danzo and him should know about his human research. Why did Luo Mu, who had just arrived at Konoha, know about it? Thinking of the consequences of this incident being leaked, Orochimaru looked at Luo Mu with a hint of danger for a while. The right hand hidden in the sleeve is darkly knotted. Seemingly guessing Orochimaru's thoughts, Luo Mu glanced at Orochimaru, and Conqueror's Haki suddenly started. An invisible pressure instantly enveloped Orochimaru. You don't have to think about how I knew it, and of course I won't let you know what you did. You should think about how to complete this task first. Right in front of you is Tangren Village. As a member of Sannin 1, it should be inconvenient to enter other ninja villages so openly. Don't worry about this. Facing Luo Mu's Conqueror's Haki, Orochimaru behaved very calmly, but released his right hand that was knotted in his sleeve, and then took out a mask from the scroll behind him. Putting the mask on his face, with a surge of chakra, when Orochimaru raised his head again, he had turned into the appearance of a woman, and even his pale hands had the color of an ordinary person. For Flowers advertisement? Oh, is this a ninja tool? It's really amazing? Looking at Orochimaru who had completely transformed into another person, Luo Mu couldn't help sighing. It's just some small props, if you are interested, I have a lot more here. When Orochimaru spoke at this time, even his voice became a woman's voice. Such a trivial matter, let's talk about it after the mission is over. 35. After speaking, Luo Mu jumped off the big tree and walked towards Tangren Village. And Orochimaru also followed up at this time and said, the hot springs in Tangren Village are famous in the ninja world. Luo Mu, don't you want to try it? Jiraiya and Tsunade have to go to soak for a long time every time they come. 0. It's a good idea to take a hot spring, but it's so early now, it's better to split up to find out the information first, and meet at the hotel door in 2 hours. 5. After finishing speaking, Luo Mu took the map of Tangren Village in Orochimaru's hand and walked into Tangren Village without looking back. After Luo Mu's figure completely disappeared from sight, Orochimaru's expression changed. That terrible sense of oppression just now, is it the Conqueror's Haki that only 1 person in a million people said Luo Mu has? Conqueror's Haki, 6 forms, these abilities have never appeared in the ninja world before. I don't know much about the common sense of the ninja world, and I don't even know the ninjutsu scrolls. Luo Mu. You are really in this world, is it someone? I will dig out all the secrets in you. Looking at the direction where Luo Mu disappeared, Orochimaru stretched out his long tongue and licked his lips, and said faintly. However, what Luo Mu said also makes sense, this guy Danzo should really guard against him. You. Chapter 209 Katakana Middle. Hidan Chapter 209 Katakana Middle. Hidan Entering Tangren Village, Luo Mu glanced at the surrounding buildings below. Perhaps because of the border with the Land of Fire, the architectural style of Tangren Village is not much different from Konoha. Following the map, we came to the central square of Tangren Village. Luo Mu stood in the center of the square and closed his eyes. The powerful observation Haki spread out around Luo Mu. All the moments of Tangren Village appeared in Luo Mu's perception. Found it, soon. Luo Mu opened his eyes and disappeared in the square in a flash. On the other side, in an alley in Tangren Village, a man in a black robe stopped a person who passed by, 023, and said, Good noon, this gentleman, I wonder if you are interested in getting to know his delightful sect. 9. The Joyous Sect. The passerby who was stopped was stunned. What kind of sect are you? Why haven't I heard this name before? Our sect is a sect that yearns for peace. We believe in the great evil god, and the great evil god will bring us peace and give us eternal life. Seeing the frenzied look of this believer in front of him, passers-by shuddered and said with disgust, How can any sect call the gods they believe in evil gods? I think you are a bunch of lunatics. I don't want to join your sect. After speaking, the passerby turned around and was about to leave. However, before he could take a step, a 3-edged sickle was inserted in front of him. Looking at the sickle in front of him, the passerby turned his head in fear and said, You. What do you want to do? I already said that I don't want to join your sect. The man in black behind him also said gloomily, Since you don't want to join us, then I can only sacrifice you to the evil god. Don't be afraid, the evil god will give you eternal life. Advertisement. With that said, the man in black robe suddenly pulled the rope attached to the sickle in his hand, and the huge 3-edged sickle attacked the shivering passerby with the sound of breaking wind. Tempest kick. Just when passers-by were about to die on the spot, Luo Mu's figure appeared above the alley. The invisible air blade repelled the scythe. Luo Mu fell to the passerby's side and waved to him, then looked at the man in black and said, I'm quite interested in your evil god sect. Would you like to introduce me to me? The passers-by who escaped from the dead saw this scene and immediately ran out of the alley. And the man in black on the other side didn't stop him. He was obviously more interested in Luo Mu. You said you want to join our sect? No problem. As long as we believe in evil gods, we are comrades. It's just that I don't quite understand one thing. Hearing the Hypao man's words, Luo Mu walked up to him and said, You said the evil god will grant you eternal life. What if that is the case? After finishing speaking, before the man in black robe could speak, Luo Mu lifted the scythe that had fallen on the side into his hand and slashed at the man in black robe. Unexpectedly, the black-robed man who Luo Mu did this was startled, and Luo Mu cut off his left arm out of nowhere. However, to Luo Mu's surprise, the entire arm was chopped off, but the man in black robe, who was bleeding continuously, seemed to be fine. At this time, the man in black robe also reflected, and the remaining right hand took off the hood, revealing a young face with a big back. You be asterisk 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 D. How dare you lie to me? You don't want to join our sect at all. Seeing the face in front of him, Luo Mu's dusty memory was awakened again, and he recognized him at once. Hidan. Also, the sect of the evil gods mentioned in the Hokage world seems to be the same. At this moment, Hidan's roar interrupted Luo Mu's thinking. You be asterisk 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 D. I will sacrifice you to the evil god. Advertisement. Having said that, Hidan pulled the scythe named Bloody March scythe again, trying to grab it back from Luo Mu's hand. However, no matter how hard Hidan tried, March Lien remained motionless in Luo Mu's hands. Obviously, Luo Mu's strength is far higher than Hidan's. Luo Mu just pulls lightly, and Hidan is pulled over by Luo Mu uncontrollably. In an instant, Luo Mu armament Haki was possessed and punched Hidan in the abdomen. Cough. 3.5 Looking at Hidan, who couldn't move his neck but was still stubborn, Luo Mu directly threw him into the air and raised his dark arms. I remember, you seem to have only an immortal body, and you don't have the ability to heal quickly. 6 King Guns. 39 This time, Hidan finally cried out in pain, and then fell to the ground softly. However, even so, Hidan still did not show pain, and even shouted, it's useless, I already said it, I'm not dead, wait for me, you be asterisk 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 D. I must put you sacrifice to the evil god. The powerful force directly knocked Hidan's neck back 90 degrees, and a crisp fracture sound came from Hidan's neck. At this moment, Hidan's whole body was shattered by the Six Kings' spear, and he could only lie on the ground weakly. The invisible shockwave slammed into Hidan's body, and the powerful force kept pounding and wandering in Hidan's body. A mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs coughed out from Hidan's mouth. Before Hidan could react, Luo Mu punched Hidan in the face again. Wow. 7 GB Chapter 210 Church of the Evil God Chapter 210 The Church of the Evil God. Looking at Hidan, who was lying on the ground unable to move, and his eyes were dull, Luo Mu said disdainfully. This is the blessing of the evil god? Kong has an immortal body, but has no ability to recover. It is really a tasteless blessing. You evil gods are too weak. 99. You be asterisk 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 D. I must. Cough cough. Hearing Luo Mu insulting the evil god he believed in, Hidan struggled to get up, but unfortunately he couldn't even move a finger at this time. Looking at Hidan, who was struggling on the ground, Luo Mu shook his head. What a mere evil god, that's all. After he finished speaking, he left the alley, leaving only Hidan, who couldn't move, lying in the alley, powerless and furious. Not long after, 2 figures in black robes appeared at the entrance of the alley. I saw them surrounded by Hidan. One of them cut his wrist and drew a magic circle under Hidan's body with blood. The other person picked up Hidan's broken arm and put it in the 14 circle. Afterwards, the two raised their necklaces and circled Hidan while chanting obscure incantations. Soon, the formation emitted a dark red light. When the red light dissipated, Hidan, whose bones were completely broken, actually appeared in the middle of the formation intact, and even the arm that had been cut off was taken back. High Priest, Hidan, who woke up, saw the two in front of him and wanted to say something excitedly. Advertisement. However, one of them reached out and interrupted Hidan's speech. He looked around and said, I have something to say when I am back at the headquarters. It is too dangerous here. High Priest, you were right. Let's go. After speaking, Hidan took back the March sickle and followed the two of them out of the alley. What they didn't notice, however, was that under Hidan's robe, a small red flower was attached. Shortly after the three of Hidan left, Luo Mu, who was sitting in a restaurant, suddenly smiled. The fish has taken the bait. In the cave not far from Tangren village, the high-level officials of the Heretic God sect were all sitting together with heavy expressions on their faces. The person sitting in the main seat looked around and said, Comrades, what do you think of the person Hidan met today? 35. Hearing this question, one of them stood up excitedly and said, Disrespectful, disrespectful. This guy dares to insult the Heretic God. This is disrespectful to His Excellency Heretic God. I suggest that we get rid of this guy directly. 5. As soon as the man finished speaking, the man sitting opposite him stood up and said, Easy to say, how to get rid of it. Didn't you see what Hidan looked like today? Do you think it's you or I who can defeat this guy? HMPH, you coward. Hidan was defeated by that guy today because of his carelessness. This time we are all dispatched. We will definitely be able to take down that guy. No, I don't agree with the full deployment, and the full deployment now will definitely attract the attention of those shinobi villages. Then do you allow such a B************ D to blaspheme the evil god to go unpunished? I think you just want to betray the evil god? Advertisement, what did you say? How dare you doubt my loyalty to the evil god? Is not it? Seeing that the crowd became more and more noisy, the person sitting in the main seat slammed the table. Okay. Everyone is a comrade who spreads faith for the evil god. There is no need to quarrel like this. Let's ask Hidan's opinion first. 5. Seeing that the sect leader was angry, the people who had been arguing also quieted down for a while. It didn't take long for Hidan's figure to appear in front of everyone. Seeing Hidan's arrival, the leader asked, Hidan, come and tell us about the strength of the person who defeated you today. When it came to Luo Mu, Hidan immediately said angrily, That be ******** D who blasphemed the evil god. I must cut him into pieces, and then sacrifice him to the evil god to apologize. We all understand how you feel, but now we must understand the enemy before we can deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. The leader's words apparently calmed Hidan's emotions, and Hidan, who had calmed down, also showed a dignified expression. That B**************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************have no chance to get him in his hands. Blood, let alone start a sacrificial ceremony, but next time, I will definitely find a chance, as long as there is a drop of blood. Okay, I see. Interrupting Hidan's words, the leader looked at Hidan and said, I know, Hidan, you should go to rest first, and you should not go out during this time. You are currently the only person in our church who has been blessed by the evil god. Knowing your importance, you are absolutely not to be lost. Okay, I just don't go out. Although he was very unconvinced, after seeing the resolute attitude of the leader, Hidan could only scold and leave the venue. After Hidan returned, the leader said weakly, Comrades, I suggest that we temporarily transfer our positions to another ninja village. As for this blasphemer, we will sacrifice him to the evil god sooner or later, and let him kneel in front of the evil god and admit his mistake. Yes, everything is for the evil god. Chapter 211, Excited Orochimaru. Chapter 211, Excited Orochimaru. It was night. In a hotel in Tangerine village, Luo Mu was eating a bowl of pork chop rice unhurriedly. A woman with a beautiful face suddenly sat opposite Luo Mu. Era, this little brother, why are you sitting here alone? You look so good. Is this the first time you have come to our Tangerine village? Right. Looking at the woman in front of him, Luo Mu's hand holding the chopsticks tightened slightly. Oh, that little brother, it's such a pity that you don't try the hot springs in our Tangerine village. Why don't you let the little girl show you around? It is good. Hearing Luo Mu's reply, the woman smiled, and reached out to put the hair on her cheek behind her ear. Then you have to follow me closely. After speaking, the woman waved to Luo Mu, twisted her waist and walked towards the interior of the hotel. Crack. 35. With the sound of the wooden table cracking, Luo Mu stood up and followed behind the woman. Soon, the two came to a room in the hotel. Advertisement. Just as Luo Mu closed the door, a formation appeared on the door. With the emergence of the formation, the original noisy conversation outside the hotel disappeared instantly, and the entire room became silent. At this time, the woman who entered the room first also turned around and said, Okay, now the whole room has been completely isolated by the soundproof formation. Little brother, you can do whatever you want. Boom. 35. Before the woman could finish speaking, a chopstick flew past the woman's ear, and the powerful force made the chopstick almost sink into the wall, and the woman's face was also scratched with blood by the chopsticks. Maintaining the posture of throwing out the chopsticks, Luo Mu looked darkly at the woman in front of him. Orochimaru, if you dare to talk to me like this again, next time, this chopstick will be stuck in your forehead. Hey, Luo Mu, you really can't make a joke at all. Seeing Luo Mu's gloomy face, Orochimaru put away his thoughts of teasing Luo Mu, and after the ninja tool was taken down, Orochimaru's skin and voice returned to normal. Spreading a ninjutsu scroll on the table in front of him, Orochimaru Yuyin took out a stack of paper. Let's exchange information. Today, I have contacted a large number of Tangerine village villagers in various identities, but these villagers do not seem to have heard much about the Church of the Heretic God, and only about 1/15 of the villagers have something to do with the Church of the Heretic God. I heard it, but there is nothing substantial about it. HMPH, I did meet a member of the Church of the Evil God, and I think you should be very interested in this guy. 99. Oh, how to say, that guy, is immortal? Advertisement. Almost as soon as he heard these 4 words, Orochimaru rushed in front of Luo Mu. He's there, take me to find him. Looking at Orochimaru with a frenzied face in front of him, Luo Mu patted him away and grabbed his hand and said, that guy was rescued by his accomplices, but it doesn't matter, I left a tracking method on him, and now I already know where their lair is. 39. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go quickly, the bounty for this mission will be given to you, I just want the undead body. At this time, Orochimaru hadn't met Shigego yet, nor had he understood the power of the spell, so when he heard that Hidan had the body of immortality, Orochimaru rarely lost his composure. Looking at Orochimaru, who was eagerly taking back the ninjutsu scroll, wishing to rush to the headquarters of the Evil God Church, Luo Mu calmly poured a basin of cold water on Orochimaru. Don't get too excited, that undead body is in me, it looks like rubbish. 5. I don't even have the most basic self-healing ability. After I broke the bones of my whole body with one punch, I lost even the most basic ability to move. Do you want such an inferior undead body? Hearing Luo Mu's words, Orochimaru was even more excited. It doesn't matter, Luo Mu, believe me, as long as he is in my hands, I will soon be able to perfect the shortcomings of this immortal body and develop true immortality. Technique. 99. This time, Luo Mu did not refute Orochimaru's words, because he knew that without Hidan's body, Orochimaru could develop a real immortality technique by himself. Even shortly after extensive human experiments, Orochimaru will develop an S-grade forbidden technique called living corpse reincarnation. To Zhao, although living corpse reincarnation has the side effects of being repulsive and putting a great burden on mental power, it can still be said that Orochimaru has achieved immortality in disguise at that time. While admiring Orochimaru's scientific research ability, Luo Mu couldn't help but think of a certain inventor in the world of pirates. If Orochimaru can know Vegapunk, these two guys will definitely come up with something that will make the two worlds come together. It's a shocking invention. 99. Sure enough, this kind of guy, there is only one good man in the world. Putting aside the strange thoughts in his mind, Luo Mu followed Orochimaru, who was already impatient, and set off towards the location of the Church of the Evil God in the dark of night. Chapter 222 Attack on the Church. Chapter 222 Attack on the Church. The secret base of the Cthulhu Church was not far from Tangren village, and soon Luo Mu and Orochimaru came to the vicinity of the cave. Standing not far from the cave, Luo Mu observation haki emanated, and soon the situation in the cave was clearly presented in his mind. A total of 55 people. About half of them have life. Chakra reaction, several people's chakra reaction is no less than yours, they're all masters. Looking at Luo Mu, who could know the situation inside the cave just by closing his eyes, Orochimaru couldn't help sighing. As this observation haki, it's much more convenient than those perception ninjutsu, what an enviable ability. Ignoring Orochimaru's admiration, Luo Mu still closed his eyes and said, compared to this, I think it's better for you to think about how to deal with the ninjutsu of these guys. As far as I know, as long as they get a drop of your blood, you can 027 feedback all your injuries to you. Oh, there is still such a magical ninjutsu? Could it be the blood of some clan? I don't know about this, but according to these cultists, it seems to be a sacrificial ceremony? Suddenly, Luo Mu frowned slightly. Orochimaru, I think you may have to act quickly. They seem to want to use some kind of teleportation ninjutsu, and the target is the owner of the undead body, Hidan. Hey, then what are you waiting for? Hearing that Hidan was about to be teleported away, Orochimaru immediately moved, his whole body flashed, and he dived into the shadows. With two muffled grunts, Orochimaru instantly dealt with the two ninjas guarding the door, made a look at Luo Mu, and rushed into the cave. As for Luo Mu, who has no interest in Hidan, he, BEDF, looks very leisurely, and randomly summons two vines to stab the fallen ninjas, absorbs their life energy, and then walks into the cave in a leisurely manner. At the same time, in a room in the deepest part of the cave, Hirata Shiki, the leader of the Evil God Church, was discussing the retreat with Hidan and the others in front of him, when suddenly a cultist rushed in and interrupted their words. Advertisement, it's not good, leader, our base was discovered, and two ninjas rushed in. What, 35 for a time, the people in the room were like enemies. Damn. How could those ninjas in Tangnin village find out about our secret base? It must be the one who beat Hidan this afternoon. Hearing that it might be Luo Mu, Hidan took out his bloody march sickle excitedly. Damn it, how dare you attack our church, I'm going to cut you into pieces. However, before Hidan could act, Hirata Shiki grabbed him. Enough Hidan, you are not his opponent, as I said, you can't make mistakes. Hirata Shiki looked at a female devotee and said, Kina, you can send Hidan to go first by sending technique to the sky. Okay boss, but I need 20 minutes to prepare. No problem, everyone else, join me to stop the invaders, all for the evil god, 35. Everything is for the evil god. During the time they were discussing, Luo Mu and Orochimaru had already dealt with most of the Cthulhu believers. Waving the Kusanagi sword to kill a heretic god believer who wanted to sneak attack on him again, Orochimaru looked at Luo Mu on the other side and asked, we have killed a total of 42 believers now, Luo Mu. Where is that undead body? Where? For the innermost room, just go straight in. 35 however, before Orochimaru could act, Hirata Shiki and several other high-level officials of the evil god sect descended from the sky and surrounded the two of them. Advertisement looking at the corpses of believers all over the ground, Hirata Shiki's eyes were split. You actually gave so many of our comrades to, you two bastards. The others looked at the two of them angrily. Wind-style great breakthrough. Water-style blast water rush. Earth-style earth dragon bullet. At the same time, other people also took action one after another, and ninjutsu of various attributes attacked the two of them from all directions like a hurricane. Looking at the center of the room filled with smoke, one of the church executives swallowed and asked uncertainly. The smoke brought by the summoning technique enveloped the whole room, and with the sound of ninjutsu bursting, another large piece of smoke was disgusted. And Hirata Shiki, the leader of the evil god sect, recognized these three gates immediately. This is the triple Rashomon. Damn, you are Orochimaru of Konoha. That old guy, Yuying, actually invited you here, already. Summoning art triple Rashomon. Seeing this, Orochimaru bit his fingers and quickly pressed his hands to the ground after forming a few seals. At this moment, the smiling face of the evil spirit carved on the door seemed to be laughing at the people around. However, as the smoke cleared, the three gates of evil spirits from hell formed a triangle and guarded Luo Mu and Orochimaru among them. The continuous offensive just now did not cause any damage to these three gates. This should be resolved. Boom. Chapter 213 The Evil God Church Perishes. Chapter 213 The Evil God Church Perishes. Oh, it looks like you know me? Hearing Orochimaru's voice coming from behind Rashomon, Hirata Shiki snorted coldly. HMPH, Konoha Sanin's name is like thunder. It is said that you all have the strength to destroy a city by yourself. I didn't expect Tang Ying to invite you here. How much he spent, our Church of the Evil God can pay twice as much. Our Konoha village doesn't have the habit of changing mission objectives at 0 hour, and I'm more interested in the undead body of your church. Hearing this, Hirata Shiki immediately gave up the idea of buying Orochimaru. If the other party came for Hidan, there would be no room for turning around today. If that's the case, then let me see if your name, Sanin, is worthy of the name. After all, Hirata Shiki looked like his deputy beside him, and the deputy instantly understood. I saw the two of them jumped high at the same time, and their hands quickly formed a seal. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique, 35, Wind-style Great Breakthrough. The wind raised the fire boosted the power of the wind, and the gust of wind enveloped the flames, turning into an incomparably huge fireball that fell from the sky, past the defense of Rashomon, and plunged towards Luo Mu and the others. Facing the imposing blow, Luo Mu put his hands together, wood-style Mulong Technique. A huge wooden dragon rose from behind Luo Mu, opened its huge mouth and swallowed the fireball. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, the wooden dragon burst apart, but at the same time offset the power of this combined strike ninjutsu. Advertisement: the immortal body is in the house at the back. It may be too late for you to go now, just leave these guys to me. Hearing Luo Mu's words, Orochimaru nodded at Luo Mu, turned and rushed towards the depths of the cave. Seeing this scene, Harada Shiki on the other side immediately roared. Damn, their target is Hidan, stop him. However, before the cultists could act, a wooden wall interlaced with vines completely blocked the way for everyone to pursue Orochimaru. Your opponent is me. As soon as Luo Mu's voice fell, a pair of hands suddenly stretched out from the floor under his feet and grabbed Luo Mu's ankles, and then those hands violently pulled Luo Mu's whole body to the floor, with only one head exposed, outside. It was at this moment that another figure jumped high, and the long sword in its hand was aimed at Luo Mu's head and slashed down. Clang! With a sound of gold and iron, I remembered that the broken blade of the long sword crossed a perfect arc in the air and landed on the ground over the attacker's shoulder. How is this possible? This guy, is it a monster? Looking at the broken blade in his hand, the sneak attack said in disbelief. In response, Luo Mu, who was buried in the soil, just smiled disdainfully, then his eyes narrowed, and Conqueror's haki gushed out from his body. A demon-like sense of terrifying oppression instantly filled the room. For a time, everyone present felt their hearts being pinched. Under this momentum, the world seemed to have turned gray. Thump! With the withdrawal of Luo Mu Conqueror's haki, one after another cultivator rolled his eyes and fell to the ground, while the rest of Shigui Harada and others were already sweating profusely, looking at Luo Mu with horror. What was that just now? Such a terrifying aura, was it an illusion? Advertisement before Harada Shiki could think about it, the ground under his feet suddenly churned. No, go back. Feeling the change under his feet, Harada Shiki jumped away from the place, and at the same time did not forget to remind his companions. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers. However, perhaps he has not recovered from the shock of Conqueror's haki. Even with Harada Shiki's reminder, only his deputy responded. Others were chilled by the vines that emerged from the floor. With the agitation of the vines, the believers on the vines quickly turned into mummified corpses. This terrifying scene, even Harada Shiki, who was used to seeing live sacrifices, was horrified. At this moment, he finally realized that the person in front of him was the real devil. However, the next moment, Harada Shiki's eyes turned decisive. A devil like you must not remain in the world. For the sake of the evil god and the future of the church, go to hell with us. Saying that, Harada Shigui looked at his deputy, and the two colleagues formed a strange seal. In Luo Mu's perception, the life energy in their bodies became violent the moment the seal was formed. The bodies of the two of them also inflated rapidly, like a full balloon, rushing towards Luo Mu. Die! 9 as the two of them shouted in unison, their bodies exploded in front of Luo Mu, and the violent explosion swept the entire room. The corpses that originally covered the room were instantly turned into fly ash by the energy of the explosion. When the explosion dissipated, Luo Mu stood in pitch black. With the blessing of armament haki, the violent explosion just now didn't even destroy Luo Mu's Kakuzu. At the same time, there was a sound of footsteps. Luo Mu turned his head to look, and Orochimaru with a displeased face dragged a woman out of the depths of the cave. B***************. I dug a step, the immortal body was sent away by this woman, and... Chapter 214. Mission completion. Orochimaru put the unconscious woman on his shoulders and said, Damn, it's actually the Tianshu technique of Cloud Shinobi Village. Luo Mu, can you still locate the position of the immortal body? After closing his eyes and taking a closer look, Luo Mu shook his head. No, the seeds I left on him were destroyed. Cut. Not getting the experimental materials he wanted, Orochimaru looked around unhappily, only to find that the entire room seemed to have been bombed at this time. This? Luo Mu, what did you do here? How did Zero Mu make this place like this? You did the explosion I just heard inside? Humph. After losing his armed expression, Luo Mu's expression turned bad. I didn't do it. It was the two high-level officials of the evil god church. They blew themselves up. Oh, self-destructed ninjutsu. How could anyone learn this thankless ninjutsu? Is this the power of faith? Who knows? What I'm more concerned about now is that we only have this woman in our hands, and the other believers haven't even left a corpse. How should we calculate our mission? It doesn't matter, as long as this woman is enough. Let's go back to Tangerine Village. 39. Seeing that Orochimaru didn't care, Luo Mu naturally no longer tangled, and kept up with Orochimaru's footsteps. Tangerine Village, Tang Ying office, advertisement. The overaged Tang Ying looked at the woman tied up by 5 flowers in front of him, and Orochimaru and Luo Mu behind them, and said with a smile. Thank you so much. Our Tangerine Village has always been peace-loving and basically does not make enemies of others. The Church of the Evil God doesn't know why it is targeting our Tangerine Village. In this period of time, our Tangerine Village already has many villages. My name was attacked by this evil god church, thank you so much for helping us solve such a big trouble. With that said, Tang Ying walked to his desk and bowed deeply to Orochimaru and Luo Mu. Take people's money and people to eliminate disasters. For Tang Ying's gift, Luo Mu stepped aside without a trace. Lord Tang Ying, please confirm the identity of this woman. If there is no problem, then we are ready to return to Konoha. Hearing Orochimaru's words, a ninja behind Tang Ying walked to the woman's side and examined the woman carefully. No problem, Mr. Tang Ying, the identity has been confirmed, and it is indeed Shin Na, one of the top leaders of the Heretic God Church. At the same time, a ninja walked in from the door, looked at Luo Mu and Orochimaru with a bad expression, and said, Lord Yukage, we have surveyed the location mentioned by Konoha Shinobi, and we can confirm that it is the headquarters of the Church of the Evil God, but no living people or corpses were found in it, only a very strong chakra reaction. Is it possible? Hearing this, Luo Mu and Orochimaru's expressions darkened instantly. The ninja obviously suspected that the two of them had lied about the mission, which was no small matter. Okay, hard work, Minato. 35 Just when the two were about to attack, Tang Ying interrupted Minato in time, then looked at Orochimaru and Luo Mu and said, It's okay, I believe in these two Konoha ninjas. Advertisement. After speaking, Tang Ying took out a document, signed a name on it and handed it to Orochimaru. This is your mission document, your mission this time has been completed. Minato wanted to say something, but seeing that Tang Ying had signed the mission document, he still didn't say it. Then I would like to thank Mr. Tang Ying. After taking over the task document, Orochimaru thanked Tang Ying again, and left Tang Ying's office with Luo Mu. After the two left, the ninja named Minato looked at Tang Ying and asked with a puzzled face, Lord Yuying, the place that the two Konoha shinobi said not only had no living people, but not even a corpse, why is it so easy to sign mission documents for them? If the heretic god cult makes a comeback. Minato, no, Konoha village won't allow false reports of missions, let alone Orochimaru, one of the signings? What, Orochimaru? Subconsciously clenched the kunai in his hand, and a trace of cold sweat broke out on Minato's forehead. It's actually Orochimaru, fortunately, Master Tang Ying interrupted me just now, 99. At this time, Luo Mu, who had already left Tangnin village, looked at Orochimaru and said, It seems that Tang Ying can sit in this position as an ordinary person, it is reasonable, at least 3.5 ordinary people will not have such courage, but 2 million taels, 35. Yeah, but Luo Mu, I didn't get the undead body this time, and I still have to take 1/3 of the bounty. Why, Orochimaru is still short of money. I heard in the village that you have done more than 300 S-rank missions alone, so the bounty is not enough for you? It's very expensive to do scientific research, whether it's materials or equipment, which one doesn't cost money. And without me, you probably won't be able to take on this task. HMPH, that's true. Chapter 215 Kakashi's Past. Chapter 215 Kakashi's Past. A few days after leaving Tangnin village, Luo Mu and Orochimaru returned to Konoha village. Due to the existence of the Konoha forehead protector on the shoulder, and Orochimaru is also a big celebrity in Konoha village, the two ninjas who were on the guard mission simply confirmed the identities of the following two people and put them in. Came to the task hall, Orochimaru skillfully taught the task table to the staff. Soon, after the staff confirmed the authenticity of Tang Ying's signature, the reward for this mission, 2 million taels, was in the hands of the two of them. After opening the cash box and taking away 1/3 of it, Orochimaru handed the cash box to Luo Mu who was on the side. Okay, I got the reward for the task, so I'll go back first. After speaking, Orochimaru took 14 of the money in his pocket and left the mission hall. Luo Mu also followed Orochimaru and left the mission hall after checking the money in the cash box and making sure that there was no problem with the amount. Walking on the streets of Konoha, Luo Mu originally wanted to go to the shopping street to buy some clothes. After all, he is still wearing the ninja suit given by Namikaze Minato. Although the quality of the clothes is very good, Luo Mu doesn't want to devote his energy to protecting his clothes from being damaged every time he fights. But as Luo Mu walked to the square of Konoha and looked at the head of Namikaze Minato carved on the Hokage rock, Luo Mu thought for a while and finally decided to go to Konoha's cemetery first. I bought a bottle of wine in the shopping street on one side, and then Luo Mu bought a bunch of flowers at the flower shop opened by Ino's house. With these things, Luo Mu came to the place where the body was buried in Konoha village. After searching for a little bit, Luo Mu quickly found the tombstones of Namikaze Minato and Mazda Kushina, but at this time, a figure was standing in front of the tombstones. The white hair, the forehead protector that covers the left eye, and the mask that covers almost the entire face all symbolize the person's identity, Hitaki Kakashi. Advertisement and Kakashi's other identity is the disciple of 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. Thinking back on Kakashi's life experience, Luo Mu couldn't help shaking his head. Kakashi's father, Hitaki Shigeru, was originally the famous Konoha's White Fang in the village, and he was also gifted. Originally Kakashi was supposed to live a radiant life. Unfortunately, in a mission, Hitaki Shigeru failed in order to save his companion, and was eventually blamed by the whole village, even the rescued companion. Later, Hitaki Shigeru, who couldn't stand the pressure, chose to commit suicide, leaving only a short sword for Kakashi. Because of his father's death, Kakashi had an almost pervert obsession with the rules, which also caused Kakashi, who was young at the time, to be incompatible with other people in the ninja school. This situation did not improve until the Minato class appeared. Under the influence of Uchiha Obito, Rin Nohara, and Namikaze Minato, Kakashi has renewed hope for life. Unfortunately, fate doesn't seem to want to let Kakashi go. In the Battle of Kanabi Bridge, Kakashi's best brother Uchiha Obito was crushed half of his body by a boulder to save him, and he disappeared in the end, but what Kakashi got was a Sharingan that could never be closed. Later, due to the attack of Anbu in the village of Kirigage, Kakashi had to kill the beloved Nohara Rin with his own hands. For a long time after that, Kakashi was overshadowed by this incident and kept washing his hands every day, trying to wash away the bloodline that didn't exist. And now, even Kakashi's most respected teacher and mother have died because of the Nine Tails Rebellion. Today's Kakashi, I am afraid that there is nothing to lose. Advertisement except for some green idiot. Ah, with a cornering sound, Might Kai sprang from the side and kicked Kakashi. Let's have our 223rd duel, Kakashi. Bowing his head to avoid Might Kai's flying kick, Kakashi said in a gloomy voice. Kai, stop making trouble, not today. However, Might Kai did not intend to stop his hand, and after landing, he quickly turned around and kicked Kakashi's waist 030. Don't dwell on the past, Kakashi, you haven't had a duel in half a month. Putting the offerings in their hands in front of the tombstone, Luo Mu, Asuma and others worshipped Namikaze Minato and his wife together. Hearing Luo Mu's question, Asuma on the side took a breath and said, we just told Kai about Kakashi's whereabouts in the past few days. As for the duel, of course, Kai thought of it himself. At the same time, behind Luo Mu, Asuma, Han Yui and other Konoha shinobi followers came out. By the way, Luo Mu, Lord Third Generation seems to be looking for you. Facing Might Kai's stormy offensive, Kakashi had to withdraw his thoughts and take it seriously. So, did you guys think of the idea or Might Kai came up with it himself? 6699 Han Yui also said, only Kai can divert Kakashi's attention at this time. Soon, the two left the Konoha village cemetery in a fierce battle. Chapter 216 Release the Pigeons of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 216 Release the Pigeons of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Looking down at his clothes that he hadn't changed for half a month, Luo Mu showed a hint of helplessness. Let him wait, I'll go buy some clothes first. After speaking, without waiting for a few people to say anything, he turned and walked towards the commercial street. When he came to the commercial street, Luo Mu quickly finished shopping for clothes, but when he wanted to leave, he suddenly stopped. Everyone has come, then let's just go buy something to eat, although I don't really want to eat, but Naruto can't. Thinking of this, Luo Mu turned around and walked towards the food street. Milk. Baby food. This eldest sister, may I ask, what should a newborn baby eat? Newborn baby? Of course it's a nutritious food supplement. With the help of kind passersby, Luo Mu successfully bought the baby food he needed, and with the warm hospitality of his eldest sister, he also bought several baby clothes in her clothing store. By the way, sir, don't forget that there are other baby supplies, such as cribs, baby toys, baby bathtubs, etc. But don't worry too much, sir, the baby will be ready. Actually, I am a child adopted by the hospital, 35. Oh, sir, you are really kind. Then I'll give you these toys that my children used to use, and then I'll make a list for you, and then. After a lot of tossing and turning, when the sun went down, Luo Mu finally bought all the necessities to take care of Naruto, accompanied by the kind eldest sister, and set foot on the way home. Back at home, Luo Mu released the contents of the scroll. Looking at the various things piled up in front of him, Luo Mu couldn't help sighing. Fortunately, I learned how to use an ninjutsu scroll with Orochimaru, otherwise so many things would be lost. I don't know how to take it home. Advertisement. By the time Luo Mu sorted these things out, the sun had completely set. Lying on the sofa and looking at the darkness outside, Luo Mu murmured, why'd I always feel as if I forgot something? Leave him alone, let's sleep for a while. However, just as Luo Mu closed his eyes, there was a knock on the door. Is there anyone coming to see me so late? Opening the door strangely, Luo Mu saw Sarutobi Hiruzen and Kakashi standing outside the door with bad looks. No, I forgot about it. Luo Mu then remembered that Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to find him before, and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Ahem. You guys are looking for me, what's the matter? The old man waited for you in the office all day, and asked Kakashi to come to your house in the afternoon to find you. Mr. Luo Mu, can you tell me where you have been all day? 35. Facing Sarutobi Hiruzen's question, Luo Mu could only say truthfully. I just wanted to buy some clothes today, but was dragged by an elder sister to buy a lot of baby products, so. Seeing that Luo Mu's room had all kinds of baby items neatly arranged, Sarutobi Hiruzen also understood that Luo Mu didn't lie to him, so he could only sigh and say, oh, forget it, let's talk to you. Signaling that Kakashi was guarding outside the door, Sarutobi Hiruzen closed the door, found a chair and sat down, looked at Luo Mu and said, because Minato died in battle, I will leave tomorrow to go to Daimyo to take up the post of Hokage again. During this time, I was afraid. Ninjas from other villages would attack Naruto. 35. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Luo Mu remembered that there is still a Daimyo. After all, the Daimyo has no sense of existence in the original work. So you're going to ask me to get Naruto back now? Advertisement, yes, and I don't want Naruto's identity to be known to too many people, this is also to better protect Naruto. However, Luo Mu was very disdainful of these words. If it was to protect Naruto, why did he only block the identity of Naruto 4th Hokage's son, and the identity of Naruto 9 Tails Jinchuriki is indeed well known. But Luo Mu is too lazy to care about these intrigues. Since he adopted Naruto, he will not let anyone bully Naruto. So Luo Mu waved his hand at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, I know, I will go to the hospital tomorrow to bring Naruto back. But you remember to tell your people, I won't be merciful if someone stalks me. Don't worry, I have already explained everything. 39. Seeing Luo Mu's eviction order, Sarutobi Hiruzen also, good, wisely prepares to leave. After waiting for Sarutobi Hiruzen to leave, Luo Mu sat on the sofa and closed his eyes, enjoying the last tranquility in the room. Thinking of what happened to Naruto as a child in the original novel, Luo Mu added, remember to find a reliable nanny, I don't want to come back to see Naruto hungry. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just reached the door, stopped and looked back at Luo Mu strangely. Wait, there's one more thing. When little Naruto picks it up tomorrow, the house will be lively. Then it's alright. Okay, you all go back, I'm going to rest. Please help me arrange a nanny here, after all, I may go out on a mission sometimes, and I may not be able to take care of Naruto. 35. The old man knows. Chapter 217 hyphenation point Danzo on top. Chapter 271 katakana middle dot Danzo on top. Compared with the tranquility in Luo Mu's hut, in Anbugen's base at this time, it was the complete opposite. A hole. 39 throwing the table in front of him to the ground, Shimura Danzo roared and wanted to vent his anger. Damn ye of the land of fire, damn Mitokado Homura, damn Utatane Kaharu. Why don't you accept the new Hokage? Why let Sarutobi Hiruzen this the retired third generation project is back in office? I can't compare to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Choose me as 5th Hokage, and I will definitely lead Konoha village to completely defeat other shinobi villages. Why not choose me, why? For the rare moment when the leader breaks the defense, the root ninjas standing on both sides look at the nose and nose, and they all have undergone strict training and know exactly what to do when. After wanton venting, Shimura Danzo finally calmed down, and the ninja of the two people's roots straightened the table that had been overthrown by him in time, collected the scattered documents again, and put them back in front of Shimura Danzo. Looking at the appointment of Hokage in front of him, a killing intent finally appeared in Danzo's eyes. Sarutobi, you forced me to do this. If you gave me Hokage obediently, everything would not happen, would. Yi is too conservative in your hands, only I can lead Konoha to become stronger, all for Konoha. 5. Heavenly Hidden. Following Shimura Danzo's shout, the ninja named Tenzo heard the shout and walked out of the team to Danzo. You take Maki, Raku and Kondo to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen. Remember, as long as he hasn't met the daimyo, he's not a Hokage. You're doing this for the sake of the village. Yes. Advertisement. The four of them shouted in unison that they, who had been brainwashed since childhood, would never question Danzo's orders, but would only implement them. When the four of them left, Shimura Danzo sat in the chair, and a gloomy smile came out of his mouth. He, Sarutobi, don't blame me. 99. Since I have become Hokage, then for Nine Tails and Luo Mu, it's completely my way. At noon the next day, Luo Mu, who had made all the preparations, came to the door of Konoha Hospital again. This time, thanks to the care of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Luo Mu entered the hospital smoothly without any hindrance. However, although there were no ninjas in the way, when Luo Mu completed the cumbersome adoption procedures and took Lil Naruto out of the hospital, it was already afternoon. Taking Lil Naruto back to the door, Luo Mu was just about to open the door when the ninja at the root appeared in front of him again. Why are you guys again? Didn't Sarutobi Hiruzen tell you not to bother me? Looking at these ninjas as annoying as flies, Luo Mu resisted the urge in his heart and asked, what's going on this time? Sir Danzo wants to find you, please come with us, bring Nine Tails Jinchuriki with you. Tisk. Shimura Danzo. BDF, I'm so annoying, hurry up, hurry up. Holding little Naruto, Luo Mu followed the footsteps of the root ninja, but soon, Luo Mu discovered something was wrong. Hey, I said, this shouldn't be the way to your base. 99. Advertisement. However, for Luo Mu's question, the ninja at the root did not respond. For them, it is enough to complete the task, and there is no need to have too much communication with the task target. Following the root ninja, Luo Mu looked at the Hokage office that was getting closer and closer, thinking of what Sarutobi Hiruzen said to himself last night. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Shimura Danzo, I didn't expect you to be so impatient. However, you don't really think Sarutobi Hiruzen would be so easy to kill, hehe. Follow the root ninja into the Hokage office, and sure enough Shimura Danzo is sitting behind the desk representing Hokage. HMPH, if Sarutobi is still there, I will naturally approve the old man to take up the position of Hokage. Well, don't be rude. Call it out to me from Nine Tails Jinchuriki, you too. Seeing Shimura Danzo's arrogant appearance, Luo Mu thought of the scene he perceived with observation haki before entering the door, and couldn't help laughing. Ha 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 ha, you are doing your best, but I don't know, you are doing your best. Sarutobi Hiruzen, will it be approved? 5. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen and Kakashi slowly entering the door, Shimura Danzo's pupils shrank suddenly. Sarutobi, what about you? Seeing Shimura Danzo's triumphant appearance, Luo Mu sneered and said, why, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally figured out how to pass the throne to you. Before Shimura Danzo could finish speaking, Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice suddenly came from the door of the office. Sorry Danzo, I don't seem to have any plans to give this position to someone else. Humph. 35. Agreed with Mitokado Homura and Utatane Kaharu? For Luo Mu's ridicule, Shimura Danzo snorted coldly. Third Hokage is assassinated. The village cannot be headless for a day. This old man naturally has to take up the responsibility to eliminate the unstable factors of the village one by one. The old man does his best for Konoha. Why does he need the consent of the two of them to preside over Konoha's government affairs? Chapter 218 Little Naruto's Nanny. Chapter 218 Little Naruto's Nanny. Why didn't I die? Seeing Shimura Danzo's panicked appearance, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a sneer. That really disappoints you. It seems that the assassins you sent didn't succeed in killing me. 35. A cold sweat broke out on Shimura Danzo's face, and she said nervously. What are you talking about, Sarutobi? How could I send assassins to assassinate you? We are all students of teacher Tobirama, 99. Hee. Sarutobi Hiruzen still sneered at Shimura Danzo's sophistry. So Danzo, what do you mean by sitting in my seat now? This. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen who was pressing step by step, Shimura Danzo hurriedly stood up from his chair and said, I just saw that you haven't come back for so long, and I want to help you manage the government affairs. After all, you will be under pressure if you pile up too much government affairs. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already walked in front of Shimura Danzo, looking at the old comrade in front of him. Sarutobi Hiruzen really did not expect that he would actually send someone to assassinate him. At the same time as his heart was chilling, Sarutobi Hiruzen also felt a little helpless. After all, this is politics. When the two competed for Hokage at the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that he and Shimura Danzo had no way to return to the original relationship. Staring at Shimura Danzo for a long time, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally didn't have the heart to kill the old comrade who was trying to assassinate him on the spot. With a long sigh, Sarutobi Hiruzen waved at Shimura Danzo. Danzo, for the sake of our old war friendship, I can let go of what happened this time. I hope you can really do what you said. For Konoha, do your best. Now, take your subordinates and get out of here. Then, I'll go first. Advertisement waving at the ninjas under him, Shimura Danzo left the Hokage office in a state of embarrassment. This time, the battle for the title of Hokage ended with Sarutobi Hiruzen's victory. Seeing Shimura Danzo's defeat, Luo Mu, who had been eating melons with little Naruto by his side, smiled and said, Is there anything else? If there is nothing else, I'll go back. Naruto should have lunch, right, babysitter? You remember to arrange things. Lord Third Generation, I'm leaving first, understood. After everyone left the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed sullenly as he looked around the place he had been for decades. Taking off the Hokage hat on top of his head, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his pipe while stroking the fire characters on it. Ahem. Danzo, why do you have to struggle with this Hokage position? Thinking back to the time when he studied with Senju Tobirama with Shimura Danzo and Utatane Kaharu, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but sigh again. I really want to retire. At this moment, in Luo Mu's house, little Naruto's cry resounded throughout the house. Luo Mu looked at the crying little Naruto in front of him and didn't know what to do for a while. Just now, he has tried all the methods he can think of, but whether it is feeding little Naruto, or using toys to make little Naruto happy, even Luo Mu helped little Naruto change a diaper with difficulty. But little Naruto's cries still echoed in Luo Mu's house. Dong dong dong. Just when Luo Mu was at a loss, the sound of knocking on the door was like the sound of heaven, resounding in Luo Mu's heart. Advertisement katakana middle dot for flowers katakana middle dot. It must be the babysitter that Sarutobi Hiruzen arranged for me. Luo Mu rushed to the door, opened the door, and saw a yellow-haired ninja wearing glasses standing at the door of Luo Mu's house. The female ninja bowed to Luo Mu and said, Hello, Mr. Luo Mu. I am the one sent by the third generation to take care of little Naruto. The nanny? My name is Yakushi Naoyu. Seeing that she may not have her own big ninja at this age, Luo Mu deeply doubted. How old are you? How old are you this year? Is it really okay? 0. Although I'm only 23 this year, it's fine, Mr. Luo Mu. I was the director of an orphanage before, 99. Really? Seeing that Luo Mu didn't trust him, Yakushi Naoyu was about to say something when little Naruto's cry came from the room. Tisk. Rubbing his brows, Luo Mu said helplessly. Well, if you can make little Naruto stop crying, I will trust your level of business. 35. Hearing this, Yakushi Naoyu smiled confidently. It's not just coaxing children, I'm the best at this. After she finished speaking, she went straight into Luo Mu's room, carried little Naruto from the bed into her arms, hummed a lullaby and shook it gently. Soon, little Naruto's cry gradually weakened, and finally he slowly fell asleep in Yakushi Nono's arms. Slowly putting little Naruto into the crib, Yakushi Naoyu glanced at the curtain provocatively and said softly, How about Mr. Luo Mu, now you believe in my ability. Seeing that Yakushi Naoyu coaxed little Naruto so easily, Luo Mu had to admit that in this aspect, he really lost with him. Chapter 219 Take Care of Little Naruto. Chapter 219 Take Care of Little Naruto. Closing the door, Luo Mu looked at Yakushi Naoyu in admiration. Indeed, it seems that this matter still needs to be done professionally. I recognize you, Yakushi Naoyu. You can stay at my house in the future. Just call me Luo Mu. Okay, Mr. Luo Mu, you can call me Xiao Yi in the future. It is good. Looking at the sleeping little Naruto, Luo Mu looked at Naoyu curiously and asked, Oh no, why did he stop crying when you hugged Naruto? I tried to hug him just now, why is it useless? Luo Mu, how did you hug little Naruto just now? Just like you, hold him and shake, 053. Peefed ha ha ha. Seeing Luo Mu's hands dangling, Naoyu couldn't help laughing out loud, but when she thought that little Naruto was still sleeping, she quickly covered her mouth and said softly, laughing to death, Luo Mu. Where are you? Coax him to sleep. You are shaking little Naruto on a roller coaster, so it's no wonder he can fall asleep. Hearing Yi Nayu's words, Luo Mu scratched his head and said, is there any difference? Doesn't it mean that the baby should be held in his hands and dangling? That's not it, let me have a good science with you. Holding his eyes, Yakushi Nanoyu said seriously, the reason why we hold the baby and shake it gently is to imitate the environment of the baby in the mother's womb. Because the baby is wrapped when it's in the mother's womb, and then you think, do we shake a little bit when we walk? 35. It seems to be we hold the baby and shake it like this, just to make the baby think that he is back in the mother's belly, so that the baby can feel safe, soothe the baby's emotions, and the baby can fall asleep. Advertisement, that's what it is. That's right, and there's no Luo Mu who works so hard. You're not walking at all, you're just running for your life. Cough cough. Coughing twice to hide his embarrassment, Luo Mu looked at little Naruto and said, how long does he have to sleep? I heard that babies often wake up in the middle of the night. Yes, it's common for babies to wake up at night, so we both have no rest tonight. No, you don't have to rest. What? See you tomorrow. 35. As Luo Mu's voice fell, a piece of wood rose from the ground, forming a separate small room to isolate Luo Mu from the outside world. Looking at Luo Mu, who was autistic, on the spot, Yakushi Yi Nayu silently helped his forehead. How could this be? Then she glanced at the sleeping little Naruto and said helplessly, forget it, I was used to it in the orphanage before. I hope you wake up a few times less at night, little Naruto, alas. I don't know about the orphanage. How are you all, how are you? The next morning, with the morning light shining on Luo Mu's cabin, the cabin wiggled and retracted into the floor, and Luo Mu's figure also appeared. Hey! The sound of frying meat came from the kitchen, along with the smell of meat. Good morning, oh no, I worked hard for you last night. Following the sound, he came to the kitchen, looked at Yakushi Yi Nayu who was frying meat, Luo Mu said hello. Crack. Advertisement turning off the fire on the stove, Yakushi Nanoyu turned his head sharply, pointed to the dark circles around his eyes and said with tears in his eyes, it's hard work, of course it's hard work. I have never seen such a noisy child Naruto, on average, he wakes up once every 10 minutes, crying when he wakes up. Just last night, I coaxed him at least 30 times. I took care of one, the baby in the orphanage didn't take care of him alone. 5. Forehead. Seeing Yakushi's exhausted appearance, Luo Mu said embarrassedly, sorry, oh no, or I'll come and watch little Naruto tonight. Pouring the fried bacon and eggs into the plate, Yakushi Nanoyu turned around and walked over to the feeding bottle and said, that's what you said, I'll leave little Naruto alone tonight. Okay, then it's settled, let's have breakfast first, and I'm going to breastfeed little Naruto. After saying that, Yakushi Nanoyu left the kitchen with the temperature-tested bottle. What? When Yakushi Yi Nayu saw the empty plate in front of Luo Mu, he froze and stared at Luo Mu and said, why, eat my breakfast too. Not long after, Yakushi no Nayu, who had fed little Naruto, returned to the kitchen with an empty bottle, and Luo Mu just finished eating the breakfast in front of him. That's okay, don't look at who did it. Yakushi no 3.5U's confident voice came from the living room. Pay for my breakfast. I thought it was because you were afraid that I wouldn't have enough to eat, so you cooked a little more for me. It tastes good, oh no. Luo Mu, who was wiping his mouth, was taken aback for a moment, and then he realized that it seemed that the amount of breakfast on the plate could be divided into 2 portions. Although Luo Mu wanted to tell Yakushi that Yi Nayu didn't actually need to eat breakfast, but when she thought that it was specially prepared for herself, Luo Mu chose to sit down and taste this long-lost breakfast quietly. Chapter 220 War with Cloud Shadow. Chapter 220 War with Cloud Shadow. With the help of Yakushi Nanoyu, Luo Mu learned a lot about babysitting, and took turns taking care of little Naruto with Yakushi Nanoyu. The life of the 3 of them went on the right track. Time just passed a month. On this day, Luo Mu was looking for quests in the quest hall, when suddenly a receptionist rushed to the quest wall with a large number of quest sheets in his hands. Ninjas, I just received the news. The 4th Raikage of Union Village is ready to wage war against us. I heard that they have attacked us in 3 directions. With that said, the receptionist posted a large number of A-level and even S-level task orders on the task wall, while the C-level D-level tasks that were originally irrelevant on the task wall were buried below. Looking at the wall of war quests, Luo Mu was not interested. He tore off a C-14 level quest without leaving the village and left here. After leaving the mission hall, Luo Mu went to the commercial street to buy Naruto's food. Hey, have you heard that the Cloud Shadow village in the Land of Thunder seems to have started with our Konoha village? I must have heard. This Cloud Shadow village is too annoying. Why do you keep coming to trouble our Konoha village? That's right, but it doesn't matter. We have Lord Sanin in Konoha village, and a mere Cloud Shadow village is definitely not our opponent. Along the way, passers-by kept discussing the topic of war, but Luo Mu didn't care about it. In his opinion, although Konoha has just experienced the Nine Tails chaos, it is more than enough to face a Cloud Shadow village. When he got home and just opened the door, Yakushi Yi Nayu looked for Luo Mu anxiously. Luo Mu, have you heard that Union is at war with us? Advertisement, of course I heard it. It spread all over the world. Now the whole Konoha village should know about it. Looking at Yakushi Yi Nayu's anxious look, Luo Mu asked strangely. What's the matter? Oh no, did something happen to you? 99. No, just, Luo Mu, Do you think we can beat Union Village this time? There's nothing to worry about. Luo Mu disagreed with Yakushi's worries. Although Namikaze Minato and Nine Tails have been lost, Konoha still has a large number of Jonin, not to mention Orochimaru. The three Sannin were sitting in town. Where could Yen Yang find so many high-end combat power? But, no, oh no, you must be hiding something from me. Tell me what it is. 35. That's it. Luo Mu, you know that I came from the roots before. Lord Danzo just sent me an order, wanting me to go undercover in the land of the earth and monitor Iwagakure. Hearing this, Luo Mu immediately said with a bad expression, HMPH, Danzo, he thinks beautifully, who will help me take care of Lil Naruto when you leave. He has so many people, I don't want you to be the only one who can be sent as an undercover agent. You tell him, let him have the ability to ask for someone in front of me. As soon as Luo Mu finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. He opened the door with a dark face, and Kakashi's figure came into view. Mr. Luo Mu, Lord Third Generation, let me call you over. 99. Got it, Kakashi, you go first, I'll be right there. 35. Lord Third Generation asked me to watch you come over. He said he didn't want to wait for you all afternoon. This old man is quite vengeful. When the Sarutobi hears and pigeons were released before the sound, Luo Mu said helplessly. Okay, I know. 99. Advertisement. Then Luo Mu turned to look at Yakushi Inayu. Oh no, take Naruto with you, and let's go to Sarutobi Hiruzen together. 5. Okay. You're here alone. I'm afraid Shimura Danzo will trouble you. You come with me. Oh okay. So, Yakushi Nanoyu picked up little Naruto and came to the Hokage office with Luo Mu and Kakashi. In Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the three people who came in together and the little Naruto held in Yakushi Nanoyu's hand, and said with a bit of astonishment. Luo Mu. You came here, why did you bring your family with you? I don't trust Shimura Danzo. Big deal. When Luo Mu blocked what he wanted to say, Sarutobi Hiruzen said helplessly. But, Luo Mu, no one in our village can stop fourth Raikage except you. With a sigh, Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Tsunade and Jiraiya are not in the village now, they're wandering outside. As for Orochimaru, he just took over the mission to Sand Shadow Village. Glancing at Yakushi Nanoyu who was following Luo Mu, Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth and said, the big deal is that you can take Yakushi Nanoyu and little Naruto with you, okay? Don't use this to fool me. Orochimaru, Tsunade, Jiraiya, which of your three good apprentices can't fight with fourth Raikage? Why do they have to come to me? 35. Answering Sarutobi Hiruzen's question succinctly and clearly. 053. Luo Mu walked up to Sarutobi Hiruzen and asked, so why did you come to me today? Let me tell you first, if it's related to the war, I won't be involved. I have to take care of little Naruto and have no time to go out to fight. 55. Chapter 221 Rush to the Front. Chapter 221 Rush to the Front. The country of thunder and the country of fire do not actually border, or the 5 countries of the ninja world do not actually have borders. Therefore, the small country sandwiched in the middle often becomes the battleground of the war between the two great powers. Sandwiched between the country of fire and the country of thunder are the two countries, the country of iron and the country of Tien. Among them, ninjas are not popular in the country of iron, but the samurai is regarded as the foundation of the country of iron, and the leader of the warriors of the iron country, Mifune, is a samurai recognized by the demigod Hanzo of the ninja world. It is precisely because of this that with the 3 ships in charge, and the strong national strength of the iron country can become a neutral country that is undisturbed. And this time, the location of the war between the two countries, Leihuo, was naturally chosen within the territory of Tianjiguo. On a cliff on the eastern border of Tianjiguo, 4th Raikage Ai is standing on the top of the cliff with a large number of ninjas, overlooking the land under his feet. Standing beside him is his younger brother, 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer B, known as the Perfect Jinchuriki. Walking to Ai's side, Killer B made a classic rap gesture and said, Yo, my good brother, you're not sure, we're going to war, yo, 35. Possibly already accustomed to Killer B's strange way of speaking, I said seriously, from the news that I arranged for the undercover agent in Konoha village, Namikaze Minato has confirmed that he died in battle because of the seal of 9 Tails, and the new 9 Tails was killed. Jinchuriki is still a newborn baby, so Konoha will save 2 big troubles all at once. 99. But Konoha has Sannin and Sarutobi Hiruzen, and there are more ninjas than us, yo. Advertisement, HMPH, Sannin is not in the village now. As for that old guy Sarutobi Hiruzen, he can't be my opponent. Looking back at the ninja army behind him, Ai waved his hand. Everyone, jump down with me, and then directly set up camp. After speaking, Ai's body was filled with thunder and he jumped off the cliff. On the other side, because of the small Naruto, Luo Mu and Yakushi Naoyu had just arrived at the junction of the land of fire and the land of Tien after a day's journey until late at night. The special flares were released, and soon 2 ninjas appeared in the field of vision of Luo Mu and Yakushi Nanoyu. Putting the little Naruto in Luo Mu's hands, Yakushi Naoyu stepped forward and gave the password to the 2 of them. After confirming each other's identity, Yakushi Naoyu nodded to Luo Mu. The 2 followed each other to the Konoha shinobi camp. Entering the camp, a familiar figure came into Luo Mu's eyes. It was Yamanaka Hai who had checked Luo Mu's memory in the mission hall before. When Luo Mu saw Yamanaka Hai also saw Luo Mu. Walking up to Luo Mu, Yamanaka Kai nodded to the 2 ninjas who were in charge of the response, then looked at Luo Mu and said, Luo Mu, long time no see. Lord Third Generation told me that he would send support. I'm still thinking who. I didn't expect it to be you. 99. Long time no see. Yamanaka Kaiichi, to be honest, I don't really want to come. If Sarutobi Hiruzen told me that no one could come to help, and if he agreed with me to bring the two of them here, I would definitely not come back. Having said that, Luo Mu pointed to Yakushi Inayu who was standing behind him and little Naruto in her arms. Advertisement following the direction of Luo Mu's finger, Yamanaka Heiichi discovered that there was a woman holding a child behind Luo Mu. This. Luo Mu, how did you go to the battlefield and bring your wife and children with you? No, I'm not his wife. Yamanaka Kaiichi's words made Yakushi's face turn red instantly. She hurriedly hugged little Naruto and clarified to Yamanaka Kaiichi. I'm not Luo Mu's wife, I'm just sent by the Third Generation to help Luo Mu takes care of little Naruto's babysitter. 99. Hearing Yakushi Nanoyu's words, Yamanaka Kaiichi said suddenly, Naruto. That's not Minato's, no wonder. Not bothering about this issue for too long, Yamanaka Hai pointed to a tent behind him and said, Okay Luo Mu, come in with me first, Lu Ju is going to rush me. 99. As soon as he followed Yamanaka Kai to the tent, a man with pigtails and 2 scars on his face was staring at the sand table in contemplation. Lu Ju, guess who the reinforcement's Third Generation is looking for us? Yamanaka Kaiichi's words did not make Nara Shikaji's eyes leave the sand table. If I guessed correctly, it should be Mr. Luo Mu who helped us stop Nine Tails during the Nine Tails Rebellion. Lu Ju, can you guess this? Master Tsunade is wandering around and disappearing. Master Jiraiya should still be practicing on Mount Myoboku. Master Orochimaru is on a mission in the Land of Wind. And Master Third Generation cannot personally go to this frontal battlefield. At present, our village may also face Raikage Village I at the same time. There is only Mr. Luo Mu who is better than the brothers. While speaking, Nara Shikahisa planted a flag on the sand table in front of him. Then, Nara Luju finally looked away from the sand table and looked at Luo Mu at the door. Hello Mr. Luo Mu. I am the commander-in-chief of this front, Nara Luju. Chapter 222 Katakana Middle Dot Arrangement of Nara Shikaku Chapter 222 Katakana Middle Dot Arrangement of Nara Shikaku. When we meet for the first time, just call me Luo Mu. The latter is my assistant, Yakushi Inayu. Stepping forward and shaking hands with Nara Luju, Luo Mu looked at the flag on the sand table that Nara Luju had just planted and said, The place where you just planted the flag is the Cloud Shinobi's offensive line? 35. That's right, the land of the land is very different between the north and the south. This time Cloud Shinobi Village took the initiative to attack. Their marching speed must be faster than ours, and the northern highlands have definitely been occupied by them, so our current front can no longer be attacked. The front has advanced, and can only remain in the southern plains and engage them. 5. Cloud Shinobi and the others must also know that we can't advance the front line. They run long distances and focus on speed, so they will definitely find the fastest attack route. And the fastest way to enter the plains in the entire 057 TN no country is here. Saying that, Nara Shikahisa pointed to the position above the flag he had just planted, which was the eastern border of the land. Only here is the place with the lowest terrain drop, and only here can they enter the plain area at the fastest speed. From what I know about Cloud Shinobi, they should have crossed this cliff today. 99. So the place where we will fight them tomorrow will definitely be in front of this cliff. Having said this, Nara Shikuji shouted to the outside of the tent, Claw, come here. Soon, a female ninja with an exploding head and 2 red inverted triangles on her face walked into the tent with a one-eyed black ninja dog. It was the mother of Inazuka Ya in the original book, the Konoha Village Special Jonin dog, Toon Claw. What's the matter, Luju? I just finished feeding Kuromaru. What's the BEDF task? Yo, the two of you are reinforcements? Advertisement, that's right, this is the helper Third Generation found for us, Mr. Luo Mu who stopped Nine Tails during the Nine Tails Rebellion. After introducing Luo Mu to Inazuka Paz, Nara Shikuji pointed to the flag on the sand table and said, Paz, I need you to lead your Inazuka clan to this location to set traps, which must be done before dawn tomorrow. Can you catch up? Glancing at the position of the flag on the sand table, Inazukazu nodded and said, Don't worry, it's just such a short distance, we'll be there in half an hour. Okay, it's not too late, hurry up, you can go to the logistics unit to collect the detonating charm and various ninja tools, this is the proof of material collection. Got it, Kuromaru, let's go. Without any unnecessary nonsense, Inazukazu took the receipt certificate in the hands of Nara Shikaku, and turned around and walked out of the tent with Kuromaru. Not long after, the barking of a ninja dog sounded around the tent, obviously these were ninjas from the Inazuka clan. Luo Mu, who stood aside and read the full title, couldn't help but praised. With such a strong analytical ability, coupled with perfect execution, even if you exclude the top combat power, the middle and high-level combat power of other shinobi villages will not be able to compete with you. You guys compare. No wonder Konoha can always sit firmly at the top of the 5 great ninja villages. Mr. Luo Mu, please stop killing me. So, what is my mission? To stop Raikage? 55. No, probably more than one Raikage. Advertisement. Speaking of Luo Mu's mission, Nara Lujia's face was a little solemn. According to the information we received, Eight Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee is very likely to come with his brother. So, I may need to face both Abi brothers at the same time? That's right. Nodding, Nara Luju continued, Luo Mu, You said just now that we will have an advantage only if we exclude the top-level combat power, but unfortunately, our front line is only Luo Mu. No one but you has the power to stop either 4th Raikage or 8 Tails Jinchuriki. Understood. The 2 brothers will be handed over to me tomorrow, and you can deal with the ninjas under you, but remember to help me protect Ono and Naruto. That's fine, but Luo Mu, can you really block the Raikage brothers at the same time? Even the 4th generation project was just a draw with them. Don't worry, mere Raikage and 8 Tails Jinchuriki, as long as you don't lose the battle, I won't let them disturb you. 35. After finishing speaking, Luo Mu looked at Yakushi Inayu and said, is there anything else? If there is nothing else, we will go back to rest first. After all, babies need enough sleep. Not for now, I'll call you if there is an emergency. Hai, please take Luo Mu to their tent. 99. No problem, Luo Mu, come with me this way. 35. Nodding to Narashikuji, Luo Mu and Yakushi Inayu followed Yamanaka Kaiichi and entered their tent. In the tent, Luo Mu took out a red flower and gave it to Yakushi Inayu. Xiaoyi, you are here to take care of Naruto tomorrow. If you are in danger, take off the petals of this flower, and I will come back as soon as possible. Putting away Luo Mu's flowers, Yakushi Inayu smiled and said, hey Luo Mu, don't worry, don't forget that I'm also Anbu's ninja, don't take me for a nanny without fighting power. Chapter 223 First Battle 4th Raikage Chapter 223 First Battle 4th Raikage. In the early morning of the next day, in the woods in the eastern part of Tanokuni, a large number of Konoha shinobi were scattered all over the woods. And the road under their feet has long been set by the ninjas of the Inuzuka clan who led the Inuzuka clan to set up a large number of ninja traps such as detonating charms. Standing beside Yamanaka Kaiichi, Luo Mu looked at the other side of the woods and moved his body. I heard that Raikage is very good at physique, I hope he can have a good time with me. At this moment, Yamanaka Haii's voice suddenly sounded in Luo Mu's mind. Everyone pay attention, Cloud Shinobi, here we come. For a time, the Konoha shinobi who were scattered all over took up their weapons and looked nervously across the forest. However, after a long time, Cloud Shinobi's figure did not appear. Instead, there was a neat shout. Land done laser circus. A beam of light scattered, bombarded all parts of the woods. With the bombardment of the beam, various traps set up by the Inuzuka clan were instantly activated. For a time, there were explosions in the woods, and the Konoha shinobi who had been in ambush in the woods had to leave their hiding places under the influence of the shadows and traps to avoid the explosions that might appear around them at any time. Ha 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 ha. 35. A rough voice came from the other side of the woods. Bastards of Konoha. I knew that you would set up an ambush here, just do it yourself. Along with wanton laughter, 4th Raikage Eye appeared on the battlefield with a large number of Cloud Shinobi. With Eye's big hand, the Cloud Shinobi rushed into the battlefield and launched an attack on the embarrassed Konoha Shinobi. Facing Cloud Shinobi's surprise attack, Konoha's ninjas were all well trained and soon regrouped under the command of Yamanaka Kaiichi and launched a counterattack against Cloud Shinobi. At this time, I, who did not join the battle, soon found Yamanaka Kaiichi who was standing on a tree and using the heart-to-heart technique to command the battlefield. Advertisement in an instant, Ai's body was full of thunder, and his whole body turned into a blue light and rushed towards Yamanaka Kaiichi, thunderplow and hot knife. Wrapped in lightning, the arm carrying the heavy bracers swiftly attacked Yamanaka Kai, whose eyes were tightly closed. In this regard, Yamanaka Kaiichi seemed to be unaware, and still closed the eyes of the person. Wooden ingot wall. Following Luo Mu's shout, the giant curved trees turned into a shield to cover Yamanaka Kaiichi. Boom. 35. After a loud bang, countless broken sawdust scattered around with the thunder light. I looked at the wooden ingot wall that blocked his attack, and frowned slightly. Wood style, when did Konoha have wood style ninjas again? However, what responded to him was only a dark fist. Boom. I was thrown away with one punch, but Luo Mu frowned and looked at his fist. He could feel that I took a step back when he was about to hit him, causing his attack not to be steady. The ground fell on Ai's face. At the same time, I, who had regained his footing on the branch, rubbed his nose and looked at Luo Mu who was standing in front of the wooden ingot wall, thinking. When did Konoha produce such a terrifying taijutsu ninja? Just now? If it wasn't for my reaction to that punch, I'm afraid it wouldn't be so easy to receive. However, when it comes to physical skills, I have never been afraid of anyone. Twisting his neck, I shouted to Luo Mu. Boy, comparing your physical skills with me will be your worst choice. 99. HMPH, arrogant. Advertisement threw a large number of chakra into a lightning code. Every muscle on the body is stimulated, and the body is highly activated. This is the ninjutsu that Raikage has practiced in all dynasties, lightning-style armor. For Flowers as 4th Raikage, Ai has long honed the lightning-style chakra mode to perfection, making him the ultimate in speed and physical strength. Almost instantly, Ai came to Luo Mu, turned his palm into a blade, and slashed towards Luo Mu. Lateral bolt of pain. Facing Raikage's powerful blow, the dark-armed color instantly attached to Luo Mu's body. 0. Iron Body Steel. 9. With the double defense bonus brought by Armament Hockey and Marine 6 styles, Luo Mu took Ai's hand knife with his neck abruptly. Seeing that Luo Mu didn't move, even I couldn't help shrinking his pupils, but before he could recover from Luo Mu pervert's defense, Luo Mu's fist had already hit him in the stomach. Boom. The punch slammed into Raikage's stomach, knocking him flying and hitting a big tree on the opposite side. However, Luo Mu did not pursue the victory, but looked at his fist thoughtfully. At that moment, Luo Mu felt that he was not hitting the softest part of human beings, but felt like he was hit on a steel plate. Thinking back on how he felt just now, Luo Mu couldn't help but sigh. The lightning-style armor can keep a person's body no weaker than iron body's strength during battle. It's really amazing. 5. At this moment, I, who was blown away, also recovered his senses, rubbed his stomach where he was beaten, and the lightning flashed on his body again. His feet stomped on the tree trunk, and rushed towards Luo Mu again. Chapter 224 Fighting Chapter 224 Fighting in the face of I, who was rushing towards him. Luo Mu did not mean to dodge at all, and also turned into a black light and charged straight towards I. Two meteors, one black and one blue, collided in the air. Luo Mu's punch was blocked by I's metal bracer, and I's kick was also blocked by Luo Mu's other hand. Under the strong reaction force, the two quickly flew backwards in the direction they came from, but with the sound of air bursting, Luo Mu stepped on moonwalk and forcibly stopped his figure. Bang 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 bang. Luo Mu walked in the air, and in I's surprised eyes, he came to I's back instantly. 057. Folded his fists and hit I with a heavy hammer. I, who couldn't change her body in the air, could only barely put her hands on top of her head to withstand Luo Mu's heavy blow. Boom. With one blow, I was hammered to the ground. Luo Mu turned over and drew two air blades against I's landing position, then stepped up, and the whole person rushed down with the air blade, punching I's position. The earth was torn apart by this punch, but Luo Mu knew that his punch did not hit I. Recurrent storm. Sure enough, with I's shouting, blue lightning flashed suddenly beside Luo Mu, and I hit Luo Mu's face with an elbow. Although under the protection of armament hockey, this blow did not cause much damage to Luo Mu, but the powerful force still knocked Luo Mu into the air. Without giving Luo Mu time to react, I caught up with Luo Mu, who was knocked into the air. Then he jumped up, raised his right foot, a large amount of electric light gathered on it, and then quickly fell, stepping on Luo Mu's body heavily. Advertisement. Guillotine drop. Boom. The earth trembled, the thunder was raging, and the deafening explosions attracted the attention of both ninjas who were fighting. What is this? So scary. Is this Raikage? HMPH, this is the strength of our Lord Raikage. Your Konoha ninjas have no chance of winning, so you should surrender now. Even Yamanaka Kaiichi, who was on the side, couldn't help but start to worry about Luo Mu's situation. Fourth Raikage is stronger than when he fought Minato. Luo Mu doesn't know if it's okay. At this moment, I suddenly walked away from Luo Mu's side, and a strong sense of crisis flooded into his heart. Luo Mu, who was lying in the deep pit, slowly walked out of the deep pit, brushed the dust off his body and said, "Not bad power, then now, the warm-up is over, let's officially start the fight." After speaking, Luo Mu's figure instantly appeared in front of I, and kicked I with a kick. I's pupils trembled, surprised at Luo Mu's speed, but the movements of his hands did not stop, and his big hands slammed towards Luo Mu's legs. However, I only felt an incomparable force coming from Luo Mu's legs. Before he could clench his hand, Luo Mu pulled away and reappeared behind I. What? Why so fast? Before he could turn around, I could only focus chakra on his back and ate the punch abruptly. Once the blow was successful, Luo Mu's figure disappeared again, and the next second he appeared on the other side of I, and he threw a punch and sent I flying. Damn, how can this guy be so fast? Advertisement. I, who barely stabilized her figure, looked around and roared in her heart. At this time, I couldn't keep up with Luo Mu's speed at all, and could only resist Luo Mu's attacks again and again with the physical strength brought by the lightning-style armor. But I knew that he would lose if he went on like this, and he had to find a way to control Luo Mu. Damn, these Konoha ninjas, why are they so fast? 99. While barely resisting Luo Mu's attack, I's heart began to quickly think about countermeasures. Well, but before I could think of a solution, Luo Mu punched him in the stomach again. This time, a strange force passed through I's highly activated muscles and slammed into I's body. Awful. Ahem. 35 After coughing twice, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of I's mouth, and looked at Luo Mu in shock, who didn't pursue the victory. This? How is it possible? My lightning-style armor is still maintained. How can you break through mine? Defense. 35. Hearing I's question, Luo Mu raised his fist slowly, and on his pitch-black fist, a red-like film was covering it like running water. Emission. Although he didn't know the existence of armament hockey, I could probably guess that Luo Mu was able to break through his defense only at 3.5 because of the film on his fist. Is there some kind of technique that can directly attack the inside of the object? It seems that he can't be hit by his fist, but this guy's speed. Gritting his teeth, I tore off his clothes, armor of lightning style, full power. With the injection of a large amount of chakra, the blue lightning that covered I's body gradually turned yellow, and I's hair also stood up one by one under this powerful current, and the whole person's momentum suddenly became stronger. Cut. Boy, let's see now, who is faster? Chapter 225 Wild Green Heron Chopping Knife. Chapter 225, it looks good, your new form. Looking at I with hair and beard on the opposite side, Luo Mu also became interested. I don't know how long you can last in this new state. Hey, arrogant brat. The next second, the figures of the two disappeared at the same time, and then slammed into each other fiercely. The terrifying air wave radiated around the two of them, and for a while, the ninjas on both sides subconsciously stayed away from the battle area between the two. I and Luo Mu's speed is approaching ultimate, and ordinary ninjas can't even see their figures clearly. Only through the constant crashing noise can they tell that the two are still fighting. As the battle continued, the trees that were originally standing were destroyed by the aftermath of the battle between the two. The two ninjas who were fighting had to stop fighting and fled away 14, so as not to be accidentally injured by the two. These two. It's scary. This war that was supposed to be a battle between two ninjas has now completely turned into a battlefield between Luo Mu and I, and all the ninjas are watching the battle between the two. After a long time, with I's figure flying upside down and hitting the rock wall, the battle between the two was finally decided. Luo Mu's figure appeared in the center of the battlefield, and Armament Hockey, who had originally covered his entire body, quietly disappeared. Call. With a long sigh of relief, a faint steam emanated from Luo Mu's body, proving the intensity of the battle just now. Advertisement. Looking at the unconscious I in the rock wall, Luo Mu said excitedly, "It's a good fight. I haven't had such a good time in a long time. But now, it's time to send you on your way." Having said that, Luo Mu clenched his fists with both hands, and emission appeared in his hands again, 6 style 6 king guns. The shockwave ripped through the air and rushed towards I. Seeing that it was about to hit I's body, one after another octopus tentacles suddenly fell from the sky, blocking I's body in layers. "Don't try to hurt bro, you idiot, B************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************ Killer Bee holding a long sword behind. At this time, I, who was driven into the rock wall, also woke up under the aftermath of the Six Kings spear, and got down from the rock wall with difficulty. I clutched his chest and said, "Bye. Go. You are not this guy's opponent." However, Killer Bee stood firmly in front of I. "Brother, you have always protected me. Now it's my turn to protect you. I am the perfect 8 Tails Jinchuriki, bro." TT. Looking at the younger brother standing in front of him, I suddenly realized that he might have been too protective of Killer Bee before, and Killer Bee was no longer the child who still needed his protection. WI. With a strange sound from his mouth, Killer Bee pulled out the 7 long swords behind him and threw them into the air, then clipped all the long swords to his body in a strange posture. "Take it, this is my 7 swords flow." After finishing speaking, Killer Bee threw the long sword towards Luo Mu, and the whole person followed the long sword and rushed towards Luo Mu. Looking at Killer Bee rushing towards him, Luo Mu wondered what kind of attack he would launch. As Killer Bee and the long sword came to him, Luo Mu swung both hands and hit all the long swords with precision. Advertisement, however, an octopus tentacle formed by a root-tailed beast chakra stretched out from Killer Bee's body, pulling Luo Mu's flying sword back into Killer Bee's hand. The Killer Bee, which clamped the long sword again, spun like a spinning top, and the blades of the 7 or 8 long swords formed a deadly storm of sharp blades around Killer Bee. Facing the approaching Killer Bee, Luo Mu backed sharply, dodging Killer Bee's attack. However, Killer Bee followed Luo Mu like a shadow, and then seemed to dance, using various parts of his body to control the 7 long swords. Under the control of Killer Bee, the 7 long swords continued to attack Luo Mu's dead ends, and even Luo Mu's retreat route was blocked. Paper arts. Seeing this, Luo Mu, who had no way to retreat, instantly used the dodge skill in Marine 6 styles, unloading the strength of his whole body, and his whole body floated in the air like a paper surface. No matter how intensively Killer Bee's 7 long swords attack, Luo Mu can always dodge 057 Killer Bee's attack at the most thrilling angle. After a while, Luo Mu found a gap in Killer Bee and kicked Killer Bee in the abdomen, knocking him back. While Killer Bee was kicked away by Luo Mu, he also manipulated 7 long swords to stab Luo Mu at the same time. Unfortunately, Killer Bee's idea of replacing one injury with one injury was completely unsuccessful with Luo Mu armament hockey's blessing. The 7 long swords could only pierce Luo Mu's clothes, but did not hurt his body at all. After rolling on the ground a few times, Killer Bee quickly got up, and then used the tailed beast chakra again to retrieve the 7 sharp blades. "Nice combat skill. What's your name for this move?" "Ha ha." Putting the long sword back into the sword box behind him, Killer Bee gasped and said, "The green heron cuts the knife. Since I learned this move, you are the first person who can take this move without any damage. It's really an amazing trick, but if you're just like this, you can't stop me." Chapter 226 Tailed Beast. Chapter 226 Tailed Beastization. After the battle with Luo Mu just now, Killer Bee knew that he could not defeat Luo Mu by his own strength. "You are indeed very strong. I am not your opponent, but I am not fighting alone, little 8. Oh." With Killer Bee's roar, 8 Tails Gyuki also echoed Killer Bee's call in his heart. The scarlet-tailed beast chakra climbed up Killer Bee's body little by little, 8 tails appeared behind him, and the top of Killer Bee's head gradually grew. A pair of horns came out. "Next is the real fight, you idiot, B*****************. D. Killer Bee, who entered the half-tailed beast transformation, lay down. A layer of bones shaped like a bull's head grew out of his outstretched left hand, and layers of airwaves spread around Killer Bee as the center. This is. Looking at Killer Bee's appearance, Luo Mu tried hard to recall his deep memory, trying to recall this familiar move. However, before Luo Mu could recall, Killer Bee had already called out the name of the move. Lay Plow Hot Knife. With his right foot on the ground, Killer Bee turned into a red afterimage and charged towards Luo Mu. At the same time, 4th Raikage Eye also appeared behind Luo Mu. The Armor of Lightning style was activated again. Eye raised his right hand and used the same move. 2 figures, one red and one blue, completely blocked Luo Mu's retreat, and 2 sturdy arms strangled towards Luo Mu's neck with the sound of breaking wind. Advertisement, Crazy Cow Thunderplow Hot Knife. At this moment, the famous Abby group in the ninja world finally made their famous move and wanted to break Luo Mu's neck. Facing the combined strikes of the two, Luo Mu seemed to have no response, and just stood there foolishly, letting their arms hit his neck. Chuck. As the two passed by, Luo Mu's head separated instantly, and his head was thrown high into the air. When Yamanaka Hai, who had been watching the battlefield, saw this scene, his pupils shrank for a moment, as if he couldn't believe Luo Mu's head was cut off like this. But soon, Yamanaka Kaiichi's face returned to normal, even with a hint of excited smile. I knew, Luo Mu, how could he just die so easily? 5. Looking back at Luo Mu, who only had his body left, Killer B exited the half-tailed animalization mode and shouted excitedly. You know how good we are, idiot, B***************** D, 55. However, I shouted again and reminded Killer B. Idiot, watch out for what's behind you, this is not the body at all. What? Only then did Killer B realize that Luo Mu's body, who was hanged by them, gradually lost its color, turned back into a piece of wood and fell on the spot. The real Luo Mu had already appeared behind Killer B at this time, and the Six Kings spear was released at Killer B's body without hesitation. However, although Killer B didn't react, Eight Tails Gyuki in his body had already discovered that Luo Mu was just a wood clone, and had been guarding against the sneak attack of Luo Mu's body. Therefore, the moment Luo Mu appeared, the scarlet-tailed beast chakra automatically poured out of Killer B's body, helping him enter the half-tailed beast mode, and at the same time, octopus tails also emerged from behind Killer B, turning Killer B's body as wrapped in it. Boom! 35 advertisement. Killer B, who was hit by the Six Kings spear, flew out instantly, thanks to I who caught Killer B wrapped in octopus tail in time. The tattered octopus tail retracts into Killer B, revealing Killer B with lingering fear in its center. It's so dangerous. If you cover up and hit me just now, I'm afraid I will lose half my life. Fortunately, you helped me watch, thank you, Zauba. Killer B, who escaped from death, patted his chest and thanked Yuki for his help in his heart. Yuki's voice also rang out in Killer B's mind at the right time. It's okay, bye, but this person is terrible, I suggest you enter full tail beast transformation, otherwise you and I are not his opponents at all. Yo, Xiao Ba, you're right, we must completely turn into beasts. With the consent of Killer B, Eight Tails also officially let go and released his chakra completely. In an instant, Killer B's stature skyrocketed and soon turned into a minotaur with 8 octopus gums. This is the body of Eight Tails Gyuki. Ow, Yang Tian, the kings, roared angrily, and Killer B's voice came from Gyuki's body. You idiot. B************************************ D. Prepare to receive Zauba's punishment. After finishing speaking, the huge 8 tails crawled towards Luo Mu with a speed that was extremely inconsistent with his body shape. And fourth Raikage Eye, at the moment when 8 tails was transformed into a beast, greeted a kind of ninja from Cloud Shinobi Village and retreated from a distance. Looking at Gyuki who was quickly crawling towards him, Luo Mu showed a more excited smile. Very good, such a large amount of chakra, although not comparable to 9 tails, but the life energy consumption of these few days must be enough. Having said that, Luo Mu folded his hands together, and then opened it abruptly to the 8 tails in front of him. Wood style, the forest collapses. Chapter 227 Wood Style Profound Truth. Chapter 227 Wood Style Profound Truth. Following Luo Mu's movements, a large number of tree roots surged on the ground to meet the rushing 8 tails. At the moment of contact between the two, the roots of the tree instantly grew into a towering tree, raising Gyuki's body high. Then the big tree collapsed suddenly, and Gyuki fell heavily to the ground. Well, the huge size brought a huge weight, and it suddenly fell to the ground, even Gyuki couldn't help groaning. Wood Style Secret Art Tree World comes. 5 one after another, sturdy trees rose from behind Luo Mu, winding towards Gyuki like a snake. Facing the incoming tree trunk, Gyuki knew that he could never be restrained from moving, so he opened his mouth wide, and tailed beast bomb shot continuously from Gyuki's mouth, bombarding the tree trunk. Boom boom boom. The sound of explosions could be heard incessantly, and under the continuous bombardment of Gyuki's tailed beast bomb, the tree trunk was completely unable to approach Gyuki's body for a while. However, when the manpower is exhausted, even Gyuki cannot continue to release tailed beast bomb, but those tree trunks continue to grow under the infusion of 067 Luo Mu's life energy. Soon, the speed of Gyuki's launch of tailed beast bomb slowed down, and the trunk that could not be stored in it also rushed up instantly, and quickly wrapped around Gyuki's body and arms. At the moment of being entangled in the trunks, Gyuki could feel the trunks rapidly absorbing the chakra within him. Advertisement, no, you must break free of these trees as soon as possible, or they will be sucked dry. Thinking of this, Gyuki suddenly shouted, take everyone away, I'm going to use that trick. Hearing that Gyuki was going to use that move, I quickly waved his hand. Everyone, retreat, go back to the camp, and you have to come back to me too. On the other side, Yamanaka Kai saw that I retreated with Cloud Shinobi so decisively, and knew that 8 tails must be releasing a wide range of skills, so he also issued an order to the ninjas of Konoha. Everyone, will camp. Rest. Luo Mu, the rest is up to you. Rest assured. Seeing that all the unrelated personnel on the battlefield had already withdrawn, 8 tails violently exerted force and broke the trunk of his body. Then 8 tails wrapped itself into a huge sphere with a huge octopus tail, and then slowly spun. Let's try this trick, Tail Beast 8 volumes. As the speed of 8 Tails' rotation became more and more pleasant, the surrounding air gradually flowed under the drive of 8 Tails. Soon, an incomparably huge tornado slowly formed with the rotating 8 Tails as the center, and the surrounding trees and sand were all wrapped up by the tornado and rose into the sky. The tornado lasted for a full 10 minutes. When the tornado gradually dissipated, countless broken trees fell from the sky and landed on the ground that had turned into sand. Looking around, with the center of 8 Tails 200 meters in a radius had been shifted to the ground. 8 Tails, who stopped spinning, loosened his tail, and looked at the wasteland-like scene around him and said, "Now, let's get rid of that guy." However, in the next moment, Luo Mu's voice came out from under its feet. "I have to say, your BEDF move is really powerful. If it was someone else, it would really be unbearable, but unfortunately you met me." Advertisement 8 Tails lowered its head and looked at the sound, only to see at its feet, an evil ghost mask with green face and fangs slowly opened, revealing Luo Mu among them. How is this possible? You've been in the Tailed Beast's 8 volumes for so long, and you're actually unscathed? Wood-style wood expulsion jutsu. Stepping out of the mask, Luo Mu looked at 8 Tails and said, "Wood-style's strongest defensive ninjutsu. If you can force me to use this move, you can be proud of yourself. After all, I have never used 9 Tails before, this trick. But now, it's time to end this battle." Saying that, Luo Mu folded his hands together, and dark green lines appeared on his face after a long time. He just descended through the tree world and absorbed a wave of chakra of 8 Tails. At this time, Luo Mu's physical energy was fully enough for him to release the immortal again. Technique. Sage Art Wood Style True Several Thousand Hands. Seemingly sensing a dangerous aura, 8 Tails stepped back abruptly and quickly moved away from Luo Mu's position. At Luo Mu's feet, a wooden giant with a wooden dragon wrapped around his body grew out of the ground and then sat down. As wooden Golem sat cross-legged, the earth began to roar, and a larger wooden Buddha slowly rose under wooden Golem. Looking at the big wooden Buddha that almost caught up with him in front of his eyes and body, and the countless big hands behind the big Buddha, 8 Tails felt the threat of death for the first time in his life. Turn into a Buddha on the top. Following Luo Mu's shout, the big Buddha moved, and the thousands of big hands holding the Buddha's seal behind them instantly clenched their fists, and then swung towards 8 Tails in unison. Faced with the fist that he slammed like a hurricane, 8 Tails only had time to release 2 tailed beast bombs, and was knocked to the ground with a punch, and finally he could only wrap himself with a thick tail. In the next second, thousands of fists hit 8 Tails. Chapter 228 Katakana Middle. Cloud Shinobi Retreat. Chapter 228 Katakana Middle. Cloud Shinobi Retreat. 99. Even though he protected himself with his tail, each of the countless fists behind the Buddha carried terrifying power. Even the 9 Tails wearing the armor of Uchiha Madara Susanoo couldn't resist this terrifying overhead Buddha, let alone a mere 8 Tails Gyuki. The screams of 8 Tails were drowned out by the sound of continuous explosions, which continued for a full 10 minutes. When the sound of the explosion disappeared, the surrounding area that had been razed to the ground by the tailed beast Hachiwan was now covered with huge deep pits one after another. And at the very center, Killer Bee's scarred body was lying in the biggest pit. The big Buddha collapsed suddenly. Luo Mu jumped back to the ground from the top of the Buddha's head, and the green pattern on his face gradually disappeared. Coming to Killer Bee, Luo Mu looked at Killer Bee who was almost breathless in front of him, and reached out to pick him up. As this 8 Tails? It doesn't feel like 9 Tails has the same level of combat power. However, as soon as Luo Mu grabbed Killer Bee's collar, a burst of smoke suddenly exploded from Killer Bee's body. After the smoke dissipated, there was no Killer Bee in Luo Mu's hand, only a tattered octopus tail. Is there a doppelganger sitting with an octopus tail? When did I do it and I didn't find it? Advertisement. Looking at the octopus tail in his hand with interest, Luo Mu put it in the ninjutsu scroll. Orochimaru should like this thing, just exchange some ninjutsu-related information with him. Then Luo Mu looked in the direction of the Cloud Shinobi camp, thinking about whether to settle Cloud Shinobi directly. But Luo Mu quickly rejected this idea. The previous battles with the Abbey brothers were not small for him, and both hockey and physical strength needed time to recover. The life energy absorbed from Yuki's body just now has also been used up. Luo Mu really can't use true several thousand hands again. I just don't know how badly 8 Tails is injured, but forget it, I don't need to help Konoha to do that. Thinking of this, Luo Mu turned and walked towards Konoha camp. Meanwhile, at the Cloud Shinobi camp, Killer Bee rushed into Ai's tent covered in blood. Ai, who was still being treated by the medical ninja, saw Killer Bee's miserable appearance, and he didn't care about his wounds. He pushed the medical ninja around and rushed in front of Killer Bee. "Bye, how are you? How could you be hurt like this? Didn't you become Yuki?" Hearing Ai's voice, Killer Bee opened his eyes with difficulty and looked at Ai and said, "Big brother. Yuki is not an opponent. That guy. Wood style. Senju. Hashirama's. Ninjutsu. You are not opponents. Run." After saying this sentence with the last strength of his body, Killer Bee's hand dropped weakly in the next second. Killer Bee. Ai hugged Killer Bee in a panic, ignoring that his hands were nearly soaked in blood. Medical ninja, come and heal Killer Bee with a medical ninja. Advertisement. The medical ninja who had been pushed away by Ai heard Ai's cry and rushed to Ai's side, and when they saw Killer Bee's miserable appearance, they couldn't help but take a deep breath. How could Lord Killer Bee be injured like this? Fortunately, Eight Tails continuously transmits chakra in Lord Killer Bee's body to stabilize his vital signs. Otherwise Lord Killer Bee may not be able to survive here, but we still have to help Mr. Killer Bee to treat the body trauma as soon as possible, or Mr. Killer Bee will lose too much blood and die sooner or later. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers. After Killer Bee was carried away by the medical ninjas for treatment, I sat down in a chair, and the woman on the side hurried forward to take over the medical ninja to treat I. Mabui, you said that I started the war this time, did I do something wrong? No, Lord Rakage. The woman named Azabui said while treating I. 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato died in battle to seal 9 Tails, and the previous 9 Tails Jinchuriki died in battle, and Sanin left Konoha. Now is definitely Konoha's most empty moment, Mr. Rakage, your decision is right, but we didn't expect Konoha to have such a whole card that is not known to the ninja world. 0. With a sigh, I looked at Azabui and said, yeah, that guy named Luo Mu still uses the wood style of 1st Hokage Senju Hashirama. Konoha can hide this guy so deep. 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. What a horrible person. Azabui. You go and pass my order. All Cloud Shinobi pack their things and return to Cloud Shadow Village. Even Gyuki is not the opponent of that Luo Mu. What is the difference between these ninjas and ants to Luo Mu? Yes. After receiving the order, Mabui turned and left the tent, leaving I alone in a chair. At this time, I was like an old man who was dying, and he could no longer see the high spirits he had before. Maybe I really did something wrong, Konoha. It's really hard to see that the ninja village was founded by the god of ninjas. You. Chapter 229 Capture the Spy. Chapter 229 Capture the Spy. Just as Cloud Shinobi was closely preparing for the retreat, the Konoha Shinobi camp on the other side. Nara Shikahisa, Yamanaka Kaiichi, Inuzuka Za and other high-level figures were sitting in the largest tent with serious faces. Everyone. Looking around the people present, Nara Shikahisa, who was sitting in the main seat, said first. Our troops must have mixed in the other spies, otherwise Cloud Shinobi would not have known where we set the trap, let alone the location of the trap. We'll know when our ambush is. That's right. Yamanaka Kaiichi also stood up at this time and said, the Cloud Shinobi seemed to know our location as if the 073 attacked our hiding place without even thinking about it. There is no trace of a sensory ninja at all. Hearing Yamanaka Kaiichi's words, Nara Shikahisa looked at Inuzuka Claw and asked, Claw, who knows where and when you set the trap? Apart from our Inuzuka clan who set traps, and the group of ninjas who participated in the battle today, no one knows, and I can guarantee that our Inuzuka clan will have no problem. It doesn't matter, Claw, I believe in your Inuzuka clan, so the spies should be among the group of ninjas participating in the ambush today. Heiichi. Nara Shikuku squeezed his beard and asked, what was the casualty rate of the ninjas who participated in the battle for a few days? How many came back? Seeing Nara Shikuji asking himself, Yamanaka Kaiichi took out a small notebook and said, today there are 40 ninjas participating in the ambush, including 20 Chunin, 13 Jonin, 6 Jonin, and 1 Elite Jonin. Of course, this does not count Luo Mu. Glancing at Luo Mu, Yamanaka Kaiichi turned the notebook to the next page. Because of Luo Mu's relationship, apart from the fact that most of the ninjas were injured after we were raided at the beginning, almost no one was injured in the head-on battle. Only one person was seriously injured because he couldn't escape and was swept in by the tornado set off by 8 Tails, but everyone else was safe. 99. Advertisement. After listening to Yamanaka Kaiichi's report, Nara Shikahisa rubbed his eyebrows. At this moment, a ninja ran into the tent and said excitedly, Lord Shikuji, news just came from the surveillance squad that Cloud Shinobi has retreated. Hearing this news, Nara Shikahisa suddenly looked at the ninja. Retreat? Did I and Killer Bee show up? 99. Yes, 4th Rakage was on crutches, and 8 Tails Jinchuriki was covered in bandages and carried away on a stretcher. Is it being carried away? Great, although I know Luo Mu is very powerful, I didn't expect that he would be able to defeat 8 Tails Gyuki alone. Yamanaka Heiichi, who also heard the news, said excitedly that he was the only one present who had seen Luo Mu's battle and knew Luo Mu's true strength. Others remained skeptical, wondering if there was any fraud. And Nara Luju suddenly said after thinking for a while, yes, I have thought of a way to find this spy. Soon, 4th Rakage and his younger brother, 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee, were easily defeated by Luo Mu, and finally escaped without care. The news that they could only take Cloud Shinobi back to Union Village with heavy losses spread throughout the wood. It spread among the E-camps. All the ninjas were excitedly celebrating at this moment. Luo Mu was in their eyes a hero who single-handedly defeated 4th Rakage and his younger brother Killer Bee. Everyone was shouting Luo Mu's name. Only one ninja with slightly dark skin gave Luo Mu an angry look, and then quickly ran to the periphery of the camp while everyone was not paying attention. Advertisement, damn it, Konoha actually won. I definitely won't be able to get the money Rakage promised me now. It's all because of that B*********** D Luo Mu. Cursing Luo Mu, the ninja rushed out of the camp and ran quickly in the direction of Cloud Shinobi. However, before he took a few steps, Yamanaka Kaiichi and the others appeared in front of him. HMPH, your kid finally got out of the way, and you actually tipped Cloud Shinobi. Why did you betray Konoha? Damn it. Looking at the crowd of Jonin in front of her, she realized that she had fallen for Nara Shikuji's plan. He waved and threw out 2 smoke bombs. Zaiban wanted to use the cover of the smoke to run away, but for some reason she found himself unable to move at all. Looking down with difficulty, she saw a long shadow extending to her own shadow under her feet. On the opposite side of Nozomi, Nara Shikuju is making a mark on his hands, and the 3.5 long shadows come from Nara Shikuju's feet. Shadow mimicry. A hole. Seeing that Nozomi was under control, Yamanaka Kai stepped forward and put his hand on Nozomi's head, who couldn't move. Soon, as the blue chakra surged above Nozomi's head, Yamanaka Kaiichi knew that Nozomi was actually a ninja of Cloud Shinobi Village. And the reason why she was able to send information out under the hood of Yamanaka was the secret technique of Cloud Shinobi Village, the Heaven Sending Technique, which can quickly send things to the other side, but it is not recommended for living creatures to try. Chapter 230 Ninjas Idle Psychology Chapter 230 The Idle Psychology of Ninjas. After successfully finding out the spies in the team, Nara Shikahisa and the others returned to the central camp once again. As for she, the 5 senses were sealed by the sealing technique, and the 3 Jonins were responsible for sending them back to Konoha village in advance. What awaits him will be the severe torture of Ibishimori. While Nara Luju and the others were tossing and searching for spies, Luo Mu had already returned to his tent. Yeah, Luo Mu, you're back. How are you? Is the battle on the front line going well? Yakushi Yi Nayu, who had just coaxed Naruto to sleep, saw Luo Mu coming back, gently put down the little Naruto in his arms, and pulled Luo Mu out of the tent. Okay. While yawning, Luo Mu stretched his waist and said, we had a fight with 4th Raikage and his 8 Tails Jinchuriki's younger brother. Although it took a lot of effort, we still won the fight. Hearing that Luo Mu defeated the Abbey brothers at the same time, Yakushi Yi Nayu covered his mouth in surprise. God, Luo Mu, you are so powerful, can you defeat 4th Raikage and his younger brother at the same time? I heard even Lord 4th Generation can only be tied with them. Not at the same time either. 35 Luo Mu scratched his head. It should be a battle of wheels. I first defeated 4th Raikage, and then his brother wanted to save him, so I defeated his brother again. Advertisement. Let me tell you, that killer bee, he can use 7 knives at once, and will chop at you in a circle, but he can't beat me at all, but it's a little troublesome after turning into 8 tails. Amazing. Yakushi Yi Naoyu covered his mouth with admiration and listened to Luo Mu's story of how he defeated Abbey brothers. At this time, a ninja passing by saw Luo Mu, pointed at Luo Mu excitedly and said, it's you, I know you. You are the ninja who defeated 4th Raikage with taijutsu. With this ninja's shout, the surrounding ninjas who were in a hurry were instantly attracted. Among them, there are many ninjas who participated in the morning battle. Ninjas have always admired the strong, and Luo Mu single-handedly singled out Raikage and Killer Bee today naturally made them regard Luo Mu as an idol. For a time, Luo Mu was surrounded by Konoha ninjas, and even Yakushi Yi Naoyu was squeezed out. My lord, how did you become so powerful? You must be practicing physique every day, right? Sir, are you so powerful that you will become our next Hokage? 35. Thank you, my lord, if you hadn't defeated Raikage today, I might have died on the battlefield. At this time, surrounded by Luo Mu, not only the ninjas who participated in the morning battle, but also some other ninjas who did not participate also learned about Luo Mu's terrible record under the notification of the people around them, and joined the ranks of Star Chasing together. Facing the enthusiastic ninjas around, Luo Mu didn't know what to do for a while. At the door of the central tent, Nara Shikuju and the others were also attracted by the noisy voice. Advertisement. Looking at Luo Mu, who was surrounded by ninjas, Yamanaka Hai laughed dumbly. Really, I didn't expect this guy to be so popular. Isn't the news we spread a bit too much? Nara Luju, who was on the side, couldn't help laughing. We didn't overpromote, after all 4th Raikage and Killer Bee were indeed defeated by Luo Mu. If this guy can't stand it like this now, then he can suffer when he goes back to the village, but... Seeing Luo Mu's embarrassed appearance, Inazukazu touched Haimaru's head and said, I didn't find it before, but now I look closely. Luo Mu is quite handsome, I just don't know if there is a match, if not, our flowers don't know if they will work. With Yamanaka Hai coming to help, the ninjas who had been surrounding Luo Mu's tent finally dispersed. Before Inu 077 Sukazu could finish speaking, Yamanaka Kaiichi on the side hurriedly covered Inazukazu's mouth. Shush. Lord 3rd Generation has ordered that Naruto is strictly forbidden to discuss his life experience before he reaches adulthood, don't you forget? Yet? Oh, forget it, let him handle the flower matter later. Hearing Yamanaka Kaiichi's words, Inazukazu also remembered Sarutobi Hiruzen's request and quickly changed the subject. Patting Luo Mu's shoulder, Yamanaka Hai held back a smile and said, Luo Mu, you have to prepare your heart. When you return to the village, I'm afraid it will be even scarier than here. But I didn't hear that the child was 4. Okay, everyone is gone. Have you packed up your things? We will go back to the village soon. Looking at Inazuka Claw, who was already matching her daughter, Nara Shikamaru said helplessly. Claw, I think it's better. You haven't seen people bring little girls and children to the battlefield. This is you still don't understand? On this side, Yamanaka Hai and the others were chatting leisurely, while Luo Mu on the other side was completely in crisis. Chapter 231 Villagers' Faith. Chapter 231 Villagers' Faith. It's been a week since Konoha defeated Cloud Shinobi. The Konoha Shinobi troop that went to fight in the Land of the Land returned to the Konoha village and received the corresponding reward. The force that was originally going to be stationed in the Land of the Land to fight against Cloud Shinobi for a long time was disbanded due to the rapid defeat of Cloud Shinobi. And Luo Mu, the initiator of this result, was in his own home at this time and told Yakushi Nanoyu with a serious face. Oh no. Remember, you must never say that you know me when you go out, let alone tell me. Others I live here, otherwise our family will not be safe in the future. Looking at Luo Mu, who was fully armed and wrapped himself like a mummy, Yakushi Nayu couldn't help laughing. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. Luo Mu, you are too nervous, we don't care. Although Yi's ninja is very enthusiastic, it will only take a while. At that time, 4th generation's return after defeating Abby's combination was like this. It only takes a few days. 35. Although he understood that what Yakushi said was correct, Luo Mu couldn't help but feel scared when he thought of what the ninjas looked like yesterday. At this time, Yakushi Nayu took out a communicator, looked at the handwriting on the communicator, and looked at Luo Mu. Luo Mu, Lord 3rd Generation asked you to visit his office. Tisk, tell me to go out at this time. Then oh no, I went to Sarutobi Hiruzen. You take care of little Naruto at home. Remember to pay attention to safety. Ha. 99. With an unhappy tut, Luo Mu told Yakushi Nayu, then opened the door and carefully stuck his head out, confirming that he didn't attract anyone's attention, and then disappeared instantly at the door. Looking at Luo Mu, who disappeared in an instant, Yakushi Nayu shook his head helplessly, then closed the door and continued to take care of little Naruto. Advertisement. Not long after, in Hokage's office, Luo Mu, who was rushing along with shaved, suddenly appeared in the office, startling Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was looking at the crystal ball with all his attention. Covering the crystal ball without a trace, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Luo Mu, who was fully armed, and asked a little strangely, Luo Mu, are you ready for winter? I remember that it seems that it is just autumn, isn't this hot? Pulling off the scarf and hat on his head, Luo Mu took a breath and said, it's hot, how come it's not hot, but I'd rather be hot like this than being recognized by those people. Looking at Luo Mu's appearance, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately knew who those people Luo Mu was talking about, took a puff of the pipe in his hand and said with a smile, I didn't expect you to be afraid to, Luo Mu, just in time. I called you here today to talk about this. How to say? You defeated Brother Abby and ended the war that we expected to last for at least a year. This is what all ninjas have seen. Although you came to Konoha for 2 months, after our discussions, we've decided to give you a commendation. Recognition meeting? Luo Mu looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen as if facing an enemy. I don't want to hold any commendation meeting. You said that I have only been here for 2 months, and the villagers in the village may not know me. Knowing me, how can I go out? Luo Mu, you probably haven't been out recently. Regarding Sarutobi Hiruzen's question, Luo Mu asked strangely, yes, how did you know? Advertisement, haha. Hearing Luo Mu's agreement, Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief, then said with a smile, ha ha ha, Luo Mu, don't worry, even if you want to be, Danzo and Kaharu will not agree. Looking at Luo Mu, the god who gave out money, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat down on his chair and said, the people need a belief or a spiritual support. Originally, the spiritual support of the villagers was Minato, but Minato sacrificed for the seal. Therefore, during the previous period, people in the village were panicked. Walking to Sarutobi Hiruzen's side, Luo Mu looked down at the flow of people coming and going below, and his thoughts suddenly returned to the world of pirates. 5th Hokage. With a chuckle, Sarutobi Hiruzen opened the curtains of the window behind him. If you go out, you will know that now you are the hero who ended the war in the hearts of the villagers, even the people who supported you in taking office as 5th Hokage. A lot. Thinking back to what Kaido and others looked like when he was about to leave the world of pirates, Luo Mu couldn't help but murmur, hero, faith. Faith. You're right, Luo Mu Yuan. So it's fake that you want to commend me. It's real to build a new spiritual pillar, but you're right. Well, I agree with you, but I won't be the Hokage, who loves who should go. That's right, for these villagers, they have no way to go to the battlefield, they can only stay at home and wish the families who went to the battlefield can go home safely, and you ended the war early and let their families go home smoothly. For them, you of course they're their hero, and of course they want you to be the 5th Hokage. 5. Chapter 232 Commendation Conference begins. Chapter 232 Commendation Conference begins. With Luo Mu's approval, Sarutobi Hiruzen arranged the awards ceremony immediately, and the time was also set in a week. During this week, Luo Mu finally adapted to the enthusiastic villagers. Yakushi Naoyu was particularly excited after hearing that Sarutobi Hiruzen was going to arrange a commendation ceremony for Luo Mu. Not only did he take Luo Mu to try on clothes, he even got a speech from somewhere, so that Luo Mu could read it when he came to the stage. The time soon came to the night before the commendation ceremony. Yakushi no Nayu put the dinner he had just made on the table, looked at Luo Mu who had already sat down and asked, Luo Mu, tomorrow is the commendation ceremony, but don't be nervous, have you memorized all the manuscripts I gave you? If it really doesn't work, let's just read it doesn't matter. After taking a bite of dinner, Luo Mu looked at the excited Yakushi Nayu and couldn't help laughing. No, oh no, I will go to the 080 commendation conference tomorrow, why'd I think you were more nervous than me? 35. How can you not be nervous? Tomorrow, Lord 3rd Generation will commend you in front of the whole village. If you don't behave well, I will be teased by the auntie in the shop when I go out to buy food. Huh, is it because of this? Of course it's just because of this. We're a family now, so your business is mine. And you become a hero in the village. When Naruto grows up, he won't be bullied when he goes out. Hearing Yakushi Nayu's words, Luo Mu thought of Naruto's tragic experience when he was a child in the original book, that is, Naruto was born optimistic, otherwise, if he had such a childhood, Luo Mu felt that even if he was himself, he would become a person like Sasuke. Advertisement. Well, for the sake of little Naruto, then I'll do my best tomorrow. BEDF. In the early morning of the next day, just after the sun rose from the horizon, Yakushi Nayu pulled Luo Mu, who was still feeling the natural energy, and began to dress up Luo Mu. Luo Mu, whose practice was interrupted, was forced to cooperate with Yakushi Nayu, and said helplessly, "Oh no, I remember that I invited you to be Naruto's babysitter at first, why are you now my babysitter?" HMPH, you don't want to wear your ninja costume, of course, you have to wear a suit when it's important. Okay, but oh no, can you let me do it myself, I'm not a little Naruto, I can wear it myself. Oh, isn't this a habit to help little Naruto get dressed? When Luo Mu was dressed in his suit, Yakushi Nayu looked at Luo Mu, who was a little restrained under the suit, and said with a smile, "Haha, Luo Mu, you are so handsome in a suit, huh, now I'll see that on the shopping street. Who dares to laugh at me?" Automatically ignoring Yakushi Nayu's strange words, Luo Mu tidied up his collar and said, "Okay, I'll go first, you remember to bring Lil Naruto with you." That's for sure. Because he was wearing a suit, Luo Mu couldn't do much movement at this time, and he could only walk down to the Konoha Square where the commendation ceremony was held. Advertisement. When Luo Mu came to the Konoha Square, although there was still some time before the commendation ceremony, the Konoha Square was already full of people. In order not to cause riots in advance, Luo Mu could only quietly detour for a while to come. Backstage at the awards ceremony. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Utatane Kaharu and other high-level Konoha leaders have gathered here. Although he was still wary of Luo Mu, it was an indisputable fact that Luo Mu ended the war with Cloud Shinobi in just one day, so it was rare for Utatane Kaharu and others to show a smile to Luo Mu at this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen greeted Luo Mu and explained the process of the commendation meeting and the matters needing attention with Luo Mu. And Luo Mu also came to Sarutobi Hiruzen's side amid the cheers of the crowd. Luo Mu not only assisted the fourth generation to seal the chaos of the Nine Tails during the Nine Tails Rebellion, but also single-handedly defeated 4th Raikage and his brother Killer Bee in the war with Cloud Shinobi not long ago. Bring Cloud Shinobi back to the Land of Thunder in one day. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is currently Hokage, is the first to appear. Everyone in Konoha village, not long ago, our village experienced the Nine Tails Rebellion, and Namikaze Minato of the 4th generation died in order to seal the Nine Tails. And Cloud Shinobi village also wanted to take advantage of the fire and launched a war against us. 39. Waving to the surrounding villagers, Luo Mu said with a smile. "Hello, everyone from Konoha village, I am Luo Mu, the one who foiled the Cloud Shinobi conspiracy. For this war, we expected it to be a protracted one, but one hero changed all that, he is Luo Mu." Listening to Sarutobi Hiruzen telling Luo Mu's deeds, the surrounding villagers cheered excitedly and shouted Luo Mu's name one after another. Even Danzo didn't say anything, nodded to Luo Mu and sat alone. Soon it was time for the commendation ceremony to begin. Chapter 233 Reaction of the Various Forces. With Luo Mu's appearance, the villagers in the audience burst into a shocking cry. Luo Mu's name resounded in the sky above Konoha village, and many of them even shouted that they wanted Luo Mu to become the 5th Hokage. Looking at the excited villagers around, Luo Mu raised his hand to signal them to be quiet, and then said to the villagers, "Every villager, don't be excited, I am just an ordinary ninja just like you, believe me, as long as you are enough work hard, and one day, you will be as strong as me." After that, Luo Mu gave up his position to Sarutobi Hiruzen again. In recognition of Luo Mu's outstanding contributions to the Nine Tails Rebellion and this Cloud Shinobi War, we hereby confer the title of Hero of Konoha to Luo Mu, 95. Hero Konoha. Amid the cheers of the surrounding villagers, Luo Mu walked up to Sarutobi Hiruzen, greeted them again, and said to Sarutobi Hiruzen in a voice that only two people could hear. "It's really yours, Sarutobi Hiruzen, using a name that doesn't help, binds me to you Konoha, but for the sake of little Naruto, so be it." Sarutobi Hiruzen just smiled lightly when Luo Mu saw through his own thoughts. "I knew you would agree." After this commendation meeting, Luo Mu's name of Hero of Konoha also spread throughout the ninja world. After all, the Abbey brothers who were able to defeat Cloud Shinobi village continuously, existence that cannot be ignored. For a time, Luo Mu's information was continuously sent to the hands of the leaders of the various forces. In the Land of Earth, Rock Shinobi village, in the Tsuchikage office, 3rd Tsuchikage Onobi frowned when he saw the information that Lois had just handed to him. Advertisement. Damn it, I thought that Namikaze Minato's death would be our chance, but I didn't expect another Konoha hero to come out. How many trump cards are hidden in this Konoha? When the Lois standing on the side heard Oyegi's words, he also frowned and said, "Then father, our plan to attack Konoha. Do we still want to continue?" Alas. 99 with a sigh, Onobi waved his hand and said, "Forget it, if the guys from Cloud Shinobi can last for a year and a half, I'm still interested in getting a kick. What else are we doing together?" "I see, my father. Such a scene is not only staged in Rock Shinobi village, but other forces that originally wanted to take advantage of the 4th generation's death in battle and the emptiness of Konoha's high-end combat power to take a piece of meat from Konoha village, at this moment invariably cancelled the targeting of Mu Leaf plan. In the west of the Land of Thunder, in a place called the Cemetery of Mountains, Uchiha Madara, who was over 80 years old, was listening to Uchiha Obito telling about Luo Mu. So, you failed to capture 9 tails before because of this Luo Mu? Yes, this guy is very fast, not only does a lot of strange physical skills, but also uses wood style, and when he defeated Raikage in 8 tails, he used a giant wood style that can summon the Senju Buddha. 35. You said Senju Buddha. Ahem. Looking at Uchiha Madara who was coughing because of being too excited, Obito nodded and said, that's right, the big Buddha has wooden arms behind it, and each arm has a very large chakra. 8 tails Gyuki was defeated by this move, yes. To be honest, if it were me, even with Kamui, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to end this move. Advertisement ask for flowers. Cough cough. Cough, my body is at its limit now, Obito, remember, after I die, I will join the Akatsuki organization and collect all the tailed beasts. Only when the tailed beasts are gathered can we summon 10 tails, we can serve the ninja world. Bring true peace. After speaking, Uchiha Madara seemed to have exhausted all his strength, and his head gradually drooped down. Saying that, Uchiha Madara looked at the face on his chest and said, I can understand wood style, but that guy actually uses your avatar. Hashirama, what is your relationship with him? I see, Conan and I are currently looking for members who can join the Akatsuki organization. We should go back to the Land of Water, and the next action center should be in the Land of Water. After thinking for a long time without any results, Uchiha Madara could only look at Obito and say, recently, stop your actions about Konoha first, you are not the opponent of Luo Mu. Uchiha Madara, who had finally recovered, looked at Obito, who was still terrified, and said, you don't feel wrong, I think when I played against Hashirama with 9 tails, he used this move to defeat my Susa beast. I'm no match for 9 tails, let alone you now. Ahem. 35 Looking at Uchiha Madara who was coughing more and more, Obito said worriedly, ban, your body. Also, Rinnegan has a Rinne Tensai technique, which can revive dead people. If you encounter obstacles in collecting tailed beasts, use this trick to revive me, and I will help you eradicate all those who are in the way. Chapter 234 Hyuga Hinata Chapter 234 Hyuga Hinata. Due to the existence of Luo Mu, all the forces in the ninja world that were on the verge of movement cancelled their actions against Konoha, and the ninja world, which had been in constant war, calmed down for a while. Konoha 54 years, winter. Time flies, 3 years have passed so quickly, under the careful care of Luo Mu and Yakushi Inayu. Little Naruto is also 3 years old, and it is the age of school. Although Naruto is still 9 tails Jinchuriki, because of Luo Mu, Naruto is not treated unfairly in the original work. On the contrary, because Naruto is the child of the hero Konoha family, everyone loves 087 people. However, although they don't hate Naruto, the villagers are still afraid of the 9 tails in Naruto's body, which causes Naruto to find no friends of the same age. The petting of the villagers, coupled with the boredom when there are no friends, led Naruto to like to do some mischief since he was a child. In this regard, Luo Mu and Yakushi Inayu have nothing to do. After all, it is a child's nature to love to play. Naruto, who can't find a friend to communicate with, can only use this method to attract the attention of others. This also led to the fact that Naruto was brought back by others on at least 3 days out of 7 days a week, and it became a common practice for Yakushi Nanoyu to apologize. On this day, Yakushi Nanoyu just prepared today's dinner, looked at the snowflakes falling outside, and said worriedly, the snow is so heavy outside, why hasn't Naruto come back, why won't he do another prank? I think most of it is, you don't know this kid? You will come back by yourself when it's time, or you will be brought back by someone else. Well, I don't know when little Naruto will be able to make friends. Advertisement, don't worry, it will be delivered. As the two were talking, there was a knock on the door. Look, what I said, I'll be back. As he spoke, Luo Mu opened the door. Brother. 99 Looking at Naruto with a bruised nose and a swollen face in front of him, Luo Mu showed a you're finally beaten expression. On the other hand, after seeing Naruto's tragic condition, Yakushi Inayu quickly ran over to check Naruto's injury and asked, little Naruto, how could you be injured like this? Did you do any prank again? Even a prank can't make you look like this? At this moment, a small head stuck out from behind Naruto and said timidly, hello aunt and uncle. It was only then that Yakushi Nanoyu noticed that there was a little girl behind little Naruto. Oh, I'm sorry, my sister was too concerned about Naruto just now and didn't see you. Look at your eyes, are you a member of the Hyuga clan? Did Naruto play a prank on you? If so, my sister apologizes to you on behalf of Naruto, okay? As soon as Yakushi Nanoyu finished speaking, Naruto on the side waved his small fist and said, that's not it, sister, I saved Hinata. I saved Hinata. Unexpectedly, Naruto met the brave Yakushi, looking at Hinata in surprise and said, Hinata, isn't it, is that so, did Naruto save you? 35. Yeah. Nodding shyly, Hinata lowered his head and whispered, they laughed at my eyes and said I was a monster. Naruto-kun did it to help me, sorry. Advertisement, it's alright Hinata. I hate idiots who just laugh at people. Looking at the excited Naruto and the guilty Hinata, Yakushi Nanoyu reached out and rubbed their 2 heads and said, okay, it's okay. Little Naruto, I'm sorry, my sister blamed you, and little Hinata, Naruto's little injury can be cured at once, don't worry. 35. After finishing speaking, Yakushi Nanoyu pointed to the dining table behind him and said, little Hinata, it's getting late, do you want to have dinner at my sister's house and then go back? 35. The shy Hinata was about to refuse when a voice suddenly came from behind her. Since people are so enthusiastic, then, Hinata, Why don't you have dinner here, just as my father also wants to say thank you to Naruto's parents. Lord Father. 35 Unexpectedly, his father would appear here, and little Hinata was a little overwhelmed for a while. On the other hand, Naruto reluctantly took Hinata's hand and pulled her into the house. It's great, Hinata, you can stay here for dinner, come with me, my sister's cooking is delicious, delicious. 3.5 At the same time Luo Mu also said to Yakushi Inayu. Oh no, you go back to take care of Naruto and Hinata first, just in time for me to chat with Hinata's father. 35. Remember to come back for dinner. After simply instructing Luo Mu, Yakushi Inayu closed the door and left the two of them outside. The first time we met, my name is Hyuga Hiyashi, and I am Hinata's father, so you must be Luo Mu. 95. Holding Hyuga Hiyashi's outstretched hand, Luo Mu nodded and said, I didn't expect the head of the Hyuga clan to know me. Who in the entire ninja world doesn't know the name of Konohiro? Chapter 235 Hyuga Hiyashi's Request Chapter 235. Hyuga Hiyashi's Request. After the business exchange with Hyuga Hiyashi ended, Luo Mu let go of Hyuga Hiyashi's hand and said, then the head of Hyuga came to me this time, probably not simply wanting to eat. That's nature. 39 Looking directly at Luo Mu, Hyuga Hiyashi said, Mr. Luo Mu, you should know that Hinata was almost kidnapped before. 35. You mean the time when the Cloud Shinobi village messenger came to the village? I know. Didn't you kill the stupid one of those guys? At that time, the guys from Cloud Shinobi village didn't admit it and threatened you and Sarutobi Hiruzen, if you don't hand it over, you will start a war. Didn't I almost get called by Sarutobi Hiruzen? Yeah, to be honest, thanks to Mr. Luo Mu, you are in our village, otherwise we wouldn't be able to explain it to the village. Che, there is nothing to explain. 35-14 Thinking of Cloud Shinobi who had been beaten and fled by himself, Luo Mu said disdainfully. They will start a war if they have the ability. If it happens again, I won't let Eight Tails run away again. Looking at the confident Luo Mu, Hyuga Hiyashi said with a smile. With Mr. Luo Mu, we are naturally not afraid of them, so that time third generation directly rejected Raikage's request, and in the end Raikage and the others did not dare to say anything. Speaking of which, Hyuga Hiyashi glanced behind Luo Mu with a hint of doting on his face. So I came today. One is to thank Mr. Luo Mu, if it wasn't for you, I might be dead now, and thank you little Naruto for protecting Hinata today, and he was beaten up by little Naruto. Advertisement, I just did it by hand, but Naruto's performance today surprised me a little bit. It seems that this kid has finally made his first friend, in terms of strength. It seems that it is time to teach Naruto some self-defense skills. In this regard, Hyuga Hiyashi said, this is exactly what I want to find you, Mr. Luo Mu, if you can, I hope you can help me teach Hinata. What? Hearing this, Luo Mu looked at Hyuga Hiyashi a little strangely. You gentle fist, the ancestral gentle fist of the Hyuga family, you don't teach Hinata, you ask me to teach her? Regarding Luo Mu's question, Hyuga Hiyashi said with a wry smile. Oh, there's no way, Hinata doesn't seem to be interested in gentle fist, and it's very difficult to practice gentle fist every time. Sooner or later there will be bad noises. 55. So you want Hinata to study with me now, and then go back and practice gentle fist when you have a certain foundation? That's right. Nodding, Hyuga Hiyashi continued. I know Mr. Luo Mu, you have some amazing physical skills, and I don't want Hinata to learn these skills completely. I just hope that Mr. Luo Mu can help me train Hinata. It's enough to let her improve in physical skills, please, Mr. Luo Mu. Looking at Hyuga Hiyashi's sincere appearance, Luo Mu thought for a while and said, if that's the case, it's not impossible, but you have to do me a favor. Mr. Luo Mu, you said, as long as I can do it, I will do my best. 35. Looking at Hyuga Hiyashi's excited look, Luo Mu said with a smile. It's not a difficult thing, I just want you to help me with a little punishment. The following are the kids who beat up Naruto today. Remediation, it is uncertain what kind of social scum will become in the future, not to mention that our little Naruto can't be beaten in vain. Advertisement. Hearing Luo Mu's request, Hyuga Hiyashi said with a smile. Don't worry, Mr. Luo Mu, even if you don't say anything, I won't let these guys laugh at my daughter. That's true, then this matter is settled. From tomorrow onwards, you can send Hinata to me around 1 o'clock every afternoon. Is that so? Then I'm relieved. By the way, what about those bad boys who bullied Naruto? You won't just let them go, will you? Nothing, I just wanted me to teach Hinata some basics of taijutsu, so I just wanted to train Naruto, so I agreed. Seeing Luo Mu's return, Yakushi Inayu quietly leaned into Luo Mu's ear and asked, how is it, what is Patriarch Hyuga looking for from you? After saying that, Hyuga Hiyashi turned around and left 087. On the other hand, Hinata still seems to be afraid of life, and has been eating white rice silently. Only when Yakushi Nanoyu occasionally brings her vegetables will he eat some meals. Saying that, Luo Mu pushed open the door and walked into the house. Looking at the direction in which Hyuga Hiyashi disappeared, Luo Mu whispered, because my appearance changed the world line, Hyuga Hizashi didn't die, but whatever my business, I'd better go back and see how Naruto is doing. Okay, I understand Mr. Luo Mu, then I'll deal with those guys in the way first. As for Hinata, I'll ask Mr. Luo Mu to have dinner and bring her back. 39. At the table at this time, Naruto was constantly stuffing various meals into his mouth regardless of his image. Chapter 236 After Dinner. Chapter 236 After Dinner. Of course they won't just let them go. While eating, Luo Mu said, Hinata's father went back to teach them a lesson. After all, Hinata is the little princess of the Hyuga clan, how could she be bullied for nothing? Naruto and little Hinata who were eating were startled by Yakushi's sudden noise. Smiling apologetically at the two little guys, Yakushi Naoyu quietly said to Luo Mu. Hinata, is he actually the little princess of the Hyuga family? Isn't that the person who just arrived? That's right, Hyuga Hiyashi, the current head of the Hyuga clan. Don't you know Ono? I thought you knew him. How could I possibly know the head of the Hyuga clan? Yakushi Naoyu said with tears in his eyes, but is it really okay? Luo Mu, this is the Hyuga clan. If you don't teach them well, will they trouble you? In this regard, Luo Mu said nonchalantly. What are you afraid of? This is the Hinata that Hyuga Hiyashi asked me to teach. Besides, I can even hang and fight 8 tails, a mere Hyuga clan. This. Okay. Glancing at the little Hinata who was eating beside Naruto, Yakushi Naoyu finally nodded and said, that's fine, at least Naruto finally has a company, he should be able to do less mischief. Saying that, Yakushi Naoyu looked at Naruto who went to add another bowl of rice, and said with concern. Naruto, you should eat less, you have eaten 3 bowls of rice today. Advertisement however, Naruto protested with a small hand raised. That's not true, Sister Ono, I'm helping Hinata to make food. Hinata on the side also said a little embarrassedly. Yes, sister, I usually eat a lot, I'm sorry. Seeing Hinata's shy appearance, Yakushi Naoyu fondly patted Hinata's little head and said, oh, if it's a little Hinata, it's okay, after all, it's time for you to grow your body now, of course you need more. Eat a bit. Excessive, Sister Ono, you are partial. Ignoring little Naruto's protest, Yakushi Naoyu gave Hinata all the dishes on the table. Little Hinata, eat a little more, if you like it, you can come to my sister to eat often in the future. Not long after, when everyone had finished their lunch, Luo Mu glanced out the window and said, okay, it's getting late, Hinata, Looking at Hinata hiding behind Naruto, Luo Mu was stunned for a moment, and then said, Naruto, send Hinata back with me, 35. Okay bro. Hey, wait a minute, I'll go too. Quickly put the plate on the table into the sink. Yakushi Naoyu helped little Naruto find a new scarf to wrap it around, and the 4 of them walked out of the house together. Taking Hinata and Naruto on the way to the Hyuga family home, snowflakes fell from the sky piece by piece. Luo Mu and Yakushi no walked side by side in the back, looking at the little Naruto. Yakushi no who was pulling Hinata to play in the snow in front said with a smile. I didn't expect that the first friend our little Naruto met was actually the little princess of the Hyuga family, Luo Mu. Advertisement you said that Naruto will have a chance. Regarding Yakushi Naoyu's conjecture, Luo Mu thought of the ending of Naruto in the original book, nodded and said, if it is Hinata, I agree with this marriage, 35. At this moment, a loud noise on the corner caught Luo Mu's attention, and as observation hockey emanated, the picture on the side of the street also appeared in Luo Mu's mind. How are they? 35 then, another ant standing beside the proprietress said. I heard that you 3 bastards beat Naruto of Mr. Luo Mu's house together. Do you know who Mr. Luo Mu is? Qian Zhao. That's our Konoha hero of the village. Without Mr. Luo Mu. How can you stay here so comfortably? How dare you fight Naruto? At this time, the third ant also spoke. Hey, you will find Mr. Luo Mu and little Naruto to apologize to me tomorrow, and you are not allowed to come back without the forgiveness of little Naruto. The 3 little boys were beaten again, and the intense pain finally made them cry out. Woohoo, we were wrong, we knew we were wrong, and we will never bully others again. Saying that, the ant also raised the cane in her hand and slapped it down the hall. You 3 little bastards, it's okay to go out and fight. This time, you dared to bully the little princess of the Hyuga family. I think you were really wrong. Fortunately, the Hyuga family didn't care about us, otherwise we will even treat you if we sell it. We can't afford it. 35. Oh, we were wrong, we dare not. Saying that, the proprietress slapped the 3 little boys on the buttocks with the cane in her hand. No need, since they have been punished, let's just let it go. I saw the proprietress of the clothing store that Luo Mu frequented was standing in the snow and the 2 aunts beside her were talking angrily, and in front of them, 3 teenage boys were kneeling on the ground, in the snow. Chapter 237 Katakana Middle. Naruto's first gift. Chapter 237 Katakana Middle. Naruto's first gift. Seeing the sudden appearance of Luo Mu, the 3 aunts quickly surrounded Luo Mu and apologized, and the proprietress of the clothing store hit the 3 little boys again and said, you 3 bastards, Mr. Luo Mu is here now, not yet. Hurry up and come over and apologize to Mr. Luo Mu. Woo, we were wrong Mr. Luo Mu, we shouldn't bully Miss Hinata and Naruto, and we shouldn't break Naruto's scarf. What, you guys broke Naruto's scarf? Hearing this, the proprietress raised the cane in her hand again, but was stopped by Luo Mu. Okay, madam, if you beat it again, it will be broken. Seeing that Luo Mu no longer cares about the 3, the proprietress put down the cane in her hand and said apologetically to Luo Mu. I'm really sorry, Mr. Luo Mu, it's because the 3 of us didn't take care of our children. Let them do such a bad thing, we will definitely come to the door tomorrow to apologize to little Naruto. The other 2 aunts also kept nodding and said, yes, how can we not let Mr. Luo Mu's child 090 suffer this kind of grievance? There's no need to come to the door to apologize, anyway, they have also learned a lesson, so what, I still have something to do, let's go first, goodbye to the boss. 99. Looking at the appearance of the 3 aunts, Luo Mu quickly found a reason to leave here. Seeing Luo Mu leave, the proprietress kicked the three little boys angrily. Okay, it's fortunate that Mr. Luo Mu doesn't care about you, otherwise I'll see what you do. So, are we going to apologize tomorrow? Of course I'm going. After glaring fiercely at the three ignorant little boys, the proprietress said angrily, it's one thing if people want us to go, it's another thing if we go. You guys go back to me. Think about how to apologize tomorrow. Advertisement. At the same time, Yakushi Yinayu looked at Luo Mu, who suddenly disappeared and reappeared, and asked strangely, why did you run away without a sound? Did something happen? The Hyuga family is quite quick. The three bullies who bullied Naruto were beaten there just now. I didn't expect that one of them was actually the son of the proprietress of the Tianjingwu clothing store. Is it her son? It's a mess. By the way, they also said that they would come to the door tomorrow to apologize, but I rejected them, but based on what I know about them, they should still come tomorrow. 99. Just come. Thinking of Naruto's scarred face this afternoon, Yakushi Nanoyu said angrily. Even if you have a good relationship with them, it would be too much to label little Naruto like that. If it weren't for me knowing medical ninjutsu, little Naruto's face doesn't know when it will heal, and it even broke the scarf I knitted for little Naruto. During the conversation, several people have come to the house of the Hyuga family, and Hyuga Hiyashi has already been waiting outside the house. Father. 99. After seeing Hyuga Hiyashi, Hinata immediately ran over and hugged Hyuga Hiyashi's leg, then suddenly thought of something, untied the scarf around his neck and put it in Naruto's hand. Well, thank you Naruto-kun for protecting me today. Your scarf BEDF also got damaged by them. I'll give you my scarf. After speaking, Hinata ran behind Hyuga Hiyashi with a blushing face, only sticking out a small head to look at Naruto. Just as Naruto was about to say something, Yakushi Nanoyu pressed his head and said, if that's the case, then I'll thank you on behalf of our family Naruto, little Hinata. Touching Hinata's head and signaling her to go back first, Hyuga Hiyashi walked over to Luo Mu and said, I will ask you tomorrow afternoon, Mr. Luo Mu. By the way, I have sent someone to the house of the children who bullied Hinata and Naruto. I've said it before, I think I should have been punished. 99. Advertisement. Thinking of what happened just now, Luo Mu nodded and said, yes, I have already been punished. When I came here, I saw them being beaten. Speaking of which, the mothers of those little guys still know us. This is really. Forget it. Remember to bring Hinata over tomorrow. We'll go first. Bye. Good. 95. After finishing speaking, Luo Mu took Yakushi and Naruto towards the direction they came from. On the way, Yakushi Yinayu looked at the scarf in Naruto's hand and said, little Naruto, this should be the first gift you received from a good friend. You must cherish it. 35. My sister Ono, this time I will definitely protect this scarf from Hinata. Seeing Naruto's hot-blooded appearance, Luo Mu patted his head and said, you were so embarrassed to say that the shadow clone technique that your sister Xiaoyi taught you didn't work. I used it, and then. As he spoke, Naruto made a shadow clone seal, shadow clone technique. With Naruto's shout, two Super Mini Q version Naruto appeared in front of the three. So cute. Holding a Q version Naruto in one hand, Yakushi Nanoyu teased the two little guys affectionately. Chapter 238 The Boss's Wife's Apology. Chapter 238. Looking at the two shadow clones separated by Naruto, Luo Mu silently patted his head and said, okay, I see, it seems that there will be more content for your special training tomorrow. Special training? What special training? Yeah, I forgot to tell you, Hinata will come to our house every afternoon from now on and have a special training with you. Hearing this, Naruto jumped up immediately. No, I don't want to do special training. Who? I'm going out to play. 9. Looking at Naruto who was jumping, Luo Mu snorted coldly and said, it's okay if you don't need special training. The next time you encounter this kind of thing, you will still have to be beaten by others, and you still can't protect what you want to protect. Quote. 66. Luo Mu's words silenced Naruto. Looking at Naruto with his head down, Luo Mu didn't rush him to answer, the three of them just walked quietly on the snow. After a long time, Naruto finally raised his head and said, brother. I want to participate in special training. Hinata is my first friend. I don't want to be able to do anything when she is bullied. Seeing Naruto's determined look, Luo Mu touched Naruto's head and said, is this right? This is what a man should be like, so start tomorrow and start special training with Hinata, but you be serious, Naruto, don't be overtaken by Hinata. 99. I will. Advertisement. Come on, little Naruto, I love you. The next morning, when it was just dawn, Naruto, who was still sleeping, was called out by Luo Mu. Rubbing his eyes in a daze, Naruto looked at the sky that wasn't fully lit outside, and said dissatisfiedly, didn't you say Hinata came here in the afternoon? Brother, why did you wake me up so early? In the afternoon it's taijutsu training with Hinata, and you have chakra-controlled training in the morning. What? Yakushi Nanoyu's words made Naruto collapse on his bed all of a sudden, and Naruto felt that his future was bleak when he thought that the days to come would be filled with a whole day of special training. Just when Naruto felt sorry for himself, there was a knock on the door. So early, who could it be? Is it looking for you again, Luo Mu? Who knows? Opening the door, Luo Mu was shocked to see the three little boys who bullied Naruto yesterday standing at the door with fearful faces, and behind them were three aunts with big bags in their hands. Seeing Luo Mu open the door, the owner of the clothing store immediately smiled and said, oh, Mr. Luo Mu, I'm sorry to disturb you so early, I don't know if little Naruto is awake, we are here to apologize to little Naruto today. Quote quote. Although he expected the three aunties to come back to apologize, Luo Mu still felt a little overwhelmed when he saw the three big and small bags in front of him, and hurriedly turned around and shouted, Naruto, come here, someone is looking for you. Hey, find me, who is it, so early? Naruto, who was just pulled up by Yakushi no and washed his face, came to the door with Yakushi no while eating bread. Advertisement. After seeing the three little boys at the door, Naruto's sleepy eyes widened suddenly, and he threw out the bread in his hand. It's you, what do you want? I won't be afraid of you. With that said, Naruto made a mark with his hands in front of him, ready to use the shadow clone technique. For flowers. However, before Naruto could call out shadow clone, Luo Mu pulled him down in front of him. People are here to apologize, why are you so excited? After seeing Naruto, the three little boys bowed to Naruto with a sad face and said, I'm sorry, brother Naruto, we shouldn't have hit you, let alone broken your scarf. Looking at the three people who were apologizing in front of him, Naruto was at a loss for a while, and after a long pause, he scratched his head and said, it doesn't really matter. Sister Ono has already helped me heal. Now, I also have a new scarf. Since you apologize, then I will forgive you, but if you bully others in the future, I will not let you go. 0. No, the three of them will definitely not. While saying this, the three aunts put the things in their hands in front of Naruto. Little Naruto, these things are the hearts of the aunts. They are not precious the things, just some clothes and some food, please accept them. Then, before Naruto could react, the three aunts took their son and hurriedly left. Mr. Luo Mu, we have to go to Hyuga's house, so don't bother, I hope this matter will not affect the relationship between our two families. Probably not. When the figures of the group disappeared from sight, Luo Mu looked down at Naruto who was still in a dazed state. Okay, don't be in a daze, you can accept it when they give it to you. Oh no, help Naruto get these things first. Take it in. 5. Then, Luo Mu mentioned Naruto who wanted to open the gift and said, now, it's time to start your special training. 9U. Chapter 239 Hyphenation Point Chakra Control Training. Chapter 239 Hyphenation Point Chakra Control Training. After sending off the apologetic proprietress and her group, little Naruto followed Luo Mu and Yakushi to the training ground in the backyard of the house. Scratching his head impatiently, Naruto looked at Luo Mu and asked, brother, when will we start training? Seeing Naruto's impatient expression, Luo Mu patted him angrily and said, HMPH, what are you in a hurry? The teacher who helped you train this morning is not me, but your sister Ono. What? Naruto looked at Luo Mu in disbelief. Sister Xiaoyi, what can she teach me? Okay, you little Naruto, look down on your sister Ono as 090. Just as Naruto finished speaking, an apple fell from the sky and hit Naruto's head. Pain. Catching the apple that fell on his head, Naruto looked up and was surprised to find that Yakushi Nanoyu was standing upside down on a tree trunk, holding an apple in his hand. It's amazing, Sister Ono, why can you stand on a tree and not fall off? Turning over and falling from the tree trunk, Yakushi Nanoyu pointed to the soles of his shoes that were glowing with blue light. Have you seen these blue lights? This is the chakra released from the outside. As long as you can control the chakra to gather in the soles of your feet, then use these chakras to stick to the tree trunks, and you're ready to stand on the tree. Is it that simple? Let me try it. Advertisement. Saying that, Naruto closed his eyes and clenched his hands tightly, and began to condense chakra, but after a long time, Naruto was still unable to condense chakra. Sister Ono, why can I clearly feel chakra, but I just can't control them? That's because you have too many distracting thoughts. You can see how you looked when you just condensed chakra, scratching your head and moving your feet for a while. How could it be possible to condense chakra? You have to focus and concentrate your mind. Listening to Yakushi Nanoyu's teaching, Naruto closed his eyes again, and kept saying in his mouth, focus, 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 don't be disturbed. A little time passed, and as Naruto's silent voice became smaller and smaller, a faint wave of air spread out from Naruto's feet, and at the same time, a faint blue light emanated from his feet. Sister Ono, I succeeded. With Naruto's excited shouts, the blue light that originally appeared on the soles of his feet also escaped again. Touching Naruto's head, Yakushi Nanoyu encouraged. It's okay Naruto, as long as you succeed the first time, it will be much easier later on. Sister Ono believes you can do it. 35. Sure enough, as Yakushi Nanoyu said, with the successful experience just now, this time, Naruto quickly condensed chakra on the soles of his feet. Feeling the chakra under his feet, Naruto confidently ran up the tree trunk. Watch me reach the top once. However, Naruto, who had not run a few steps, suddenly slipped and fell from the tree and fell to the ground. It hurts. Seeing Naruto falling to the ground and rolling with his head in his arms, Yakushi no rushed to heal Naruto with medical ninjutsu. Sister Xiaoyi, why can't I climb up even though I have chakra on the soles of my feet? Advertisement. Touching Naruto distress-edly, Yakushi Nanoyu said while treating Naruto's wound. That's because you have too little chakra to condense, and the absorption force is not enough, so you will fall off. So it's enough to gather more chakra, right? Good little Sister Ono, I know. Looking at Naruto who jumped out of his arms, Yakushi Nanoyu just wanted to remind him, but was stopped by Luo Mu. Don't remind him, only after you experience it yourself can you better find the problem. Brother, save me. Just as Luo Mu was speaking, with a slight explosion, Naruto shouted and flew backwards. Dodging to catch Naruto who flew out, Luo Mu put Naruto back into Yakushi's arms and asked, "Do you know why you flew out?" "I don't know, brother, I just stepped on the trunk, but the trunk burst open, and then I was blown away. How could this happen?" Forehead. Looking at the puzzled little Naruto in front of him, Luo Mu patted his head, and then he remembered that Naruto was only 3 years old, and the reason why he wanted him to find out this problem by himself was undoubtedly too embarrassing for him. Yakushi Nanoyu, who was holding little Naruto, saw this and explained with a smile. "That's because the chakra 3.5 condensed on your feet, little Naruto, pulls too much, so many chakras hit the tree trunk, which will produce a strong recoil, that's why it pops you out. 99. So, little Naruto, climbing a tree is not as easy as you think. HMPH, I won't give up, look at it, Sister Ono, I will definitely be able to climb to the top of the tree." 39. Saying that, Naruto stood up again, closed his eyes and condensed chakra on his feet, and rushed towards the tree without hesitation. The result can be imagined that Naruto slipped down from the tree again due to insufficient chakra condensed on the soles of his feet. Fortunately, Yakushi Nanoyu had expected and firmly caught the falling Naruto. Chapter 240 Katakana Middle. Hinata Arrival. Chapter 240 Katakana Middle. Hinata Arrival. Time passed quickly as Naruto slipped and bounced again and again, and it was noon in the blink of an eye. During this period, Naruto's best time was 4 steps up the tree at a time, before being bounced off by chakra's fluctuations. Looking at Naruto who was sleeping soundly on the bed after taking a few bites of lunch due to his overconcentration, Yakushi Naoyu said with some distress, "Luo Mu, will we put too much pressure on Naruto like this? He's only a 3-year-old after all, and if I remember correctly, chakra controls this course and will be taught by the leading teacher, Jonin, after the ninja school graduates." In this regard, Luo Mu shook his head and said, "Xiaoyi, you must know that Naruto still has these 9 tails sealed in his body. As a 9 tails Jinchuriki, Naruto's life is destined to be extraordinary, and to contact all of these in advance, for him it is necessary, and..." Looking at the footprints on the tree that Naruto stepped on, Luo Mu said with a smile, "You can use the shadow clone technique at the age of 3, and you can condense chakra on the soles of your feet at the first attempt. I believe that with Naruto's talent, in the future, he will definitely be a famous existence in the ninja world. I also believe that our little Naruto will be an extraordinary person in the future." While saying this, Yakushi no Nayu pulled Luo Mu into the room. "But now, Mr. Luo Mu, it's time for lunch, don't forget that you also have training in the afternoon, and it's from the Hyuga clan. Princess, you have to take it seriously." 99. "Don't worry, oh no, I will definitely train the 2 little guys well." 99. After lunch, Luo Mu went to the backyard to prepare the materials needed for the afternoon training. Yakushi sat next to the sleeping little Naruto. Instead of waking the little Naruto, he quietly repaired the tired little Naruto with medical ninjutsu, body for a morning. Not long after, with the knock on the door, Yakushi Nanoyu woke Naruto who was sleeping, and the two went to the door together to pick up Hinata, who was hiding behind his father. Advertisement. Then, the little girl will ask you, "Miss Yi Nayu, just let Naruto send her back after the training. There are still things in my clan, so I will go back first. Hinata, my father will leave first, you have to train hard here." 9. "Well, I will, my father." Saying goodbye to Hyuga Hiyashi, Naruto and Hinata came to the backyard together. At this time, the backyard had been transformed by Luo Mu, and it was completely different from what Naruto saw in the morning. The entire backyard is shrouded by a huge banyan tree, branches hanging down from the top of the tree, and each branch bears a huge fruit at the end. Looking at the densely packed fruits hanging all over the yard, Naruto asked strangely, "Brother, why did our backyard become like this? Didn't we say we need to do physical training? How can we train like this?" 99. "That's what your training is about." As Luo Mu pushed a fruit, the fruit in the whole yard shook together. "After all, you are only 3 years old now. Physical training is too early for you, so what you need to train now is your fighting awareness and on-the-spot reaction ability." While speaking, Luo Mu waved his hand to open the fruit that was about to hit him. Each one of these vines is entangled with each other at the top of this banyan tree. What the guy has to do is to use any means, no matter whether it is hiding or opening, to ensure that you will not be touched by these fruits. These fruits have special resin attached to them, and once they touch your clothes, they will appear out green. What? How is this possible? Naruto looked at the fruits that were swaying randomly in the yard in disbelief, hugged his head and said, "Brother, you must be deliberately harassing us, so many fruits, how can they not be touched?" 99. Advertisement. Isn't it possible? Then you see it. Paper arts. He punched a fruit, and the fruit in the whole yard shook violently in an instant, and Luo Mu, who was standing in the center of the yard, was like a fallen leaf in a gust of wind, every time the fruit touched his body. The moment before, flutteringly dodged. Both Hinata and Naruto were shocked by Luo Mu's paper arts, just now, and after a long time Naruto came back to his senses and said, "Brother, teach me." Ah, didn't notice the back. However, just 10 seconds later, Naruto was hit in the head by a fruit that came from behind. After a long time, the fruit gradually quieted down, pushing aside the vines in front of him. Luo Mu patted his spotless clothes and said, "How about Naruto, believe it now? Don't worry, I will teach you, and I will teach you the tricks of this trick when you can persist in it for a minute. As Naruto punched, the surrounding fruits slowly shook. Amazing. After speaking, Naruto rushed over thinking about the fruits, and under Luo Mu's control, these fruits were lowered to a height similar to Naruto's height. This is the brother you said, just a minute, look at me. Chapter 241 Katakana Middle. Hinata's eyes. Chapter 241 Katakana Middle. Hinata's eyes. Angrily walking out of the pile of fruits, Naruto rubbed the back of his head and said, I'm so angry, I didn't even have time to react when I attacked from behind. 35. Ignoring Naruto who was jumping on the side, Luo Mu looked at Hinata and said, how about little Hinata, do you want to go in and have a try? 35. Glancing at Naruto shyly, Hinata nodded and said, well, I want to try it. Walking to the center of the yard, Hinata secretly encouraged himself. Come on Hinata, you can do it, you can't be ashamed in front of Naruto-kun. Patting his little face, Hinata nodded to Luo Mu, and then slapped the fruit with his palm. The fruit slowly swayed, while Hinata carefully observed the movement of each fruit around him, waving his tender hands constantly, slapped away the fruits that came from all directions. Looking at Hinata's ease in the field, Luo Mu's face showed a hint of interest, and under his control, the speed of the fruits shaking was slightly faster. Although the speed was only slightly faster, the pressure Hinata felt greatly increased. Reluctantly resisting the surrounding fruits, Hinata's small face has faintly seeped sweat. Looks like Hinata can't take it anymore, that's her limit. 35. However, just when Luo Mu wanted to control the fruit to stop, Hinata, who was still barely supporting, suddenly became like a divine help, and the speed of waving his hands suddenly accelerated, not only smashing the fruit in front of him, but also the fruit coming from behind. Can shoot accurately. Advertisement. At the same time, around Hinata's eyes, faint blue veins burst out. True or false? Looking at Hinata in shock, Luo Mu said in disbelief. This little girl actually opened her eyes under pressure. She is only 3 years old. Looking at Naruto, who was also in disbelief, Luo Mu couldn't help but think. It's not because of Naruto that she opened her eyes, 3-year-old girl, not so much. Yeah. 35. At this moment, Luo Mu's thoughts were interrupted by Hinata's exclamation, and he realized that he had just been surprised by the fact that Hinata opened his eyes, but for a while he forgot to control the speed of the fruit. These fruits influence each other. Without Luo Mu's control, the speed will only get faster and faster under Hinata's slap. Although Hinata opened his eyes, he was only 3 years old, and the gentle fist teaching of the Hyuga family had just started. Facing the fruits of increasing speed, he could only end up being knocked out. Fortunately, Yakushi Nanoyu appeared in time and caught Hinata who was blown away by the fruit. After carefully checking Hinata's body and making sure that the little guy was not injured, Yakushi Nanoyu put Hinata down and walked over to Luo Mu with his hips on his back. Luo Mu. Hinata is still just a child. No matter how much you do physical training, is it too much to just fly? Accidental accident. Advertisement. Looking at the menacing Yakushi Nanoyu, Luo Mu said embarrassedly. Hinata just opened her eyes, I was so surprised for a while, and it turned out. What? Hinata, did she open her eyes? As a ninja of Konoha, Yakushi Nanoyu naturally knows the unique bloodline limit of the Hyuga family, white eyes. Although the white eyes of the Hyuga family are easier to open than the Sharingan of the Uchiha family, Yakushi Nanoyu has never heard of the white eyes that can be opened at the age of 3. Looking at Hinata who was chatting with Naruto with a blushing face, Yakushi Nanoyu covered his mouth and said, should I say that she is the eldest lady of the Hyuga clan, I am afraid that Hinata's talent is not necessary for Naruto. As for Yakushi Nayu's words, Luo Mu said with deep conviction. Yes, in terms of talent, Hinata may even be higher than Naruto, but the biggest problem with Hinata is not talent, but her character. I think Hinata's character is very good, soft and cute, so cute. It would be fine if it was a little girl from an ordinary family, but Hinata is the eldest lady of the Hyuga clan, not the one who speaks of Hyuga Hiyashi. Yakushi Nanayu did not refute Luo Mu's words. Although she was just a ninja born in an ordinary family, she also heard a lot about the branch houses of the clans. Thinking of Hinata's character, Yakushi no Nayu could only sigh. Oh, being born in such a big family, sometimes I really don't know whether to call it luck or bad luck. Just as the two sighed about Hinata's origin, Naruto ran to the two of them. Brother, hurry up, I have to go into train. Hinata can hold on for so long, how can I lose to her? 5. Looking at Naruto's eagerness to try, Luo Mu wanted to tell him how he couldn't last longer than Hinata, who opened his eyes. But on second thought, it might be good to stimulate Naruto like this, so Luo Mu just nodded silently to Naruto, and then controlled the speed of the fruit to attack Naruto slowly. Advertisement Chapter 242 Yil Ramen will be released at 10:25 on October 14th. Chapter 242. The training time of the afternoon passed quickly. After a day of training, Hinata has completely mastered the opening method of the white eye, and can open or close the white eye freely. On the other hand, Naruto was finally able to persist in it for about 40 seconds after experiencing various beatings of the fruit. Watching the sun about to sink into the horizon, Luo Mu controlled the surrounding plants and restored the backyard to its original appearance. Yakushi Nanayu looked at the two little guys who were sweating profusely and said, okay, today's special training is over here, go take a shower and change clothes, little guys. It's finally over, I'm exhausted. Then trouble the two of you. 35. Taking the two little guys to the bathroom, Yakushi Naoyu was in charge of helping Hinata to wash up, and Luo Mu was helping Naruto clean the resin on 097 in the other bathroom. Hey, I'm so angry, why did Hinata last so long in it, and I still can't last a minute? Isn't it because your mind is too simple? Do you think you are joking with the 8 words of seeing 6 roads and listening to all directions? While scrubbing Naruto's hair, Luo Mu said to Naruto, you always only focus on one direction, either you look in front and forget the back, or you focus on the left and miss the right, although I know this is very important to you. Difficult, but Hinata does it well. 39. It's not that Luo Mu is hitting Naruto. Even if he doesn't open his eyes, Hinata's performance in training is far better than Naruto. Perhaps because of his quiet nature, Hinata is more able to calm down and feel everything around him. And Naruto is very big, and it is often the case in the afternoon training. BEDF, I can remind you that this training is the most basic step in learning paper arts. If you can't even complete this training, then you will not want to learn paper arts. Advertisement. Rest assured, I won't give up, I will always surpass Hinata one day, and then I will surpass you. Ah, pain and pain. Brother, don't be so hard. 99. I'm sorry, but you should bear with it. Your head is full of resin, and you can't get it off without any force. 99. Soon, the two little guys changed their clothes and stood at the door of Luo Mu's house refreshed. Ah, I feel good after taking a shower, Sister Ono, I want to eat ramen. Okay, little Naruto worked so hard today, and I will reward you with taking you to eat ramen, so that's the one at Yil Ramen, okay. 35. Dotingly patted Naruto's head, Yakushi Naoyu looked at Hinata and asked, little Hinata hasn't had dinner yet, do you want to go together? 5. Well, then I will trouble Sister Ono to spend money. Oh, what's the point of spending a few bowls of ramen? Luo Mu, come with you too, if you don't come, there will be no dinner at home. Years. Sending a message to Hyuga Hiyashi using the communication tool, Luo Mu nodded in agreement. In this way, a group of 4 came to the shop of Yil Ramen. Welcome. At this time, the Calamus hadn't grown up yet, and only Uncle Yil was taking care of the Yil Ramen shop. Good evening, big brother Hand Beat, we brought little Naruto to eat noodles again. Oh, it's the Nanoyu family, what would you like to eat? Little Naruto, today I have your favorite Naruto roll. Advertisement. Oh, that's great, Uncle Yil, I want to eat tonkatsu ramen with Naruto rolls. I want the same noodles as Naruto-kun. Tonkatsu ramen. Okay, then 2 large bowls of tonkatsu ramen, then 2 small bowls of tonkatsu ramen with Naruto rolls. 35. With another tonkatsu ramen, Hyuga Hiyashi will be coming soon. Hey, is Hinata's dad coming too? Yakushi Nanoyu, who was taking the money, was stunned for a moment, and then took out an extra note. Then 3 servings of tonkatsu ramen, you'll be beaten up with your hands. Yoshi, the 5 bowls of noodles are 260 taels in total, thank you for your patronage, the ramen will be ready soon. After a while, Hyuga Hiyashi sat next to Luo Mu as the curtain of the ramen shop was opened first. Can you order one for me too? Thank you, Mr. Luo Mu, how did Hinata train today? Soon, the steaming ramen was brought to the 4 of them. Seeing Luo Mu's serious look, Hyuga Hiyashi froze for a moment and said uncertainly, what's the matter, is Hinata's performance bad? Ah, good Mr. Luo Mu. Swallowing the noodles in his mouth, Luo Mu looked at Hyuga Hiyashi seriously and said, Hinata's performance today, it can be said to be very unexpected. After expressing their gratitude for the ingredients, Naruto and Hinata started first. After special training, their stomachs were already growling with hunger. I'm starting. After that, Yakushi Naoyu, who took back the change, also joined Luo Mu to taste nothing. It's better for you to see it yourself. Without answering Hyuga Hiyashi's question, Luo Mu looked at Hinata who had finished eating the noodles and still had no idea. Hinata, show it to your father.